have chosen for the first seminar this season a subject which perhaps is more vital and more far-reaching than might be first presumed. There is probably no school in the history of Western civilization that has more profoundly affected the course of human life for the last 19 centuries than the school of Neoplatonism. I realize that this will be challenged, or might be challenged, but I think as we proceed, the facts will be clear. As you know, a sentence taken out of a book has slight meaning when divided from its context. And there is no way of estimating Neoplatonism without first orienting it in the world of its time and conditions. So we must first prepare our groundwork by a general survey of the circumstances which made Neoplatonism not only possible but necessary. We know that 2,000 years ago, civilization was centered in the Mediterranean and Aegean areas. In this region, three great cultures flourished: the Egyptian, the Greek, and the Latin or Roman. If we examine history at about the time of the rise of Neoplatonism, we observe that all three of these great dominant cultures were beginning to show signs of internal weakness or had already fallen. We know that the glory of Egypt was past, and the Egyptians were little better than a colony of Rome. Greece was in the same predicament. The old days of the great academy had vanished. Greek culture, Greek philosophy, Greek religion was declining. The last stronghold of the old world, old way of the world, was Rome. Rome under the Caesars. And Rome was already beginning to feel the inroads of the barbarian hordes from the north. And Rome was tottering on the brink of its own collapse. Now, three great cultures, three dominant civilizations cannot collapse or fail or gradually disintegrate and fall apart without producing a profound effect upon human beings. We live within systems. We live within patterns. And we know today what it means to experience insecurity in the patterns which are familiar to us. How much more, then, were these older people insecure when their entire system of culture was collapsing, when their religion was slowly failing, their sciences declining, their arts failing, their literatures and philosophies, their ethics and morality, all these, which are the foundations of enduring security, were slipping away from these three great ancient cultures. In this period of tremendous internal uncertainty, it is inevitable that men's minds should have gradually turned toward a different perspective on life, a perspective that was best expressed, best revealed through the three schools that rose in this period: Christianity, Gnosticism, and Neoplatonism. All three share one common heritage, the heritage of disillusionment. All three appeared at a critical time in the life of the people of the region where they flourished. All three are marked deeply and profoundly with the prevailing sense of insecurity. Therefore, we have some understanding of the psychology of that time. Neoplatonism, or the New Platonism, claims its original inspiration and descent from the writings of Plato and his legitimate successors and disciples. Let us then pause for a moment and consider the relationship of philosophy to Greek life. To a very great degree, philosophy had divided Greek life very strongly. Step by step, it had overthrown the power of Greek religion. The Greek was more impressed by the value of his philosophy than by the importance of the state religion. Part of this was due to such magnificent dialogues as those attributed to Socrates. Part was due to the natural instinct of philosophy in comparison to the elaborate pageantry of theology. The philosophers were mostly modest, moderate human beings. They did not believe in ostentation. They had very little time or consideration for elaborate rituals and rites, nor were they much addicted to the prevailing superstitions of their times. And although these men lived and flourished in the great golden era of paganism, sometimes called the Age of Pericles, as individuals and collectively, they never accepted or subscribed to the prevailing state theologies. They were discreet, they were respectful for the most part, sometimes not entirely so. But they felt that these systems of state religion were themselves becoming gradually encrusted with superstitions and were falling inevitably into the hands of privileged classes to be used as ways and means to further enslave and dominate the individual, and restrict his liberty and freedom and his right to think. Thus, the philosophical systems of Greece, whether they be the doctrines of Plato and Aristotle, or the more rationalistic concepts of the Stoa, all of these emphasized a reasonable, rational, natural world. Even when the deities are introduced, these deities are introduced in a rather matter-of-fact manner. They are not introduced with great solemnity, but they are accepted, interpreted, and organized and arranged to become part of a very natural, proper kind of world. A world in which, for the Greek, there was very little emphasis upon what we would term today mysticism. It is true that the Orphics were mystics, but by the time Orphic doctrine had passed through Pythagoras and Plato, very largely its mystical content had been redirected into fields of philosophy. The Greeks considered the human being and his salvation a very serious business. They considered it something that would call upon the greatest resources of the individual and the greatest learning possible to man. They had no concept of an easy salvation. They had no concept of an individual praying his way into grace. To them, to live well was hard work, demanding tremendous strength of character, dedication, and resolution. And it was further part of their belief that the salvation of man depended upon the growth, development, and release of his own intelligence. That the individual could not subdue himself into a state of spirituality. He must unfold, extend, richen, and strengthen all the aspects of his character. The Greek philosophers also turned against the patrician system of their time. They had very little time or consideration for the power of wealth, family traditions, hereditary authority. Like Confucius, they held the individual to be the important equation. Not where he came from, not where he went, not what he had, not what he lost, but what he was. And their entire philosophy was built upon the problem of improving and increasing the content of man and releasing into expression those potentials which they held to be eternal within man. It is obvious from this approach that division existed in the Greek state on the level of philosophy and religion at a comparatively ancient time. And this division was not mended during the golden age of Greek philosophy. The interval was widened, and Plato's approach was a very natural, systematic, and understandable one. He sought to use the gods of his people as a means of advancing their own knowledge. He used them as the elements of a great symbolical or allegorical system, and he caused these gods to become elements in a great ethics, a great concept of life. Therefore, we realize that he gradually impersonalized the Olympian deities. He transformed them into what he affirmed to be their natural and proper state, namely, names or persons attributed by men to principles, and that behind each deity as a symbol was a reality, a principle. These principles he called intelligibles, because he affirmed and maintained that these principles had to be known by a process of conception. Man could conceive of them. He could not think of them as we use the term mentality. Intelligibles were conceptions in consciousness, archetypal beings, and these were the true gods. From these, men had created a descent of symbols by which these intelligible beings were caused to appear under forms or in guises and shapes which were called intellectual. And the intellectual deities were those which man could rationally contemplate and which he could conceive within his mind to a degree of understanding. The intelligible deities could not be essentially understood. The intellectual deities could be. Thus we see the traces of an important psychological doctrine. We see the gradual rise of ideas concerning the essential nature of the universe itself. During his long career, Plato passed through three distinct periods. The first of these might be termed his political career, and this led to the final disillusionment, in which he decided that public office was not the best way in which he could serve his fellow Grecians. So he retired from politics and created his school and became a teacher, declaring it was wiser to be a teacher of men than a leader of men. This school continued for a number of years through the long and active life of Plato. And perhaps the outstanding episode in the development of this school was the contact with Aristotle, who was brought to him as a young man and placed under his care. Aristotle became his most critical, at the same time most brilliant disciple. And the Athenian school is recognized as having produced these two extraordinarily different but remarkably enlightened men. In the third period of his life, Plato began to drift away from philosophy. He began to drift towards the inevitable end of philosophic contemplation, namely that the individual becomes more and more aware of the great intelligibles or eternals subsisting forever in nature and in time and in eternity, would naturally contemplate them, would feel himself more and more akin to these vast principles which he had first discovered intellectually and later meditated upon intelligibly. This led toward the third part of Plato's career, which has been termed the theological. And we know that in the last years of his life, perhaps the last 10 or 15 years, he wrote extensively upon what we would term today mystical subjects. Unfortunately, so far as is known, none of these writings have survived, or if they have not been revealed or given to modern scholarship. We know, however, that it was this change in Plato which caused the division between Plato and Aristotle. and finally resulted in Plato bringing his nephew Speusippus to become the head of his school, and Aristotle departed to the cinder track to create the school which has since carried the name the Peripatetic, or walking philosophers, because they held discourse while walking on the cinder track. Aristotle was unable to accompany Plato in his vast excursion into abstraction. But we know from the general tone of his later dialogues that Plato was moving more and more toward a very reverent attitude in relation to the great principles that lie at the roots of things. Philosophy with him had borne its natural fruit. It had released his intuitive and apperceptive powers, and these drew him toward the experience of the realities about which he had reasoned and thought. He intimates something of this in the Socratic dialogues, where he causes Socrates to point out that man is drawn inevitably toward the grave, or toward the transition to another life, in which either there will be darkness, or else the person surviving as a spiritual being will find union with those principles and truths which he has sought and served, and will know through factual experience that which previously has been only theory, speculation, or judgment. And Plato himself moved precisely in this direction, and it is greatly to be regretted that his religious writings have not survived. The motion of Platonism itself, therefore, established a pattern which we have more or less ignored, but which was still alive and vital in the opening years of the Christian era, within 3.5 centuries of the lifetime of Plato himself. Now, with this background relating to Platonism, we must come then to the transition to the Neoplatonic school of thought. Neoplatonism was rooted in the three cultures which were passing into desuetude at that time. Neoplatonism perhaps had its original seat in Alexandria. If so, it had a secondary seat in Rome and a third in Athens. These three centers became the legs of the Neoplatonic tripod, and it was from this tripod that the oracles of this particular sect or group were pronounced. The principal leader of the Alexandrian Neoplatonists was Plotinus, although the sect is said to have been created by Ammoniusacus, a slave, a carrier of burdens, a man of no known scholastic attainments, but a great natural intuitionalist. This original foundation led gradually toward the establishment of Neoplatonism in Rome, through again the migrations of Plotinus and his establishment of a school in the Eternal City. Neoplatonism flourished in Rome and Alexandria for some time, and it was not until the early part of the 5th century that the foundations were established in Greece. This foundation, the important one, was set in motion by Proclus, who was one of the students of the older Platonic writings, also of earlier, less known Neoplatonists, and who has sometimes been referred to as the Platonic successor. Proclus was born in Constantinople, then Byzantium. He moved to Athens, where he spent most of his life in teaching. Finally, as a result of the religious differences of the time, particularly the intervention of Christianity, he was in exile for a short time in the Near East, but later returned and finally died in Athens. Proclus was a man of exceptional abilities, and he may be regarded as the last of the great lights of Neoplatonism. So we see the development of this school itself over a period of some 250 years, from Ammoniusacus and Plotinus, who were the originators or the creators of the basic concept, to Proclus of Athens, who was the last great representative, and finally to Boethius, who is sometimes called the last of the pagans. the last of the great line of philosopher-mystics who basically clung to the ancient Greco-Latin religious philosophy of life. These followers, these disciples of the old way, were gradually exterminated, and the last of the pagan academies in the Roman Empire were closed by the Emperor Justinian. So by degrees, Neoplatonism disappeared from the theater of human action. But its disappearance has sometimes been said to be the beginning of its existence. For nothing that it accomplished during the 250 years in which it flourished can compare with what it has accomplished in the 15 or more centuries since it perished. Thus we may say that the effect of the belief was vastly in excess of its temporal authority during the periods of its flourishing and survival. Now, what is the essential difference, let us say, between the teachings of Plato and the New Platonism, or Neoplatonism of Plotinus? It is a difference which is undoubtedly rooted in the points which we have previously made, namely that these civilizations had, since the time of Plato, fallen into decline, and the entire world of the learned was suffering from a profound nostalgia. The old ways, with their natural, positive statements of life, were not sufficient to meet the neurosis of dying dynasties, and the change is exemplified in the motion of the philosophic system. Neoplatonism is then primarily to be defined as a motion of Platonism toward theology. In other words, it is the rise of Platonism as a religion. Now, in Plato, we have most of the elements necessary for a theological system. Augustine of Hippo points out the weaknesses, and these weaknesses were the cause of the ultimate failure of Neoplatonism as a motion in society. St. Augustine tells us, for example, that Neoplatonism has no martyr. It had no one at the beginning of it who was a superhuman divine figure, a tremendous catalyzing agent to draw and hold the imagination of people. It lacked the understandable dramatic person. Plato was not suitable to fulfill this need because of his tremendously rationalistic attitude toward life, the profundity and breadth of his knowledge, and the comparative simplicity and naturalness of his way. He was not surrounded by miracles. He was not an individual who made any claims to a divine heritage. He did not advance himself as in any way the peculiar mouthpiece of deity or of truth. He was simply what he claimed to be, a philosopher, a truth seeker. And St. Augustine points out that this is not enough to hold and capture the fancies of multitudes of persons. The second thing that, according to Augustine, was deficient in Neoplatonism was a simple and natural program for the achievement of salvation. The process of Platonic improvement, the individual bestowing all of his energies, concentrating all of his resources upon the tremendous substance of the search for reality, a search in which the student had to give all, as St. Augustine said, could not and would not hold popular belief. Because popular belief does not want to sacrifice. It does not want to give up. It wants to have and be saved at the same time. It wants to keep its faults and have these forgiven. And there was nothing in Platonism to substantiate this concept. The third point that St. Augustine brought to bear upon the subject was that in all and in substance, the doctrines of Neoplatonism were not understandable by those who had not devoted many years to scholarship, that the terms and thoughts were too abstract to gain any large popular following. For these reasons, Augustine correctly predicted that the sect as a sect could not survive, that it could not produce from itself a permanent, enduring church, or an institution which could win and hold the imagination of generations then unborn. Augustine himself had many very complimentary things to say about Neoplatonism, and even when he claimed to have separated from it, all of his writings are dominated by it. And one authority has stated not long ago that it is impossible to detect the belief of the author of a book, whether he be a Neoplatonist or a Christian, unless he makes specific reference to Christ. Otherwise, the works are so similar, so comparatively identical, that it is impossible with certainty to distinguish which sect the author belonged to. This perhaps is even more complicated by the fact that many of the thinkers of that time belonged to both sects and considered it in no way heretical or unreasonable. The Bishop Synesius of Alexandria accepted ordination as a bishop in the Christian church under the condition and proviso that he could remain a Platonic philosopher in his private life. And the church accepted and ordained. So we have this interesting situation arising at the beginning of this belief, this sect. Now, with this general representation of the difficulties, let us take a little time to examine some of the essential doctrines of Neoplatonism, particularly the compilation that was prepared by Proclus in Athens in the 5th century, and which survives to us as the books of Proclus on the theology of Plato. These books are no longer, as we say, known to exist, but it is possible that Proclus had access to manuscripts that have since been destroyed or have been buried or hidden where they have not been refound. But in any event, Proclus appears to have known or have made a very shrewd estimation of the dominant religious convictions of Plato during the closing years of his life. Now, we remember also that this work of Proclus was one of the last of the Neoplatonic works. Therefore, it represents the school in the closing cycle of its own brief but very spectacular existence. Deriving, however, much from Plotinus and other legitimate members of the Neoplatonic community, Proclus unfolds what he regards as the true key to the Greek theology. He roots it, of course, in the mythology and in the religious beliefs of the ancient Greeks. But he follows first Plato and then Plotinus in gradually reducing the essential elements of this mythology to a scientific system, to a philosophical pattern of conceivable principles. The first thing, then, we must approach is the combined view of Proclus, Plato, and Plotinus on the essential nature of being. In that, all else suspends from this essential concept. In this way, of course, Plato differs strongly from Aristotle. Aristotle begins with what might be termed the phenomenal existence and ascends gradually toward a contemplation of abstract cause. Plato and the Neoplatonists begin with a positing of a conceivable abstract under the general concept of this intelligible being, a being beyond mind. Now, this simple statement perhaps is the most important statement in all of Neoplatonism: the existence of a being beyond mind. Now, this was perhaps also the first break between Neoplatonism and the teaching of Plato. That is, that part of the teaching which we now know. it is very possible that this was the important change that Plato himself made. But we have no documentary proof of this. Certainly, however, the Neoplatonists lived much nearer to his time and might well have had access to a knowledge and tradition which we no longer possess. But Neoplatonism thus postulates a being beyond mind. Being beyond mind implies not only that it is beyond the mind of man, but that this being itself exists in a state superior to mind. Therefore, that this being is not mind, and nor can it be conceived by mind. Therefore, Plotinus insists that this being can only be stated as an existent reality or fact, a fact in being itself, but may not be subjected to any definition or interpretation. That this being subsists forever in itself, of itself, and by itself. That it is without quantity or quality. That it is without limitation, or as we would assume, lack of limitation, because even this term implies some kind of restriction. It is neither extreme of one or the other, plus or minus, but remains forever totally enclosing within its own eternity the concepts of both plus and minus. Therefore, it is being capable of being conceived as containing both being and not being, and yet now in no way being deficient in any of its own parts, because it is beyond mind, because its primary nature is not mental. The Neoplatonists affirm that the universe is not primarily a rational sphere. Now, this becomes exceedingly important as we study this system. This caused a tremendous hue and cry against Neoplatonism, a hue and cry which has continued all the way down to 19th century England and early 20th century America. It has been affirmed that by this concept Neoplatonism attacks science, even the sciences of the Greeks, that also Neoplatonism attacked philosophy because of its primary statement that reality is beyond mind. Now, all your sciences are seeking for truth, and truth is a term to cover at least the concept of reality. Science is completely frustrated if truth is beyond mind. Philosophy is frustrated because if philosophy is the instrument of reason and truth is beyond mind, then reason cannot attain truth. This is in itself apparently a simple point, but it becomes pivotal, and a great deal of other thinking is suspended from it. The Socratic school, and to a degree Plato, had created a triad, the one, the beautiful, and the good, to explain the nature of deity. Neoplatonism accepts the possibility of the term the good as being negatively applicable to being, not as a definition, but merely as a convenient term for interchange between persons discussing such a subject. But they maintained that being transcends virtue to the same degree that it transcends mind. Therefore, that being per se transcends, period. Therefore, it cannot relate to, be similar to, or identical with anything less than itself. This procedure of thinking isolates the supreme being factor at the root of existence. It causes this root to exist in a pure state, unqualified and unconditioned, by even such terms as spiritual and mystical. It further points out that all attempt on the part of man to approach the nature of infinite being must to a large degree fail, for the reason that man has no attributes available to him as a conditioned creature by which he can actually apperceive the total nature of unconditioned and unlimited existence. Time and eternity fall into the abyss together. Spirit and matter as opposites fade into something superior to themselves. Creation, objective and subjective, merges into something that is objective, subjective plus, and for which no term is feasible or conceivable. Even the Chaldean statement of the thrice deep darkness at the root of life is not sufficient, because the Neoplatonists affirm definitely that being is not darkness, nor is being light. Therefore, it cannot be described in terms of light or dark. It cannot be determined in terms of sound or silence. It is simply, utterly, inconceivably transcendent. And because it is totally unconditioned, and because it possesses within itself no intellectual nature intrinsic to its own existence, it is, as they say, the infinite cause of infinites. And no being, no creature, no manifestation can any more circumscribe the potential of being than he can plumb the depths of being. Therefore, in a sense, the concept, with being all things are possible, comes to have meaning. All things implying not all known things, but all things known and unknown plus. And little by little, the concept of deity is elevated to such a complete abstraction that, as Augustine pointed out, the mind of man, in his own limited way, not only cannot follow the thinking, but cannot visualize the end of the quest. He cannot conceive either of peace or motion, of rest or infinity, of immortality or mortality. All of these things disappear into an infinite mystery, a mystery that is totality. And this totality is very reminiscent of the most abstract concepts of Brahmanic theology, in which Brahm, the infinite, the unconditioned, becomes known only by its productions, but remains itself forever, the invisible root, the unknown cause of all causation. Now, obviously, this concept in itself challenged not only Greek theology, but Egyptian and Roman. It further challenged Christian theology, because it stood with such a tremendous state of complete aloofness that it found very little immediate association with the beliefs of other groups. Yet it may well be that in this concept, Plotinus, Iamblichus, Porphyry, Sallust, were close to some abstract formula derived from Plato. Now, in the Neoplatonic system, it is from this inevitable intelligible that exists only as a conjectural or conceptual entity that the universe emerges. Now, we must pause with these persons for a moment before we go further, because there is another fine point that we have to try and clarify. And obviously, in a brief survey such as we can make, we're not going to be able to clarify all of these points adequately. We can only touch upon them and hope that the picture leads to a constructive general summation of the subject. These Neoplatonists were concerned undoubtedly with the nature, the essential nature of this unknowable. And we find them breaking somewhat within themselves into two groups relating to this particular mystery. One group assumed that the conceptual or intelligible being had a total and complete existence, eternal and forever, in the vastness of the universe itself. The second group had already begun to isolate a psychological concept, namely that total being as a concept exists only within man. Therefore we have two systems. One, that man exists within total being, which is the reality. The other, that the total being exists only in man and is therefore a conceptual creature or being, which can be eternally affirmed, but only exists because of the conceptual power of man himself. This could break, and did break, to form two great systems that are still fighting in the world today. But they were aware of this possible interpretation and did everything they could to clarify their original meaning. In the Neoplatonic system, this eternal, unconditioned existence, by its own inevitables, produces from itself that which is inferior to itself. And this emanation, or perhaps more completely and correctly, this power that oozed from it, that descended out of its own nature simultaneously from all of its parts, the Neoplatonists called nous. And this was the world mind. Now the world mind had, by virtue of its own nature, a complete and entire dependence upon being. Being, on the other hand, had no actual dependence upon mind. Mind was a condition. And in order for being to assume mind, being must first deny itself. Now we get very close to Buddhism, where intellect or mind itself is the first illusion. For it is the first restriction or limitation of that which is in itself eternal and inevitable. Pythagoras referred to mind as the second power, or the power at the root of division. And according to the Neoplatonists, being, having cause to emanate from its own nature, nous, or mind, became captured or held within the net of the vast extent of its own mental or intellectual powers. Thus the conceptual power gave birth to thought. And thought was a product of conception. And the conception is superior to the thought. Therefore there exists a faculty of conception in man's consciousness, which is a creating power superior to mind. This all becomes a little difficult, but it will clear, as somewhat at least, as we proceed. Nous, or the world mind, is also identical in its essential substance with the world soul. Why did the Neoplatonists conceive the mind and the soul to be identical? In this, almost anticipating modern psychology. They replied, it is identical because mind is the inevitable root of reflection. It is the inevitable ordinator of conduct, the perpetuator of records, the distinguisher of parts, and therefore is essentially the power by which man can reflect upon his own conduct, whereby man therefore becomes capable of the concept of good and evil, the concept of life and death, the concept of beginning and end. these things, all being conceptual within man, inevitably result in the arising in man himself of the compound of his energies and their testimonies, or things done and their consequences. And from this chemistry or alchemy, therefore, arises the soul power. And the soul power in man is of its own substance and nature identical with the world soul. And the soul in its turn creates from itself, by the extensions of its own energies, what we call the body. And the body bears the same ratio to the soul that nous, or universal mind, bears to being. The one point that the Neoplatonists particularly stressed was that the soul was a movable equation. Here again, they are drifting very closely toward Eastern mysticism, with which they may have had direct contact through Alexandria and the caravan routes. The soul, therefore, has of its own nature three potential places of abode, or conditions of existence. Soul may remain, that is the human soul, the individual soul, may remain identical with the world soul. This is intimated in the story of the prodigal son by the brothers who did not leave their father's house, but remained at home. The soul may become identical with itself. That is, the individual soul may individualize, becoming therefore a living soul, having a separate existence. To borrow a line from Faust, twixt heaven and earth, dominion wielding. In other words, it may exist in a state of suspension between the world soul and the body below which it has engendered. Or the soul, the human soul, may verge toward body, become immersed in it, and as a result of that, lose its own identity by being submerged in or absorbed by the mystery of matter. This is the burden of the great Gnostic hymn, the hymn of the robe of glory, which is a variation again upon the theme of the prodigal son, and this in turn is another variation upon the great theme of the wanderings of Odysseus. In any event, the soul, therefore, may remain with the world soul, or it may become a separate being, having its own existence, or it may sacrifice its own natural existence and become absorbed in matter. The last in the story of Narcissus, who, seeing his reflection in the water, plunged into the pool to embrace his own reflection and was drowned. This would be the descent of the soul into body. The famous fable of Cupid and Psyche carries part of this story also. The fable was first originated and devised by Apuleius, and in it it is pointed out that after Psyche, the soul, had descended into the lower worlds, it ran about in a stumbling and erratic manner, unable to follow a true course. And this represented, of course, the soul involved in the complexities of a personal existence. Now here we have something also that we do not have in the older writings of Plato, or in most of the teachings of that time, and namely the gradual emergence of the concept of the human soul, not merely as a part of a compound, the soul no longer being merely the rational part of man, but now beginning to take on its own true psychic content, and to have a sympathetic relationship with body below and with universal soul above. The adventures of soul in Neoplatonism definitely indicate their belief that what we call man's soul life is really the enrichment of the soul potency by means of experiences either derived from the world or derived from the soul of the world. Those derived from the world are called experience. Those derived from the soul of the world are called intuition or apperception. The individual soul, therefore, has an internal contact with a superior source and an external contact with an inferior body. Through both of these contacts, energies flow into the soul, and in the ascent of man from a material to a regenerated condition, the Neoplatonists therefore taught that first the soul must be made comfortable in the body. Then it must be restored to its own life, and finally it must be returned to the world soul, or the universal life. Now in this concept then, we begin to recognize that the Neoplatonists identified the conscious part of man with the soul. Now this was also more or less according to the Platonic system. For the older Greek philosophers had no term for consciousness as we know it. To them, the consciousness of man was part of his psychic life. Here again we come to the Eastern concept of the sattva, or self, which is not an eternal and imperishable being, but is merely the compound of the various attitudes, convictions, beliefs, ideas, attainments, and limitations of the complete psychic nature at any given time. So here we have the soul capable of returning to the world soul, and in this return fulfilling its existence on a psychic, emotional, mental level. This in substance is the basic emphasis, and nearly all Neoplatonism is concerned mostly with this problem of the soul. It is not concerned nearly as much with the nature of deity as with the primary problem of what was called the fall of man and the problem of the regeneration of man. Now, dealing with this entire subject psychologically, as they did not conceive the fall of man to be the result of a curse or of some evil doing. They considered the fall of man to be primarily caused by innocence. In other words, just as the small child finds itself in difficulties and is unable to orient itself or extricate itself because of its own immaturity, it was inevitable that souls, once they had an individual existence, would move towards and verge to involvement in elements and conditions which they did not and could not control. Thus, as the universe is an infinite diffusion of conditions, souls having an individuality immediately were moved to experiment with these conditions, following the same instinct that we have today, that the unknown is an endless temptation and an encouragement towards adventure. Plotinus describes individual souls as suspended like effulgent blossoms from the body of the world soul. And he declares that these souls falling into generation, like seed falling into the earth, cause to generate around themselves the forms which are later to become their bodies. And just as the body of the plant grows from the seed, so the body of man grows from a primordial seed, which is the soul. And it is no more difficult to explain how the soul of man shall cause the body to come forth from it than it is to explain how the acorn can cause to come from it the great oak tree. Actually, bodies are built from soul seeds, and these seeds are sown in space. And these individual soul seeds, the moment they begin to build bodies, pass toward evolution, or pass toward an ultimate state of re-identification. All bodies are extensions of the soul toward unity. The fact that we have hands and feet are not primarily for the convenience of the body, but in order that the soul within the body may attain expression or release. And all release is toward re-identification with the world soul. Thus, the moment the seed is planted in space, at that moment the journey home begins. The journey home does not begin when the individual decides to be good or wise. The journey home begins with the atom, with the electron, with every form of life, conscious or unconscious. The mineral is journeying home the moment it forms its crystals. The plant is journeying home the moment it sends down its root or causes its first small shoot to rise through the earth. All things start home the moment they start releasing. And the release of the psychic energy and the formation of body is the beginning of this long way back to our own far distant native land. Thus, Neoplatonism is essentially a doctrine of the redemption of the human soul. But it differed from Christianity in the fact that it did not include any messianic dispensation or any power outside of man as contributing finally to the release of the soul. Neoplatonism did not believe in a fallen humanity, therefore did not believe in a Redeemer, any more than it would have accepted a Redeemer for the wheat that is cast in the earth and will bear its harvest tenfold. The natural growth of life is inevitable was an assumption by which their entire concept was motivated. And this assumption was rooted in very abstract conceptual ideas concerning the nature of primordial being, which we cannot attempt to go into because they involve not only many mystical speculations, but a great deal of advanced mathematical formula. So we must content ourselves with the simple thought that Neoplatonism is therefore a story of man's growth, and as a story of growth is also a discipline of growth. Now in the problem then we have again Proclus pointing out certain elements of the Platonic philosophy which led to a further division between Neoplatonism and other systems growing up in the society around it. One of these was that the entire emphasis in Neoplatonism being upon the release of soul through and from body, and with the complete purpose of life vested in growth alone. Neoplatonism had very little time for the expanding and spreading of economic, sociological, industrial ideas. It was not concerned to any great measure with the extent of man's terrestrial domain. It would never have inspired exploration. It never would have led to this great rise of modern nations such as we know, with their intensive competitions, their vast mortal projects. It would never have produced a civilization of individuals highly conscious of the wealth factor. It would not have produced these things because these people were not of this mind. Here again was one of the reasons they did not survive. They were out of tune with the most natural instincts with which man at that time and in future time also has been invested. But in Neoplatonism, the entire project deals with the actual release of the individual. When accused of selfishness and being self-centered, they replied that to their mind, their policy was by far the greater good, inasmuch as the only security that man can know in the material world is a security based upon an enlightened civilization in which each individual is doing right. Under such condition, wrong cannot exist. Therefore, the individual who devotes his life to the restoration of his own essential nature, if he increases in number and multiplies and becomes a dominant class in society, nearly all of the false ambitions of men will gradually be overcome. They can only be overcome when they are conquered within the individual, and not by legislation or by the collective growth of society, because there can be no growth of society that is not sustained by the growth of the individual. So they held a very strong and definite attitude on this matter. Now it would follow from their thinking that they derived much comfort from other philosophies, including certain phases of Persian mysticism, Hindu philosophy, Buddhism, Greek and Egyptian metaphysics. All of these subjects contributed to the broad pattern of the Neoplatonic concept. And in this concept we gradually see emerging what they might term their way of life, their way of truth. And perhaps this way of truth was stronger than St. Augustine suspected, and not nearly so uncertain as he is inclined to imply. Neoplatonism definitely did have a systematic order for growth. This order for growth was based upon the great laws of analogy, which they held to be very important, the relations or similarities between man and the universe, and between individual soul and universal soul, individual body and universal body. All these analogies became involved in their disciplines. They began by assuming and affirming that men gather together or live together at this time in a state of common benightedness, and that exceptions to this benightedness are rare, almost unique, and only a few true exceptions exist in any century. And they held that the exception should be the rule, and that the only reason why the exception existed is because some individuals, for one reason or another, and they believed in rebirth, did achieve to a greater sincerity of intent and purpose, and that any exception to the general ignorance was clear indication that any and all other individuals could also be exceptions, that man possessed within himself a potential which could be redeemed and regenerated, and that until man recognized that this was his primary task, he would never achieve permanent security, peace, or enlightenment. And for this common state in which men live together, the Neoplatonists had the term opinion. And they considered opinion to be the lowest form of man's psychic life. And that by opinion all men are commonly burdened, either by their own opinions or by the opinions of others. And what are opinions? Opinions are parasitical growths. They are concepts which have no validity, having no source in reason or in judgment, arising not from knowledge but from lack of knowledge. Therefore, a certainty arising from lack of knowledge is called an opinion. A certainty arising from lack of knowledge may be the most certain of all certainties, and there is no individual who is willing to defend realities more industriously than the opinionated are willing to defend their opinions. Now, why is an opinion wrong? What is there about an opinion? An opinion is a judgment passed without due examination. An opinion is a conclusion based upon appearances and not upon substances. An opinion is an immature, ill-defined situation, and it is also the product of an individual degree of non-intelligence which does not justify an individual arriving at a conclusion. Now, if everyone had to have a license and paid $5 a year for the privilege of having an opinion, we wouldn't have so many of them. But opinions are free, and we are very free with them. And yet, actually, it requires just as much wisdom to have a worthwhile opinion as it does to make an adequate diagnosis of an ailment. Therefore, we should go to school, perhaps do a postgraduate and then a clinic, before we are entitled to have an opinion. And we are not entitled to have any opinion on any subject which we have not specialized. Therefore, when they made poor old Luther Burbank come down from Santa Rosa and make his opinions on theology because he was a great horticulturist, we have the tragedy. Namely, that if a person is famous, his opinion on all subjects is supposed to be important. When he has no valid opinion outside of knowledge. And most of our troubles, opinion one form, gossip another, criticism another, most of our troubles arise from this condition which Heraclitus so well called the falling sickness of the reason. Opinion. Now, opinion to the Neoplatonists meant even more than this. It meant a level. It meant a world living only upon superficial observation of phenomena. An opinion would cause a man to say that the sun sets in the west because it appears to. Opinion is again to be measured in the term of Plato's allegory of the cave, where all the men down below who had never looked over the edge were quite certain of what existed there, and then proceeded to persecute the only man who went and looked and came back and told them. But because his findings were different from their opinions, he was wrong. Opinion, therefore, represents always a majority attitude, because according to Plotinus, on such levels the majority must always be wrong. The opinions of the majority, however, must not be confused with the intuitions of the majority, because that is quite different. But opinion is this superficial type of attitude or approach by which, as they expressed it, all things are held in common by exchange, but not by factual knowledge. Therefore, when we say something and affirm it because we have heard it, read it, or been told it, we are passing on an opinion. Now, an opinion usually in Neoplatonism does not apply to a phenomenon that is generally shared by men. Men do not have too many opinions about the fact that water is wet, nor do they have too many opinions about day and night. Opinions, therefore, are most dangerous where facts are the least available. Consequently, most of our most complicated opinions are on levels where together we do not share any adequate factual knowledge. And the moment we attempt to come to a conclusion beyond our knowledge, we fall into opinion, unless we are trained, and by training have learned how to extend the known reasonably and rationally. Now, above opinion and superior to it is sense. Now, sense to the Neoplatonists conveyed what we might term common sense, a very rare commodity, but one which is invaluable. Common sense has been held to be certain apperceptive or intuitive realizations that we share. Common sense is the expression of subjective experience. Anything that we have gone through ourselves, anything we have done ourselves, or anything we have thoroughly, rationally digested ourselves, may become available to us from the subconscious under the general form of sense. It therefore is that faculty by which primitive people are able to achieve an amazing validity in conduct or in the solution of problems. Sense is the individual solving or approaching an issue on the level of his own intelligence, but with all available, observable elements considered. Sense may not infer greatness of reflection, but it does infer breadth of observation and the ability to estimate the relationship of things seen to other things which may not at that moment be apparent. Therefore it is association. It is the continuity by which we learn from moving one stone how to move many stones, and how from hollowing out a log to make a boat we can gradually and inevitably move until we can create a great ocean liner like the Normandy or the Queen Mary. These motions are the gradual extensions of common sense. They are the individuals building upon the foundations of the achieved and moving toward that which must yet be achieved. This also, however, lies on the level of matter very largely, and material things. But common sense also becomes the second level of philosophy, because common sense produces the homely, practical, natural philosopher. Unschooled, unskilled, he becomes capable very often of a tremendous integrity of penetration. We think of, for instance, a slave like Aesop, whose fables show an uncanny penetration. And yet all of these fables represent things which the average person could know, could understand, could experience, but he did. There is nothing involved that is beyond what might be known to a slave. But many slaves would not know it. Common sense represented then that Aesop was able to call upon this experience and find in it the common links with the experiences of innumerable other creatures like himself, some in slavery to a physical master and others in slavery to an ambition or a passion or a concept. Now, above the level of sense comes then the level of knowledge. Now, knowledge is more than sense, because a sense is a probability based upon experience. A knowledge goes beyond this. A knowledge implies a combination of actual attainment and a measure of experimentation. Therefore, we can say that knowledge could very well, Neoplatonically, be built upon the Baconian foundation, and Bacon followed Neoplatonism. Namely, that knowledge is built upon tradition, observation, experimentation. Tradition makes available to us a wealth of material that may or may not be knowledge, but supplies us with the raw materials relating to fields of endeavor that have been conquered or achieved by others. Therefore, tradition is actually the historical record of the experiences of other persons. This becomes a valid source of knowledge, but is not in itself knowledge. Therefore, to tradition we add observation. Observation causes the individual to observe the application of tradition to the contemporary events of living. He can see with his own eyes and feel upon his own skin the operation of certain laws, certain facts, and learns more and more to, therefore, censor tradition as to its validity or its lack of validity. Then he adds a third element, experimentation. And experimentation is the process of putting a belief to action and observing its consequence. Now, for no other form of knowledge is there an equal substitute. Because no matter how much we may believe or we may hope, we may fear or we may aspire, all things are subjected to the final test of application. And it is only when we have taken a tradition, observed the world around us and the operations of these traditional factors, then subjected them to the laboratory technique of experimentation, either in our lives or on a scientific level, can we then affirm that we are in the possession of knowledge. Such knowledge as belongs to physical things can be usually tested by laws of physical matter. Knowledge relating to intellectual, moral, or spiritual matters must be tested by the laws of these levels, which may be various kinds of application in our own living. If we follow our own advice, we will know whether or not we will fall into the ditch. But we can continue to hold a poor idea forever and never know it is wrong unless we put it to work and watch it fail. That is why so many people with so many ideas seldom if ever apply them. They have a secret suspicion that they are not going to work, and they will not expose themselves to this situation. Now, above knowledge, we approach gradually to the highest levels of learning, and we come to that which is superior to knowledge, and that is wisdom. And in Neoplatonism, the term wisdom applies primarily to those who have as a motivation or a moving springboard to conduct a well-developed contemplative internal life. Wisdom arises from the contemplation of knowledge. For knowledge in itself always tells more than itself, if it is valid. All things known have imponderable overtones. The moment we establish the fact of anything, we come into a vast field of implications relating to that fact, antecedent causes which must be presumed to exist, subsequent effects which must be assumed will follow. So the aura of knowledge extends from itself into the contemplation of principles. The moment, for example, that we become aware of the operation of a law, we are confronted with the necessity for the acceptance of a lawful universe. If water flows downhill, this is a fact which we can transform into knowledge, and through knowledge we can vitalize into utility by using this water to turn a wheel or something of that nature. But the moment we begin to contemplate this knowledge, it opens us to another world, a world of imponderables, which must exist in order to support the known fact. Because no fact stands alone. No knowledge is complete as a fragment. Therefore, the contemplation of law and order, the study of a snowflake or a crystal in a rock, the moment we contemplate knowledge and arrive at the inevitable conclusions that knowledge forces upon us, we verge toward wisdom. For wisdom is the creation of a setting in our understanding great enough to encircle all knowledge. For knowledge is suspended from principles, and these principles are its inevitable causes. So wisdom stands as a crowning power, and in wisdom we achieve that degree of development by means of which we are urged or moved toward the life of wisdom. For having observed, having rationally experienced, having reasonably demonstrated, we are inevitably impelled to a personal standard of conduct conformable with the level of wisdom which we have attained. Conduct on a level superior to wisdom cannot be maintained. Conduct on a level inferior to wisdom cannot be tolerated. Therefore, the attainment of wisdom is really the beginning of an internal dominance over externals. Wisdom causes the mind to move gradually and inevitably from an acceptance of effect to a recognition of cause, and causes us gradually to transfer our allegiance from particulars to principles. Thus, from understanding and wisdom, we come to gradually perceive the outlines of the intelligible deities, the conceivable realities that lie beyond mind. We have now ascended through the levels of body and the soul's three polarizations: its association with body, its association with itself, and its association with the world soul. And we have come to that point in the discipline of Neoplatonism in which we stand on the threshold of a universe which has gradually enlarged, as it enlarged for Plato, as it enlarged for Plotinus, until at last we stand, as it were, upon the edge of a cliff, looking out into an infinity, and our road ends at the edge of the cliff. And there are only three choices possible to us: to retrace our steps, remain on the cliff, or jump into space. Any one of these three courses may be followed, but in all probability, as wisdom cannot be less than itself, we cannot go back. As wisdom will never be content to remain as it is, we cannot stay where we are. Therefore, the very demand of the pressure itself moves us inevitably towards this mysterious step into infinity. This step was the final exercise of Neoplatonism and was that division which is called theurgy. And theurgy is the individual coming face to face with the impossibility of the objective or philosophic or even contemplative attainment beyond wisdom. Now he has bridges, and Neoplatonism pointed these bridges out. While man is in ignorance, a glimmer of sense is within him. While he is sensible, a glimmer of knowledge shines within him. When he knows, a glimmer of wisdom shines within him. And when he goes beyond knowledge and beyond wisdom, a glimmer of something else shines in him. And this glimmering of something else is by means of a bridge, or a kind of rational magnetic or auric field which surrounds the fact itself, and which the Neoplatonists call inspiration, or in some cases intuition. In other words, man begins to recognize beyond wisdom a new standard of knowledge. A standard of knowledge which is rooted in the substances of realities themselves. In other words, in the conceptual forms which he has called principles, and which the ancient Greeks called the gods. In the great orders and hierarchies of conceptual beings, the individual, having attained wisdom, becomes dimly aware of the magnificent blossoms that are floating in eternal being, like the lotus upon the surface of the water. And he realizes, as we all realize finally, that the answer to every question that is vital and is real lies in this profundity, in this mysterious something that is forever beyond the grasp of the reason, that is forever beyond the power of the intellect to ordain or integrate. Then we come to the final step in the Neoplatonic concept, namely that man, having exhausted the potentials of soul, these having been exhausted because he has exhausted the potential of the world soul, because the world soul is not identical with being, but is subordinate to it. Therefore, as being produces soul, soul is deficient in something, because the superior is always greater than the inferior, and the creator must always exceed his creation. So when we reach the extension, or the ultimate, of the rational soul through the cultivation of the highest aspects of contemplative wisdom, we have exhausted the power of the world soul to carry us further. We then stand as Moses stood, overlooking the promised land, but he could not enter. Therefore he lay down and died upon the lonely hills of Moab. And in the Neoplatonism, there comes the same crisis that Buddhism approaches in the mystery of the Nirvana, namely the transition between conditioned and unconditioned existence. And the only solution to every conditioned existence lies in the unconditioned, because only the unconditioned, moving above the level of mind, on the level of conceptual reality, possesses the absolute authority of creation. This authority does not lie in the mind of the deity, but in the will of the deity. Therefore, in a strange way, the will produces the mind. And man, having exhausted the mind, must therefore return to the contemplation of the power of the will, the power of the universal will, which does things because of inevitability. And all things created are right because they are inevitable, not because they are moral or immoral. The Neoplatonists then contemplated the possibility of man bridging this interval, and they came to two conclusions, one essentially the Egyptian and the other essentially the Greek. These two conclusions were, first, that man, by the supreme exercise of his own wisdom, could jump into the unknown as a possible action of self-extermination. The individual could destroy his individual existence. He cannot do it until he has exhausted its requirements. In other words, he cannot do it anywhere until he has transcended that existence totally. Having transcended it, he can choose to cast it aside. So that essentially there is a possibility that the Neoplatonists contemplated, that the final act of wisdom is to cast oneself into the infinite. Now the second attitude, which is a little less extreme, and gradually gained favor, especially as we find it in the writings of Dionysus and the pseudo-Dionysus, is the recognition that total being, or totality itself, being in itself the only infinite and the only completeness, that it is conceivable that totality can possess the individual, even though the individual can never possess totality. Therefore, that the ultimate state is the condition of absolute acceptance, or absolute receptivity to being. And receptivity to being presupposes the complete extinction of not being within the self. Therefore, if the individual can outgrow his body, outgrow his emotions, outgrow his mind, so that he is no longer dependent upon them, and that they can no longer dominate his character. When the individual is no longer under the limitation of thought, he has therefore exhausted thought. He has exhausted the power of thought over him. The Neoplatonist contemplates this problem. When the individual has outgrown thought, what is left? When he has exhausted mind, and until mind ceases because it can no longer contribute anything, and mind has to have constant motion for its survival. The mind only lives because it eats the unknown, lives upon the unknown, stretching out, consuming it, transforming the unknown into mental food. When the mind has devoured all of the unknown, when the mind would be forced to reach a stasis and remain the same forever, then the mind would cease. So one school, the mystical school, assumed that the individual who has outgrown the mind and can cast it aside, as he casts the body aside, is then capable of the total experience of being. Now, Neoplatonism does not assume that this total experience of being is going to be bestowed upon individuals in daily living. It assumes that this total experience is going to be bestowed only at the end of the entire process of growth. Now, the Neoplatonists, however, did have a particular and definite doctrine, namely, that at various stages in the transition periods, particularly through those transitions which relate to wisdom and move toward intuition, when man is reaching the rim of wisdom and his intuitive and apperceptive powers are beginning to grow, he may and does receive an occasional flash, an illumination, an apperception of that which lies beyond. In other words, they originated the concept of what we call the mystical experience. They recognized it as flashes of complete integrity, not constantly available, but possible to man under certain conditions, and that by these intuitive or inspirational occurrences, which Plotinus declared he had experienced 6 times during his life, the individual becomes for a moment aware of some phase or attribute of being, not being in total, but something superior to his present condition. And because such superiority transcends that which is normally experienced, it may be mistaken for an ultimate, but it is not an ultimate. In the mystical experiences related by Plotinus and other Neoplatonists, one particular and interesting element is always present, namely that these experiences present an effulgent revelation of something that is in, around, about, and an essential part of everything that exists. These experiences did not relate to motion. They did not bestow a particular knowledge of any subject. They did not answer any question. In a strange way, beyond our concept of dimension, they simply answered question as it is. Not a question, but the entire mystery of question. They bestowed the seal of certitude, a tremendous authority blazing through the things intellectually or intelligibly comprehended or apperceived. So that suddenly an eternal value or eternal quality bursts through the universe. Man, incapable of sustaining the tremendous pressure of this upon himself, has only a second or a moment of this experience. And Plotinus was convinced that if it was extended for any length of time, it would consume the individual completely. It would destroy all of the sensitive chords of contact between the various parts of man's psychic nature, because it is too powerful. It is like Zeus appearing in the full panoply of power. It was too much. But through it dimly, the Neoplatonists perceived the reality, being, as an indescribable ocean of fullness, in which all things were absolutely and completely sufficient, and that everything, in some mysterious way, was permeated with this sufficiency, with this ultimate, so that out of the flower in the field, out of the bird in the air, there was suddenly released a sense of absolute integrity of ultimates. The complete certitude of that bird's flight became a dynamic truth in itself. And in the same way, the certitude of man's immortality was impressed upon his own inner life. The certitude, or the seal, as Bamey calls it, of the inevitability of all things by nature good and inevitable, suddenly, with complete assumption of authority, forced upon the awareness of man, bursting upon him, so that all he could actually do is to inwardly accept unconditionally the fullness of this implication. To this, Plotinus gave the name illumination. And this illumination was the ultimate reward of theurgy. It was the individual, having practiced and perfected those divine disciplines by which the individual consciousness, with its entire psychic life, is moved from a crude and barbarous state gradually towards a human destiny, elevated to an heroic estate, and finally restored in effulgency to the gods, and by the gods themselves returned to the Father fountain of all things. Thus the ascent of the soul is by a kind of ladder, a ladder of attainment. And Neoplatonism pointed out that this was not a theological ladder primarily, but a ladder of merited attainment every step of the way. And that this ladder of merited attainment was man's justification. It was his witnessing of his own resolution to grow. He proved his merit by his consecration to the proper and sequential steps of growth on and up to the ultimate end to be attained. Now, I said earlier that this concept had a profound effect. It had a very profound effect for the simple reason that in its final contact with the rising church of Christendom, Neoplatonism was officially destroyed. With the death of Hypatia, the martyrdom of Hypatia, the school in Alexandria ceased. And with the final edict of Justinian, the Greek schools were closed. But the early church took into itself practically the entire concept of Neoplatonism. And Neoplatonism became the philosophy of the church for 1,200 years. It became the philosophy of St. Thomas Aquinas. It became the philosophy of St. Augustine. It became the basis of the meditational and visual and visionary theories of St. Bernard, of St. Buenaventura. It inspired the entire mystical life of St. Francis de Assisi. And gradually, moving forward, did the one thing that no one expected it to do. It turned man's minds ultimately from theology to economics. And in the 17th century, under the great revival of the Cambridge Platonists, this very Neoplatonism, which had seemingly led to the renunciation of the world, set the foundation for what we call the scientific method of life. As we go through the series, we'll be able to explain more and more of how this operated. Until today, the average American citizen's thinking, in almost any subject in which that thinking is reasonably correct, that thinking is 90% Neoplatonic. As Emerson pointed out, All philosophy is Plato restated. And to a great degree, it is true of Neoplatonism rather than of the direct Platonism, because our entire contact with Plato in Europe and the Near East for 1,000 years was through Neoplatonism. Thus, the very fact that we have a democratic form of government, that we have the common law, that we have law and equity, these things are based largely upon Neoplatonism. The fact that we have empiric medicine, the fact that we have laboratories to carry on scientific research in infantile paralysis and heart problems, these things are the indirect outgrowth of the conditioning of the European mind during the medieval period by Neoplatonism. So while the system itself seemingly disappeared, it prepared the way for this concatenation of knowledge. It gave us the public school. Comenius, the father of the public school system, was a Neoplatonist. And it began the concept of a grade school, of high schools, colleges, and special institutions. It gave us the whole concept of a gradually, sequentially unfolding knowledge. It prepared also for most of the atomic and physical research of the present time, because the Platonic and Neoplatonic concepts of deity as life and energy were based, of course, upon the atomism of Democritus and Leucippus and the atomic speculations of Socrates. All these things moved together. Neoplatonism carried them across, spread them, and diffused them. And our modern world, in those parts in which it is more or less civilized, and in those parts in which it has more or less of a good spirit, and is seeking to grow, is largely a Neoplatonic world. And most of the morality and ethics of Christendom is Neoplatonic. So the diffusion of this subject has been immense. We've only been able to lay a certain foundation for it at this time, but we think perhaps we'd better let it rest now until next week and give you a chance to sort of catch up and get everything organized. So we'll see you again next week. Last week we called to your attention the peculiar circumstances which contributed to the rise of Neoplatonism in North Africa, Athens, and Rome. To very briefly summarize this situation, in order that we may use it as a further springboard, we must remember that this sect came into existence almost at the very time of the decline and decay of three great empires. We are inclined to think of these changes as affecting only political units. But as H.G. Wells so well pointed out, there is no great political change that does not profoundly affect the status of the individual. And although we do not always have an adequate account of the reaction upon private citizens, this reaction must be regarded as profound. And so we have a great school of philosophy, essentially mystical, rising out of the ashes of the three great empires. And as has always been observed in the descent of human institutions, there is an inevitable revulsion away from materialism whenever we have a marked decline in political conditions. As uncertainties increase, wars multiply, private problems mount, the individual turns inevitably to the consolation of his spiritual convictions. And as many historians and the literature of the time points out, the decline of these empires did not mean the total extinction of idealists. It did not mean that all Romans were corrupt, all Grecians decadent, or all Egyptians reactionaries. These large generalities cannot safely be applied to any group of human beings, because each individual has a nature of his own and may be an exception to any rule by which we seek to capture or define him. We have ample evidence at this time, for example, of the rise of a group of powerful idealistic institutions representing a desperate effort on the part of human beings themselves to meet the emergency in which they found themselves. And, of course, prominent among these groups were those in Syria and the Lebanon, the Essenes, the Johnanites, the Therapeutai, and the groups of the Semitic schools and colonies in Egypt under the leadership of men like Philo-Judaeus. We also have the tremendous rise of Gnosticism in Syria under Simon Magus and in Egypt under Basilides. We find the rise of a great restoration of learning in Greece under the ample leadership of Proclus, who has been called the Platonic successor. And in Rome, Plotinus, probably one of the most outstanding men of his time. I've told you many things about Plotinus, and I think perhaps you all know the story which perhaps best typifies his life. He lived in a decadent period of Roman history. He lived as a tutor and teacher of children. And whatever we may think of the Romans in those days of the debauched Caesars, we must recognize that they also seem to have realized the importance of honest men. For many Roman families left their entire estates under the trusteeship of Plotinus. At one time he is said to have held most of the wealth of the patrician class of Rome in his own hands, not for his own use, but because he was the executor of estates. Also, in those days when men's lives were uncertain, many approached him and asked him to accept the guardianship of their children if any evil befell them, and it often befell. And during the closing years of his life, it is said that Plotinus lived in the atmosphere of a kindergarten, that there were dozens of young people, hundreds in fact, under his care, that he worked with each one of them, that he assisted the young women to proper marriages and homes, that he established the young men in business, and that through his busy life of philosophy, he was never for a moment hesitant in turning his attentions to the needs of a nursing infant. And yet this man has survived to us as probably one of the most stupendous intellects of his time, yet known in his own day as one of the kindliest and most simple persons who ever lived. So in even these discordant and difficult periods, there was much true greatness, and much of it centered in the great rise of Neoplatonism. Neoplatonism, let us remember, was separated from the historical school of Plato by over 400 years. It also was deeply concerned with the Pythagorean problems, from which it was separated by better than 600 years. Thus, Neoplatonism cannot be said to be merely Platonism restated. Neoplatonism was an interpretation, based certainly upon Platonic principles, but adapted to the needs of a different type of world from the one that Plato ever knew. A world which had a great deal of sadness in it, a world despondent with the weight of its own worldliness, a disillusioned, almost neurotic world, a world that had lost its securities, a world in which the private citizen was no longer able to count his blessings or to determine with reasonable certainty his own daily future. Thus, in these times, the great descent of the Platonic tradition served as a powerful instrument, as has been pointed out by many historians, in preserving a certain measure of calmness, a certain measure of detached thoughtfulness toward life, which might otherwise have almost totally ceased in the pandemonium which finally ended in the great invasions by the Goths, the Visigoths, and the tremendous and powerful campaigns of Attila. So Neoplatonism was more than just a philosophy. It was the heart and soul of the people in great sorrow, reaching out for the best solution that they knew, and taking that solution and interpreting it according to their immediate, pressing, spiritual, moral, and ethical needs. As one of the writers of the period points out, it was the doctrine which for many people, for many sincere persons, kept dream and hope alive, made it possible to face a universe which seemed terrible, but which had to be understood. And through understanding, man again restored his faith in both God and his fellow man. Now, as we've also said, the Neoplatonic school flourished in three general areas: Athens, Rome, and Alexandria. And it also, to a certain degree, spread through the entire Mediterranean area and through a good part of the Aegean area. And in the course of its unfolding, it gives to us another interesting name in connection with the descent of philosophy, and that is Iamblichus. He was a Syrian, born in what we would term today the Holy Land. And he was early under the influence of Porphyry, Plotinus, and other members of the Neoplatonic school. We do not know the exact date of the birth of Iamblichus, but he died AD 330. Thus he belongs in the latter part of the 3rd and the first part of the 4th century. He preceded Proclus, who mentions him in his own writings, and follows after the great masters of the first Neoplatonic revival. Of Iamblichus himself, we have very little information. Probably the most that we can ever know of a person of this kind is to be derived from the tone and quality of his work. As a person, he is indistinct. As a character, as a temperament, as an individual, he is rather powerfully delineated. Iamblichus was by no means the most brilliant of the Neoplatonists. That he was a serious and sober scholar, we know. That he was a man of great personal piety, we can also rather quickly apperceive from his work. In his life and in his thinking, devotion dominated. And while, as was natural in those days, in which there was no essential division between religion and philosophy, there is not a clear line of demarcation in his thinking. We can see that everything he touched, he handled with a peculiar and wonderful mystical reverence. He was never satisfied merely to approach things on an intellectual level. He had to go beyond this. Therefore, his name is particularly associated with one step or degree of the Neoplatonic ladder of development. I explained that ladder in general to you last week, rising from opinion through all the different degrees of intellect, and finally culminating or terminating at the upper end in theurgy. Iamblichus was one of the principal exponents of this mystery of theurgy, which has been likened by some Westerners to Grecian yoga. But this is not actually a proper definition. It indicates a lack of a critical consideration, because actually, while both of these disciplines seek a certain kind of spiritual exaltation, the concept of yoga and of the Neoplatonic theurgy, these concepts are essentially different. Of course, there is one point that I think we have to recognize in both schools, however, and that is that when we use the term, either in India or in Greece, of spiritual exaltation or the elevation of a spiritual condition, it is not to be interpreted in the sense or in meaning, in any sense of the word, personal aggrandizement. Because to them, all elevation, both in the East and West, was departure from personality toward universality. Therefore, no individual who attained to a high state could possibly establish the concept of personal possession of wisdom or knowledge. The entire concept, both of yoga and theurgy, is that the more the individual ascends, the more completely he recognizes the identity of life, the identity of the human need, and his own exceedingly humble place as a servant of common good. Therefore, ascent does not mean vainglory or self-aggrandizement. Ascent means the actual attainment of a level of internal realization in which the self is no longer important. This is clearly pointed out in no uncertain words by the Neoplatonists, and also is to be found in practically every ancient Oriental work dealing with the yogic or Vedantic disciplines. Now, theurgy becomes so important to Iamblichus that he devoted a very great part of his writing to this consideration. He had a school which was reasonably strong but did not survive very long because all of Neoplatonism was gradually entering into a period of fierce persecution from which it did not survive as a sect, although it did survive in many respects to dominate practically every system of idealistic thinking from its own time to Ralph Waldo Emerson. In the Neoplatonic group founded by Iamblichus were a number of fairly brilliant scholars, and there is still some question today as to which one of these, or if all of them together, united to produce the text which we are interested in this evening. Its ancient title, as it first appears in known manuscripts and in the first incarnabular printings, is Iamblichus on the Mysteries of the Egyptians. Now this term would imply, apparently, that the work was by Iamblichus. Here again, however, there seems to be a certain amount of historical doubt. Whether it was his own work or whether it was compiled like the so-called Golden Verses of Pythagoras, we do not know. But certainly we do know from his other writings that it represents him, that it represents the attitudes, opinions, and beliefs which he held. And as it takes form and develops before us, it becomes impersonalized almost on the title page of it. Here is the first edition of the work in English from the translation of Mr. Thomas Taylor, probably one of the outstanding commentators and translators of Greek and classical thought of his time. And in this we find a great deal of interesting information at the beginning of the work. We find, for example, that the book is held to be the result of a correspondence between a Greek philosopher and an Egyptian scholar. And therefore we have the following description below the title. The answer of the preceptor Abamon to the epistle of Porphyry to Anibo, resolving certain doubts. And these doubts evidently relate, as the work unfolds, to the technique or theory of theurgy, or the mystery of the union of human consciousness with the divine. The entire work, then, is related directly or indirectly to the Egyptian system as it was after the collapse of the Greco-Egyptian religious culture and after Egypt had become a vassal state of the Roman Empire. So we must pause for just a moment here to introduce another interesting motion which is discernible at this time. Somewhere, perhaps as early as the 1st century, certainly not later than the 4th or 5th AD, there arose in Egypt a school which is called the Hermetic. Now, the Hermetists claimed, of course, a great antiquity to their doctrine and belief. But no text or no works dealing with the Hermetic mystery, no work is known prior to the early centuries of the Christian era. Like many other mysterious organizations, it seems to have assumed an antiquity or to have been based upon older records, beliefs, or traditions, but as a formal group seems to have risen about the same time as the Gnostics, the Kabbalists in the Syrian area, the Neoplatonists, and the Essenes and other mystical sects. The Hermetists represent, therefore, a last statement and to a degree a purification or attempt to regenerate and redeem the great gradually vanishing system of Egyptian religion. Now we know, for example, that the Egyptian religion flourished almost undiminished in grandeur and glory for nearly 5,000 years. And from the earliest texts that we have, many of which go back 4,000 years before the beginning of the Christian era, the system was already highly evolved and highly instituted. We must also realize that in the early periods of Egyptian religion, the faith was an extremely democratic system. In other words, there was no such a thing as a formal religion of Egypt. We have to use a term, Egyptian religion, but it actually carries a consideration of probably 30 or 40 different faiths united into a grand pattern. But these faiths, each with an individual and distinct structure. The great common denominator of these faiths was in the person of the Pharaoh, who as priest-king presided over all the nomes or provinces of Egypt, and was to a measure the hierophant of all their mysteries. But with this general overshadowing concept, the religions of the provinces and states of Egypt were very largely local. And during the comparatively early period of this development, deities began to take shape in the nomes or provinces. At one time, for example, Amun-Re, who later became the supreme solar deity of Egypt, was merely the god of a very small province. The rise of the Osirian cult was comparatively late in Egyptian religion, and in its early development, Osiris was also a local community deity, not known outside of a very restricted area. The same was true of the mysterious deity Thoth. Thoth, the god of the writing table, seems to have been partly derived from the earlier Assyrian, Chaldean, and Babylonian concept, which was summarized in the deity Nebo. Nebo, there is a statue of him in the British Museum. On the base of the statue are these words: "What has been will be. I am Nebo, Lord of the writing table." Nebo was the keeper of the records. He was the wise historian, chronicler, scribe of the gods. He was also an intellectual deity, ruling mind and thought. And he was the one who recorded all of the wisdom and wonder of the universe. Gradually, in the rise of the Assyrian-Chaldean complex, therefore, Nebo became identified with the principle of mind, because he was the mind of the gods. He was their messenger. He was their friend. But he also took upon himself various attributes, and as the divine mind, he descended to earth, took form, and taught men. Therefore, he brought the wisdom of the gods to men, and gained a great distinction as the messenger or manifestor of the divine will. He was the beloved son of the Father God, and was therefore an intercessor between gods and men. We find this in the ancient cuneiform tables in the British Museum and in other ancient monuments and repositories. Nebo, in some of his attributes, gradually moved toward one of the lesser nomes or provinces of Egypt on the Chaldean side of the country, and by degrees insinuated himself through his worship into many other areas, until gradually, by the time of the Great Recension, which resulted in the rise of a more or less codified Egyptian religion, he emerged in the full glory of Thoth, the ibis head, or the deity who was the scribe and the recorder of the gods, represented with the stylus and the waxen tablet. Thoth was therefore, in turn, identified with the principle of wisdom. And as wisdom and as the scribe of the gods, as their messenger, as the ambassador of the deities to various parts of the world, he gradually came to the notice of the Greeks, who found him exceedingly similar to one of their own divinities. When the Greek hierarchy of pharaohs took over in Egypt under the Ptolemies, and under the splendid court of Ptolemy Philadelphus, the Greco-Egyptian complex of religion began to emerge and take particular form. And in this period there rose several deities that had previously been comparatively local, but because of their similarities or parallels with Greek gods, became more and more intriguing and interesting to the Greek hierarchy and the Greek principalities that arose in Egypt. These deities were, in more or less in order of importance, Thoth, Osiris, Isis, and Serapis. All of these deities show a very strong later Grecian influence. Of course, all of them were worshipped earlier, but usually not in the same way, or with the same legends, or with the same interpretation. The nearest to being an exception to this would be Isis, who was worshipped in much larger areas at an earlier date. But the great Osirian Isis and the cycle of legends which surrounded her in connection with Hermes and Serapis, were of comparatively late date, but she flourished greatly in the last centuries of the Egyptian religion. In the transition from Greece to Egypt of certain philosophical doctrines, possibly post-Pythagorean, there is the transition between Thoth and Thoth Hermes. And little by little, the Egyptian Thoth came to be known even in Egypt as Hermes. As Hermes, he was still essentially the scribe in the Book of the Dead. He was still the messenger and writer of the gods. He was still the mediator between the gods and mankind. But by the time we come to the cycle covered by our story this evening of Iamblichus and his work on the mysteries, Hermes had come forward and had eclipsed Isis and Osiris and Serapis. Hermes had become the principal patron of the late Egyptian restoration. And gradually from this circumstance there arose a new sect, which is called the Hermetists. Now, many persons think that the Hermetic philosophers were essentially alchemists. In the chemical sense of the term, this is not so. The original Hermetic teachings were very much closer to the Gnostic and the Essene. And the divine Pyamander, the shepherd of men, and the great dialogues and discourses of Hermes constitute a literature highly mystical, with a considerable amount of Gnostic and Neoplatonic influence, and also with borrowings obviously from the Kabbalah and quite possibly from the Far East, because your caravan routes were functioning at that time. The Hermetic mysteries, as we recognize them at this point, therefore, were highly philosophical, highly metaphysical. They related primarily to the regeneration of man and approached the subject very much on the same level as the Neoplatonists. The Neoplatonists mingled considerably with the Hermetic philosophers, and it is interesting to note that in the rise of the Christian church, which followed within 2 or 3 centuries of this date, that the only early pagans or neo-pagans that have been held in high esteem by the church and were never publicly attacked or defamed by the church, but were regarded as legitimate predecessors of the church philosophy, were Plato, Hermes, and the small original group of Neoplatonists. These individuals were given particular consideration, perhaps because St. Augustine of Hippo, who was one of the first codifiers of Roman law under the Holy Roman Empire, was himself strongly addicted to these sects. In any event, the Hermetic teachings drifted into the early works of the Nicene and post-Nicene fathers, and there is very little conflict. In fact, these and the Platonic works were accepted almost without question and contributed very largely to the modification and structure of the early church. This is not speculation. The ante-Nicene fathers themselves explicitly state that this is so. And writing in the 1st and 2nd centuries, they should be in a reasonable position to know. This particular point, then, brings us now to the involvement of Hermes in this particular work. It begins with a sentence relating to Hermes in which the preceptor Abaddon, the Egyptian, explains that the wisdom which is herein contained, and now he is following the Hermetic story almost exactly, may be traced or was traceable to Hermes, the god who presided over language, and was formerly very properly considered as common to all the priests. He explains, for example, that the wisdom which he is going to unfold in this study of the mysteries is based upon the Hermaic pillars, which were probably buried or hidden under the temple of Sais in Egypt, where Solon claimed to have seen them as a result of a trip through a subterranean lake to an island under the earth, where the 2 pillars of Hermes, or as they are also alternately called by the non-Hermetist group, the pillars of Enoch, were said to have been standing since antediluvian times. Our priest in this particular work says that these pillars have been seen and studied by Pythagoras when he was in Egypt, and that this knowledge which was upon these pillars was known to both Pythagoras and Plato, and that it was through them that it descended into the Greek side of Neoplatonism. And it was through the Egyptian branch or side of the subject that it descended through the Hermetic mysteries. And that therefore, in a sense, the two works had a great kinship with each other. The general tone of this book reminds us of the opinion that was presented by Solon after his return from Egypt. Solon, who was one of the first great lawgivers of Greece, and the man who reformed the great problem of boundaries and ownerships and land, and was the first to make impossible the enslavery of man in Greece for debt. He was a great liberal and a great leader. Solon, returning from Egypt after he had sought among the Egyptians the information necessary to reform the Athenian law, Solon observed an incident that had occurred to him while he was in Egypt. He had been asking questions of one of the Egyptian priests, and suddenly the priest turned to him and shook his head very, very sadly, said, "Oh, you Greeks, oh, you Greeks, why will you forever remain children?" In other words, perhaps it was a little bit of sophistry on the part of the Egyptians. We don't know. Of course, every ancient nation believed its own culture was the best. But the Egyptians always regarded the Greeks as sort of perpetual adolescents. They were never willing to acknowledge that the Greeks quite equaled them in penetration into the great mysteries of life. And in this particular work, Iamblichus, if he is following an original document, as is indicated, certainly picks up this particular problem. Because in the letter which is being answered for the priest was written by one of the Greek philosophers, and the priest, in answering it, nearly in every question and section, corrects the Greek. In other words, he does not agree with the Greek approach to the entire subject. Now, one of the interesting things about the section which is here, which deals with the subject of theurgy, is the principle involved. The book itself carries through on the subject of divination. In other words, the work deals theoretically and practically with the possibility of man receiving from the gods or from superior beings answers to mysteries, guidance, instruction, and whether it is possible for man, with the aid of gods or of powers or of mysteries or of secrets, to foretell the future, to know that which is to come, but most of all, to advance to the state of theurgy, which in this work is said to be able to foretell the everlastingness. In other words, to foretell, as the priest explains, not what will happen, but what you will be when it happens. And the Egyptian points out that this is the most important mystery, because anything that will ever happen in the future to you can only happen because of what you are. Therefore, to merely project the future upon the basis of our present state is to prophesy uncertainly, because we are not able to know even what we may desire at a remote time. So a man saying, "Will I fulfill my desire at a certain future time?" and the oracle says yes, the man knows not what his future desire will be. Therefore, he cannot tell in what detail or particular fulfillment will be attained. The individual, by virtue of the fact that he is forever growing, his destiny and his fate is not due, as the Greek and Egyptian priest says, to the mutations of the world, but rather to the state of the individual in the world. Because if he changes, 10,000 may fall upon the right hand and 10,000 upon the left hand, but the just man shall not be moved. Therefore, the degree of his own justice determines his own survival. And it is on this grounds that the theurgic priest, the Egyptian, says that the great mystery of prophecy or of divination is to divine our own core of consciousness at any time but this moment, because this core is forever changing. Therefore, our likes and dislikes are forever changing. And these problems concern a considerable part of this work. The work also explains the Neoplatonic concept of theurgy as a kind of divination by which man is able to invoke the knowledge of the mystery of truth, as Isis, by her conjuration, invoked the power of Re and took from him the secret word of divine authority. In order also to understand the work, I want to read just one or two paragraphs to give you, who may not read the book, something of the spirit of it. Because, as has been noted in the case of Iamblichus, there are tremendous overtones in the spirit of the man himself. This spirit also shines through the entire concept of Neoplatonism. And therefore, from the introduction of the book itself, I'd like to call attention not particularly to Iamblichus, but to the strange, wonderful, mystical, and yet profoundly significant way in which these statements were made. They are quite different from nearly all other philosophical or sacred literature. They are almost unique. Now, this is the definition in Neoplatonism of creation. And I'm just going to read about a paragraph to give you some concept of their idea and of the strangely subtle way in which they expressed it. According to this theology, therefore, from the immense principle of principles, in which all things causally subsist and exist, absorbed in superessential light and involved in unfathomable depths, a beauteous progeny of principles proceed, all largely partaking of the ineffable, all stamped with the occult characters of deity, all possessing an overflowing fullness of good. From these dazzling summits, these ineffable blossoms, these divine propagations, being, life, intellect, soul, nature, and body depend. Monads suspended from unities, deified natures proceeding from deities. Each of these monads, too, is the leader of a series which extends from itself to the last of things, and which, while it proceeds from, at the same time abides in and returns to its leader. And all these principles and all their progeny are finally centered and rooted by their summits in the first great all-comprehending One. Thus all beings proceed from and are comprehended in the first being. All intellects emanate from the one first intellect. All souls from the one first soul. All natures blossom from one first nature, and all bodies proceed from the vital and luminous body of the world. And lastly, all these great monads are comprehended in the first one, from which they and all their depending series are unfolded into light. Hence this first one is truly the unity of unities, the monad of monads, the principle of principles, the God of gods, one and all things, yet one which is prior to all. I think that is probably the most complete summary of the doctrine that we can find in the Neoplatonic literature. It also gives us something now of the spirit of this particular doctrine. Iamblichus claims very definitely that a great part of this material is derived from the remnants and the fragments and the surviving instruments of the old Pythagorean system. And he points out very definitely in this concept what he calls the concept of unities, which is more or less unfolded in this definition. These unities as unfolding or descending blossoms suspended from unity. Iamblichus explains through the Egyptian priest, or perhaps it is the priest himself explaining, we probably will never know, that all things proceeding from unity must forever bear within themselves the seed of unity. That unity itself stamps with what Veni calls the signatura rerum, the great seal of likeness. And that nothing can proceed from unity that is not itself a unity. Therefore, according to this system, all beings proceeding from primordial being partake inwardly and eternally of unity, and likewise subsist in and forever remain within the body of all circumscribing essential unity. Also, Iamblichus tells us that the proper and least, rather the most proper and least erroneous definition of the unity of unities, the principle of principles, is that it is the one and the good. It is the one because by unity man bestows the supreme sense of his own power to bestow honor, as his own consciousness and his own nature instinctively perceives the oneness to be the most honorable, to be the most ancient, to be the most inevitable. And by oneness or unity, he bestows the attribute or title of totality. Therefore, totality as one is the supreme being. The Egyptian then says that the term the good is peculiarly appropriate also inasmuch as it is the inevitable and natural instinct of all creatures to desire the good, to seek the good, and gradually through the unfolding faculties and powers which they gradually come to possess, to serve the good, to demand or require the life of virtue, and to honor the gods by the performance of that which is good. Therefore, by the one is expressed the nature and root of being, and by the good, the eternal, everlasting, never-ceasing yearning of all life for the experience of that which is its own ultimate, the eternal subsistence within the substance of the good. That all things that may be good, that man may be in himself good, and through his own goodness make good the world. And that when he achieves these ends, he is at the same time stating his highest religious conviction concerning the one, because he instinctively assumes that the great desire of the one, as expressed through creation, is for the realization, manifestation, and total fullness of the good. Therefore, the one moving into activity in any form moves by virtue, and that all the works of the one are good, and all the creations of the one are in themselves good, and that therefore the gradual revelation of good is the final revealing of the one in all the states of human society. This also brings us to another point, which I would like to also read, and this will be the only reading we'll do. But I want to bring this example out because it points up another situation that I mentioned, namely that the Egyptians were a little inclined to regard the Greeks as inadequate in their philosophical approach to things. Now, in a book of this kind, it is quite possible that the author intentionally enters a mistaken concept in order to sustain the explanation. In other words, he may cause the student in the writing to make a comparatively foolish question in order that the scholar, the wise man, the sage, may have an opportunity to unfold the correct answer. It's a method in dialogue which is frequently used in classical writings, because if the question is always complete and perfect, there is usually no need for the answer. A completely perfect question is the complete answer of itself. Therefore, there has to be something wrong in the statement, or it does not lead to a discourse or dialogue. So in the dialectical and dialogic form, this is common. Now, in the Egyptian priests answering the Greeks, we have an interesting point here, which also sustains one of the abstractions of this point. In the first place, therefore, you say, the Egyptian is now answering the question, presumably, of Porphyry. You say, it must be granted that there are gods. This is the statement which the Greek makes. The Egyptian answers this way. Thus to speak, however, is not right on this subject. For an innate knowledge of the gods is coexistent with our very essence, and this knowledge is superior to all judgment and deliberate choice, and subsists prior to reason and demonstration. It is also co-united from the beginning with its proper cause, and is consubsistent with the essential tendency of the soul to the good. If indeed it be requisite to speak the truth, the contact with divinity is not knowledge, for knowledge is in a certain respect separated from its object by a state of otherness. This is a very subtle point. But prior to the knowledge, which as one thing knows another thing, is the uniform connection with divinity, and which is suspended from the gods, is spontaneous and inseparable from them. Hence it is not proper to grant this, as it might not be granted, nor to admit it as ambiguous, for it is always uniquely established in energy, nor are we worthy to explore it, as if we had sufficient authority to approve or reject it. For we are comprehended in it, or rather we are filled by it, and we possess that very thing which we are, or by which our essence is characterized, in the knowing of the gods. Therefore, he tells us in this, which is a part of his introduction to theurgy, that the theurgical art is the transcendence by the individual or by the truth seeker of that knowledge by which he affirms or rejects any matters relating to the divine. In other words, I don't mean that he conforms necessarily to an opinion, but rather that he does not approach the nature of the eternal or being, as Iamblichus calls it, as something worthy of contemplation, or something which can be contemplated by another thing separate from itself. The Egyptian here is pointing out that in this subject, therefore, man depends upon the use of a power within himself, which is not his own power, but the power of unity or divine cause, eternally subsistent within his own nature. Therefore, that man can only apperceive the true nature of being by virtue of the quality or power of that being in him, and not by any power or nature, attribute, or faculty of his own. This is the foundation of theurgy, as it is taught in Neoplatonism. That the individual can never produce a vehicle of consciousness by which he is capable of transcending the limitation of this otherness, which is the state of his own approach to, estimation of, or reflection upon reality or truth as something separate or distinct. He is therefore warned in the beginning of the theurgical arts, which were the highest levels of the Neoplatonic mystery, that to contemplate is to proceed to the point in which we may see things as pictures, or as likenesses, or as representations, and that these likenesses and representations, like great art, great music, or any other magnificent aesthetic expression, may stimulate us, may enthrall us, may give great joy and beauty to us, may ennoble us, and may give us the strength and security for further achievement, but in themselves they cannot be considered as the direct manifestations of the supreme power. Inasmuch as that which can be contemplated apart from man implies the existence within the experience of man of a state of disunity. Man and the object of his quest are two, and truth is one. Therefore, the Neoplatonists maintain that as long as the observer observes, as long as the knower knows, as long as the thinker thinks, there must be otherness. And therefore, that the supreme work which they believe to have been the original doctrine or concept of the Greek mystery was that man must first overcome otherness. Or, as they would have said it, perhaps more wisely, that this overcoming of otherness is not the first, but the last. It is the most difficult and the most abstract and mysterious of the theurgical practices. This, of course, consummated or crowned the entire Neoplatonic system. And all of their other disciplines, as Porphyry and Plotinus also tell us, all other disciplines were to prepare the individual to approach the mysterious state of non-otherness. Here, of course, we have had reason to liken certain of these concepts to the Eastern systems, to Buddhism with its nirvana, to the Vedanta or yoga with the samadhi and other similar states. But in the Neoplatonic system, it is a little bit different. The Neoplatonists did not seek identification with eternity through the rejection of life. He did not seek to destroy the individual. He did not seek to prevent the natural growth of the intellect or the unfoldment of any attribute which man may have inherited from what our Egyptian would call the secondary gods. Other than that, the Neoplatonists made great stress and emphasis upon the individual achieving what they would term the philosophic life through the gradual, sequential transcendence of limitation. In other words, the great initiation rite was growth itself. And growth represented the individual's achieving and transcending, never evading or avoiding or seeking to escape. That there was no way through any problem in the long course of human experience except straight through. That the individual had to always have victory. For failing in victory, he failed in release. Any problem that is not completely solved must remain a terrible uncertainty in the consciousness of the individual, and he will therefore face it again and again. Not because the problem necessarily is so great, but because his own strength is not great enough. Thus, in the Neoplatonic system, man grew by exhausting the limitations imposed by every level of existence. This is precisely the burden of the divine Pymander or the Shepherd of Hermes, in which the individual, the initiate, seeking the mysteries, ascends through the orbits of the 7 planets, and at each of these orbits he transcends or solves the mystery of that orbit, until finally he attains to the empyrean and passes through the mysterious little door in heaven and comes before the throne of the Great One above the great crystalline sea, as described in the book of Revelation. A very large part of that magnificent scene in Revelation is almost word for word from the Hermetic books. In the Neoplatonic concept, therefore, we have the gradual experience of the individual moving from the sense of separateness or the sense of aloneness toward the sense of identity. To the Egyptian who writes this book, aloneness is the acknowledgement of the acceptance of diversity. The more completely the individual believes in many, the more completely he is capable of isolation. If he believes in 10 or 100 or 1,000, he is one of them. And they may all exist around him, and they may all press in upon him. Therefore, aloneness is the statement of the acceptance of the even or divided number, the representation of the individual's inability to recognize unity. And the Egyptian also points out that from the earliest points of man's existence, he has been moving from a savage isolation toward a gradual integration of a social structure in which he no longer experiences aloneness. Thus, in the archetype or in the divine pattern, even as the gods in their own motions move again towards the victory of re-identification, so man in his great migration through life is forever moving away from separateness and towards the increasing recognition of wholenesses. Iamblichus tells us that these unities, which represent the roots or seeds which flow from or descend from primordial unity, that these unities are innumerable, and that man, conquering diversity, always does so by the discovery or the experience of some kind of unity. And he also, and later Proclus points out to us, that every experience of a unity is an illumination. In other words, the moment the individual sees the bridges between separate things, he begins to have the theurgic vision to some degree, because theurgy is not merely a consummation in itself. It is a gradually unfolding, growing power of apperception by which certain things, not now obvious, become more and more continuously apparent to the consciousness. Therefore, a unity or the experience of the discovery of monads or entities may exist on any level. One of the old philosophers pointed out the fact that when a man takes a piece of wood, puts 3 legs under it, and makes a stool, that this individual has made a unity out of diversity. He has built a unity, and that all building is the bringing of things together, even as all destruction is the separation of things. Now, actually, the Neoplatonists did not believe in a principle of destruction. They believed that disintegration always occurs, that reintegration may follow on a higher level. But they did recognize that things may fall apart. And they also considered that things which fall apart pass from a state of growth into a state of decay. So that something that becomes decadent, that falls apart, that relapses, that no longer hangs together, that no longer has integration and purpose, this inevitably leads to decay and the final disintegration of parts. So that unity may be experienced in many levels of unity. For example, in art, we may have a unity of a small group of artists with a single purpose, perhaps a half dozen of them, come together for some particular project, thus forming an entity or an entirety. And following, as he expresses it, one of the older doctrines of Pythagoras, Iamblichus points out that the moment a group of divided elements are restored to a unity, they are ensouled by a power. And that this ensouling power is derived from the numerical archetype of the universe. And that every number that is conceivable to man consists of 2 things, a monadal number or a numeration, and an ordinary number or the sequences that we know. Therefore, for instance, the number 60 is either a unit, 60, or else it is 61, the infinite diversity of its own number. In the grouping, as he explains it, therefore, the experience of unification releases archetype which exists in space. For every numeration or compound composed of the potential of numbers abides also in its own state as a unity. The recognition of the 10 parts is not the experience of 10. And the experience of the oneness of 10 is achieved in the life of man, according to Iamblichus, through the voluntary cooperation of human beings who discover the old adage, in union there is strength, and that these unions create a oneness. When 6 men are of one mind, there is a oneness. And this oneness is an archetypal entity. And according to the Chaldeans, these archetypal numerical entities are gods. Or, if we wish to look at it otherwise, they enable, through a new body compound, to achieve a release of the common strength of the group. So in the story, as Iamblichus expresses it, there are 2 ways of approaching this mystery. One is to recognize the possibility of achieving union in the otherwise, or in the otherness. In other words, that we may take blocks on a table and arrange them. We may take 10 tubes of paint and paint one picture with them. This picture is a unity. And this unity is really the instrument of an idea. And in that condition, or in that instance, man himself, as the painter, is the archetypal pressure that is released only through the necessary media or instruments. But the Greek and the Neoplatonists emphasize that these unities, which are so important, may be intellectually known in the otherness, but can never be experienced in the otherness. The only experience of them lies when this entire process of coordinating parts, or the restoring of these divergent numerations, that it must all occur within the individual, not within the world around him. He must experience the unity. And the primary experience arises from the unification of the diversity of his own parts. And that just as surely as evolution must bring him to the gradual unfoldment of his potentials, this law operates through the restoration of unities throughout his body, throughout his emotions, throughout his soul, throughout his mind, throughout his consciousness. And the individual, as the Egyptian in this work says, is dissimilar in his present state, due principally to the fact that he is disunited within his own nature. And that which is in itself divided cannot, in that state, have the experience of being united. It must attain to this experience. It must achieve it. And, of course, in the ancient ritual, the story of initiation, as contained in the Egyptian mysteries to which the old priest refers, was a series of pageantries, dramas, or symbols to impress this upon the neophyte or the candidate, not so much by things said as by things seen or heard, not so much by counsel but by mood, by the tremendous stimulation of some internal release of the individual, and a release that is made possible or made suitable by an experience. And therefore the initiation ritual was totally different from instruction, because in the initiation there was an experience, a participation. There was not this mysterious interval of otherness. The candidate was actually doing these things himself. He was not hearing about them. And this is also involved in the mudras of Indian religion, because the hand postures, although they are symbolical and in themselves apparently trivial, represent the tremendous difference between learning, listening, reading, and even the simplest gesture of the hand in the actual act of doing. The transformation of a symbol into a living circumstance by the bestowal of internal energy. In this story, therefore, in the development of their level of theurgy, the Neoplatonists emphasized that the great art, the mysterious wisdom revelation which they sought, was not one thing, not one attainable mystery, but was a series of reversals of the involutionary processes by which greater and greater separateness became the burden of human life. And that by reversing this process, man gradually united the various elements and powers of his own nature. as Porphyry and also Sallust, and to a degree the Emperor Julian points out, that there is as yet no unity in man's sensory perceptions themselves. The eye sees with one purpose, the ear hears with another. Man cannot control his own faculties. He cannot focus them upon a one-purposedness. Therefore, it is perhaps a difficult but necessary thing for him to learn that all of these sensory perceptions are the servants and instruments of an apperceptive power superior to themselves. For as Plotinus points out, unity is always achieved upon a level superior to the diversity. In order to bring things together, in order to circumscribe or bring things within pattern, the individual must transcend their separateness and from a superior state of awareness gather them in. He cannot gather them in directly upon the level of the confusion in which they are separated. This power to gather them in depends, therefore, upon a degree of theurgical insight that is greater than the diversity at any given moment. To achieve this theurgical insight, rationality is not invoked, nor is knowledge regarded as the solution. The solution is always through the experience of the superior. Consequently, the contemplative or mystical disciplines of Neoplatonism begin to assert themselves. The discipline is to use our words, more simple words almost, is to relax into the acceptance of the real, recognizing that diversity is essentially a state of knowing or a state of not knowing. That diversity for man is a condition arising from his own lack of insight. The primary problem is not that he shall increase in insight, but that he shall no longer increase in failure of insight. In other words, it is not so much in this concept that he grows as that he ceases to resist growth. Not so much that he knows more, but rather that he begins to experience that which is eternally available in knowing. These terms, even as the old books themselves tell us, very soon become exceedingly complicated, inasmuch as the appropriate name for an experience cannot be found. Once it is experienced, it needs no name, and when it is not experienced, it is useless to name it. Consequently, the problem of the true degree of experience can only be approximated intellectually, and the intellectual approximation is not the attainment of it. The attainment of it lies in the theurgical concept that it must be lived. It must completely and totally possess the being. And the power of man to possess this insight lies not essentially in himself, but in the archetypal eternity of oneness which is at the root of him and within which he exists. Therefore, man's eternal pattern of growth arises from the inevitable impulse of diversity towards its own reunion. And man is on a flowing universal stream that is moving inevitably in this direction. If man resists this motion, he is miserable, he is sick, he is disordered. If great collective parts of mankind resist this motion, they are inevitably destroyed thereby, or at least frustrated and injured. It is therefore the resistance to that which is true or real which is regarded as the greatest handicap. And in the theurgical part of this mystery, the disciple is taught that if he does not prevent unity, he will experience it. Perhaps that is the nearest way in which I can put it into the words of the original concept as it is given. If the individual does not stand in the way of experience, but is simply quietly receptive of reality, the archetypes move through him. He experiences them, he knows them because they are of himself. And as in the paragraph which I read, He no longer takes certain things for granted or presumes or assumes or believes. These things move through him when he does not prevent their motion. In our world, however, we are inclined to prevent motions, and it was not so different in the days of Socrates, because the individual, in order to not resent or prevent motion, has to have a certain attitude toward the problem of growth. This attitude lies in the recognition that there is no obstacle but the self, and that all other so-called obstacles are excuses. That the motion of the individual toward totality is a completely internal and eternal motion. That it need not be conferred by one upon another, because it is equally present in all things. And as the Egyptian tells us a little later, the stamp of universal or divine being as totality is present in everything from the greatest to the least throughout space. That there is no being, no creature, no existence which in its essential nature does not possess unity, and in possessing unity possesses the potential of experiencing total existence. Therefore, the obstacle lies not in the inability of the individual to receive instruction, or the inaptitude of the times, or the inconsistency of surrounding circumstances, because unity is present, and its total seal and stamp in everything that exists, from the greatest sun in space to the most minute molecule or ion dancing in a ray of light or energy. These are all totalities, and the totality of each is God, and the totality of the sum is God, and God is the totality of totalities, as the Chaldean oracles are supposed to have said. In this concept, then, the Neoplatonists held that theurgy was the attainment of that which is the inevitable state of man, some achieving it through vigorous attempt, others through absolute self-forgetfulness in the service of other human beings, others less thoughtful, having it slowly thrust upon them by the inevitable vicissitudes of existence. But whether by intent or by circumstance, whether through a tremendous adoration of the divine, or an eternal and complete dedication to the human need, the individual is moving constantly toward totality through every moment and instant of self-forgetfulness. The moment he remembers himself, he's lost, as far as the total experience of theurgy is concerned. The moment he is not aware of himself, he begins to depreciate or depress the otherness, because he cannot be hyperly aware of self unless he believes there is something else beside himself. Self is a division. To believe in self is also to recognize isolation from other selves, because self cannot be one and total in equal degree at the same time. So in the Neoplatonic concept, the purpose of self-forgetfulness is represented as the simple means of removing active attitudes which deprive the individual of the immediate apperception of the life moving through him and the archetypes within him. Now, these teachers also fully realize that there is a difference in the obtainable degree of this total experience of unity possible to the individual at a given time. They believe firmly, this book states without equivocation, that this total experience is ultimately available to every creature that exists and is its proper destiny. But the Neoplatonists affirmed that this total experience would not be possible on the same level at a given time in an imperfect and incomplete world to all persons, but that this is in itself no importance, inasmuch as in each instance the experience of unity is a superior experience to the present, and the person of comparatively uncultured attainments who discovers the next superior state of unity in himself has as great and thrilling an experience as the great sage who may experience a much vaster consciousness in this subject. It is all growth. All of this growth is toward totality. And as there are young children who must be taught one thing and older children who must be taught something else, so there are in the world persons, all of whom must react according to their potentials as they are now manifesting. But each one of these is capable, daily, yearly, and through life, to have a series of unfoldings of unity according to his capacity and his knowledge. The carpenter, the shipbuilder, the clerk, the professional man, all of these individuals are capable of gradually unfolding sense of oneness, of identity. Perhaps the physician may first of all begin to recognize a certain unity between himself and the great need of a suffering mankind. He then approaches his subject no longer as a physician making a living, but the experience of the service of a great unity, a concept of identity, a oneness which may be termed health, which may be termed the service of a principle or of a law. And if the physician actually is sincere and is devoted to his cause, the practice of his profession and his faithful service of others will give him an experience of divine unity through the God Asclepius, which is the monad of God as healing and of health. Therefore he discovers the healing power of the archetypal law through his own ministry. Through whatever we do, we release some indication of the patterns or the great mathematical radiant blossoms described by Plotinus, suspended in being, the wonderful geometric snowflakes of inflexible and inevitable law, which are forever pressing themselves upon creation. To experience these laws, to know them not by the mind, but through a living in them and with them, a gradual possession by them, so that the unity becomes the total or wholeness of the person. So we have Plotinus saying also that each individual, as he grows, presents a sequence of totalities, which is himself. And it is this thing he calls himself that bears witness to the totality he has attained. Because whatever real growth he achieves is not upon himself, toward himself, or for himself, but is himself, as part of the unity of the divine power or monad which is at the root of his own existence. Thus, in all of these procedures, theurgy, as it was taught by the Neoplatonists, comprehends the gradual elimination of otherness and the gradual acceptance of an identity with this gradually unfolding reality. Now, these people lived in times and under circumstances in which world and world's situations were contrary to their deepest and dearest convictions. Thus, perhaps, we may see the reason for the tremendous emphasis which they place upon certain of these principles, an emphasis which we find again, of course, in Sallust, in The Gods and the World, and in the hymn of the Emperor Julian to the Mother of the Gods. In these great works, these Neoplatonists pointed out conclusively the transcendent importance of this theurgical mystery, inasmuch as no tyranny of a decadent state could in this way touch the person who possessed the true understanding and the true motive. That it did not require any assistance other than the complete and abiding faith of the individual in the total aspect of universal good. That it was a complete faith in the immutability and inevitability of archetypes that was the final and complete defender and sustainer of the inward life. Either the inward life is sustained by absolute law or it is not. And the Neoplatonists insisted that it was. Therefore, those who break the law, nationally or individually, must ultimately meet a reward or a compensation suitable to their needs, a punishment which is in itself a lesson, and therefore contributes to the ultimate release of the reality through them. But the decadence of worlds and the collapse of cultures could not touch the great archetypes, because these archetypes do not depend upon any human institution for their manifestation. They depend only upon the absolute release, like a blinding flash of eternal radiance, the absolute release of total being through total creation. And that this total creation is gradually achieving this end. Reading one time one of the dialogues of Julian, I happened to go to a motion picture show where they have slowed down the growth of a flower. Or rather, I guess in this case, they speeded it up. In any way, it made it seem as though the flower moved, because they made the camera, they slowed down the camera, and in that way made the film appear to transform the plant into an animate thing. In other words, they took a single frame only so many minutes, so maybe so many hours apart. And then when the sequence was run, it seemed as though the flower opened with a burst of light. And I couldn't help but think of Julian's meditation relating to the problem of the world, in which he says, or points out, that at any given time, under any given circumstance, there appears to be no motion toward this wholeness. That there is no appreciable time in which we can say, this is the day of great rejoicing. That each generation, each day seems to pass, and the great plan is neglected and ignored, and the otherness prevails. But he also points out that in the great other dimensions of human consciousness, this is not true. And that like the changing the rate of the camera suddenly transforms a very slow process into an immediate apparent process. So actually, this tremendous motion is going on, but it is so slow that we do not notice it. But in the great unfoldment of the blaze of eternity itself, this motion is probably, in reality, far more rapid than we realize. This bursting through of totality, the complete conquest of otherness by reality itself, was to these people, these philosophers, the condition most greatly to be desired. And in the practice of theurgy, as we have said, they taught certain cathartic disciplines, disciplines of purification, disciplines of instruction. They believed in teacher-student relationships, not because the teacher was wise or the student was foolish, but because of an experience. That the experience of relationship, the individual who could learn to follow the teacher could sometime learn to obey God. And the teacher did not claim to be God or to hold any ancient or sacred prerogatives, but the individual who cannot obey can never lead successfully or securely. So all through their disciplines they set up patterns, not for the sake of forms, but for the sake of enriching or strengthening the inner character and attributes of the individual. And they went on from these disciplines of purification to disciplines of meditation and enlightenment, seeking always the highest good as it was attainable to them. One modern writer who was not particularly favorable to these older philosophers, as is often the case, however, did summarize one statement not long ago when he said, whatever we may say or think, we cannot question the magnificent ethics promulgated and taught by these people, an ethics which probably is one of the highest in the history of philosophy, because these people made so much of the fact. In fact, their whole philosophy was suspended from the one fact that philosophy was not a way of thinking. Philosophy was not an accumulation of knowledge. Philosophy was an experience of life. So the quotation, make philosophy thy life, not the subject of analysis or concentration or something of that kind alone. The ethical structure of the Neoplatonists, therefore, is of some advantage to us to know exactly how they proceeded in their general contemplations. They held on the religious level that the greatest possible good was to discover the oneness, the complete indivisible wholeness of all human religions. That all religions, great and lesser, enlightened and unenlightened, represented degrees of the human quest for totality, for wholeness, for escape from otherness into the sphere of reality. Therefore, their absolute patience with all religions, and at the same time, their very sincere and definite desire to assist the release of the highest ethical and moral principles within these different religious groups. Plotinus says they held philosophy to be a great discipline of the mind, by which the mind could be brought to that realization of the reality of universals, that they might, or the mind itself, might then abide in perfect childlike faith in the realities of eternity. Like Socrates and Plato, therefore, the mind prepared the individual for the perfect faith, hope, and love, because it proved to him the kind of a world in which he lived, and enabled him to trust his eternal destiny without hesitation, without reservation, without mental limitation, to the infinite keeping of the infinite good. Of morality, their doctrines would be as high as any that we have today. And for their general code, they were greatly indebted to the great Egyptian negative confession of faith, which they were able to contact, presumably, through the Hermetic mysteries. And of course, the Egyptian negative confession of faith is probably the greatest moral document on earth. It is a document so incredible that we wonder that the Egyptian could accept it or even formulate it under oath, because it is a type of thing that would be almost impossible for modern man to live up to. And yet it was not only inscribed in the mortuary rites, but because these rites were of the highest significance, the individual, in order to escape the implications of this, would have to stand prepared to perjure himself in the afterlife before God. And it is a little difficult to imagine that he would dare, under the existing state of his religion, to assume such a thing. It is not often that we see a complete statement of this as we find it in the early Hermetic works, but for the original contains over 300 sections and constitutes an incredible moral code. But I remember 3 or 4 thoughts in connection with it, which were moved into Neoplatonism to become the basis of what they call the philosophic life. For as I believe, if I am correct, it was Proclus who said, philosophy is nothing more than doing good. And then he adds, and to do good exhausts the power of philosophy. Because everyone in the world desires to do good, but very few know how. But in the event, the negative confession of faith includes such statements as the person standing before the great God, and with all the gods of the balance before him, surrounded by the rulers of the quick and the dead, in the great hall of Amentet, and the soul of the deceased addressing Osiris of the double empire, plumed and robed. The soul says, never during my earthly life did I say an unkind word about any person. Never in my life did I bring injury to the living or the dead. Never did I covet that which was not my own. Never did I raise my voice against my friend or my enemy. Now, if you go through 300 clauses of that caliber, it must have been a little difficult to get into a Amentet. Now, of course, we can say that nobody ever lived that way, and that such a code is inconceivable. Granted that the Egyptian did not, but Plotinus and the Neoplatonists would point out a very simple thing. It was that power which was without otherness that made him dream and hope that he could. In other words, this code came from the eternal root. It came from something perhaps so great within himself that he could not even live it. He could never really transcend his own frailties to that degree. But it was this root beyond otherness that made him hope or dream that such virtues could be, or even to recognize such conduct as a virtue, because all men have not. It was also this root within him which made him dream of a time to come in which such a code could be real, and men could live this way. So it was, as Plotinus points out, proof that the supreme preceptor, the grand hierophant of all mysteries, the teacher of teachers, lies in the total being of the individual himself. That in proper need, in proper humility, in proper grace of spirit, man becoming still and learning through stillness to know, could bridge the mysterious otherness and find the eternal root and core of all good, all beauty, and all truth locked within his own soul. And that this great road past the otherness was the road of contrition, of dedication, of devotion, service, and love. These things were greatly known by these people. And I suppose there is no group of philosophy in the Western world that made as heavy an emphasis upon human regard, friendship, affection, love, service, as this Neoplatonic school. To them it was one of the essential disciplines of their religion. Something not to be discussed, not necessarily to be advised, not even to be advocated, but simply, naturally, and without reservation to be applied. Not to be considered as a virtue, for Plotinus felt definitely that man's growth is not to be considered as a virtue, but as the simple expression of an eternal necessity within himself. Man is not to be complimented because he grows, because growth is his natural way. And it is when he does not grow that he should be distinguished as in some way different and inferior to the order of life to which he belongs. Therefore, his growth is his fulfillment, his natural and reasonable course of action. And on this ground, he is here to fulfill, to develop, and to perfect himself. Plotinus says that during his lifetime, he was on 6 occasions elevated into theurgic identity with a blessed being. He tells us that this particular mystery is not to be explained, but that during these exaltations of consciousness, he was able to experience fully the complete meaninglessness of himself. That he was able to discover and experience that truly he was a word spoken by an infinite power. That in himself he was nothing, but that the great God in him did the work. And that in this relationship he was not only the willing hand, the willing servant, but that it was not even a servitude, because it was a realization of an identity that was so transcendent, so complete, and so immeasurable, that he was nothing and all, that he was not superior to the least nor inferior to the greatest, that he was totally alike, and that there was no longer any interval between himself and that which was infinitely less or infinitely great. Now, the degree of the exact enlightenment we do not know, but we know that it became the foundation of the entire theurgical art, which was to achieve the experience so that nothing is great nor small, but all things are true. And in their being true, they are not truth in the sense of fact. They are truth in the sense of radiant, living being. For to all these ancients of this school, every reality was a radiant, living archetype, not a fact, but a magnificent, blazing entity, a tremendous mathematical formula ensouled by a divine power. And the perfection of the formula called that power by an enchantment. And that which is built in a certain pattern calls to itself the soul that is to inhabit it, like the urns that were fashioned by Omar the tent maker, each of which spoke with a voice according to its own nature. So in the Neoplatonic concept, we find this sense of illumination as being identity with the least and the greatest, without interval or difference. Plotinus pointed out that these experiences for man, for the average man, can last only for a few seconds, because beyond that point, the tremendous and incredible bewilderment the incredible radiance would be more than the human personality can endure. Therefore, for a second, this tremendous blaze is released like baby's lightning flash, and then the curtain falls again, and the individual lives once more in the peculiar uncertainties of the mortal sphere. But these experiences of that which is beyond otherness result in the sudden recognition that we are everything, and everything is us. There is no interval, there is no difference, there is no time. There is simply the incredible ability to experience the entire impact of creation as a mystery of the eternal will and the eternal love. These things then made the peculiar school that flourished in this sad and visible transition period. That it brought with it a tremendous strength of inner conviction, we know. That it has a short span of existence, we also know. For we know that after the death of Theon of Alexandria, Hypatia took the chair of philosophy in the Neoplatonic Academy and was later assassinated. The murder of Hypatia closed the Alexandrian school. The death of Proclus approximately terminated the school in Athens, because after that time his disciples were scattered and forced to flee into other lands. In Rome, the school practically ended with the death of Plotinus. So the Neoplatonic school did not live long in its strange, mysterious effort to explain chaos. The chaos of the Roman Empire, the chaos of Egypt and of Greece, by discovering, by a valiant extension of inward life, the immense reality which would justify chaos and would make it ultimately the instrument and servant of the great ordering power of an eternal good. These philosophers left their mark upon history. Their school of thought descended and has survived. We know, for example, the important part they played in the great statutes of St. Augustine. We know furthermore that they were tremendously powerful in shaping the whole great theological system of Thomas Aquinas. We know that they came on down through practically all the systems of idealistic philosophy, all the way down to our own Emerson. Nearly all mystics of the medieval Christian period, both Catholic and Protestant, were by nature and by, in many cases, by pronouncement, Neoplatonists. They were able to be this because the Church did not deny them that right. It did not hold up this one system to ridicule or general refutation. It was acknowledged and occurs again and again. In the Eastern Church, the mystical divinity of Dionysius Areopagitus dominated the entire Eastern Church and became part of the tradition which descended with St. Chrysostom. In the West, we have other equal mystics, some of the more famous, of course, St. Bonaventura, St. Francis de Assisi, and others, all of whom carried the same mystical divinity concept with them, and it is still essentially a part of church dogma. Thus, the influence of the situation is reflected perhaps in the orders of penance, in some of the monastic orders of early Christianity, because of the effort to escape otherness and to lay a foundation for crossing the interval between human limitation and universal and eternal life. And all of these systems are related in this transition. We know, for instance, that Aquinas specifically and definitely mentions these other authors and his indebtedness to them. It is not theory, it is factually there. So that we have a tremendous moral descent of Neoplatonism. And I think perhaps it can be also summarized in the approved definition of mysticism as it is known in the classical world and in the modern world of mature philosophical thinking. And that is, mysticism is the belief or the conviction of the availability of the presence of the divine, and that the individual, seeking within himself and unselfishly and impersonally desirous and solicitous of inner instruction, will receive it, and that this instruction is possible because of the omnipotence, omnipresence, and omniactivity of the divine power, which is without boundary or limitation, and is the supreme or tremendous unity and is the tremendous archetypal impulse behind all creatures seeking wholeness and seeking to return again, like Ulysses, to their own far distant native land. And as we go on with this series, we will also have a little time to consider the wandering of Odysseus and other phases of this subject, in Porphyry's cave of the nymphs, and Socrates, Apuleius on the god of Socrates. We will mention them in connection with other things. But I think perhaps this will give us a little picture of the contribution that was made by the work of Iamblichus on the mysteries, which is the basic concept on which we have been working tonight, the concept of theurgy. And we will pass on in the next instruction to another phase of Neoplatonic discipline. And thank you very much for last week we talked about Plotinus, and I told you something of the character and disposition of this remarkable man. As I pointed out, although he lived a solitary life and had no family of his own, he was surrounded for the greater part of his life by children and young people. He was the guardian of many distinguished Roman families, and through many years served very close to the needs of practical people. At the same time, he was a very deep and mystical person, perhaps one of the deepest and most profoundly mystical of all the great pagan thinkers. He had greater depth than Marcus Aurelius, a more obvious mysticism than Plato, and a greater strange internal humility than nearly any of the other Neoplatonists. Born in Egypt, he flourished principally in Rome and lived through the greater part of the 3rd century A.D. He lived in this critical period when a great world order was gradually vanishing, and he united in his own life not only the consolation that wisdom had brought to him, but a beautiful and heroic effort to give this consolation to others. And most of his writings are burdened with this gentle acceptance of the human need. And as we will try to unfold one of his shortest but best known works this evening, I think you will see something of the spirit of the man. Perhaps we can gather his spirit from his own words better than from the discussion or analysis of his character after all this time. We know that Plotinus was one of the few of these philosophers who frankly and openly admitted that he had passed through certain mystical experiences himself. The validity of his statements on these subjects is maintained by the quality of his work. There are many statements, even in this little fragment, which could scarcely come from a person who had not personally experienced something of the larger mystery of life. His essay concerning the beautiful perhaps summarizes some of the choicest of his doctrines. It is one of those small gems that sometimes fall from a brilliant pen and are remembered even after greater and deeper works are forgotten. Like Boethius on the Consolation of Philosophy and the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, the essay on the beautiful has become a classic, and it is regrettable that it is not more readily available to students today. We use for our discussion of it the Thomas Taylor translation, which was done in the opening years of the 19th century. The work is scarce but not rare, and with time and effort can generally be discovered. The essay on the beautiful is best introduced by study of the Neoplatonic concept of beauty. And in this study, we know that much more is implied and inferred than our common usage. The Neoplatonists in the beginning considered beauty as an alternative term to be applied with the word good. Good, with a capital letter, was the Neoplatonic equivalent to our word God. And perhaps the word God can be traced to the same derivation, the idea of the good. Certainly we have the term, the good God. And this concept of the good presents deity in Neoplatonism as the object of the soul's desire. All things in themselves naturally aspire to the good. And any condition which arises by which this natural aspiration is thwarted, blocked, or retarded results in an infirmity to the psychic life of the person. The essay on the beautiful, therefore, is very important on a psychological level. It should be given a lot of thought today when we are beginning once more to contemplate the powers resident in the human soul. Good, as the object of man's eternal quest, is a substance in itself beyond definition. Because we must approach good on several levels. There are things which we commonly and daily regard as good. And these, for the most part, are the gratifications of desires. When things go according to our pleasure, it is good. When they go contrary to our pleasure, it is bad. Then there are other levels of good. There are good laws, which we may grudgingly accept, yet commonly acknowledge. There are good lives, relative terms, for that which constitutes goodness of living upon one level may not upon another. There are good books, about which there can be no common agreement. There are good days, in which our affairs run smoothly. Then there are good things that can happen to us. For the sick, the restoration of health. For the sad, the return of joy. For the burdened, rest and repose. Thus good, in our temporal way of consideration, means an end of a condition which is the opposite of itself. For evil to end is good. For good to end is evil. Thus we measure these things by a relative yardstick. And any improvement in our fortune is a common good as far as we are concerned. Then we have a larger concept of the common good, of working together, of building together, of sharing. We have these good things which come under the heading of virtues. We have moral good, which is virtue. We have spiritual good, which in itself is righteousness, or a state of acceptability before God and our own conscience. We have the goods bestowed by knowledge of arts and sciences. Now all these things may confuse us, as Plotinus points out. For is there a good that is apart from goodness and superior to it? Is there a principle or an eternal essence of good? And does this operate through things? And is its manifestation the source of goodness? Or is goodness merely a series of accidents arising in the mixtures and minglings of life? If there is a principle of good, if there is an eternal good, why can one person see good in a thing and another person cannot see that good? Why does the rain that brings us gratitude cause consternation and distress to those in flooded areas? Our term good, therefore, must be explored more deeply. For we must search for that kind of good which is innate in the body of God, a goodness apart from things, an essential goodness, or as Plotinus might have called it, an intelligible goodness. The mind, contemplating upon the mysteries of life, is able to create a series of qualities which are mental goodness. Mental goodness may also search from itself toward the world around it, seeking for proof and evidence that other things are good. Therefore, the mind may be termed good in itself if it is a well-ordered and useful mind. But it cannot be termed good if it is an ill-ordered and useless mind. Thus again, good seems to be separate from mind, even as good is separate from those things that we call good. All good things which exist in this world are subject to alternations. Too much of good becomes itself a circuit, and we are no longer happy. Therefore also can we say that good is associated with anything. So we come to the Neoplatonic speculation: is good a relationship of things? Are things in a certain order good, and in another order not good? And can things of themselves not good, by order and arrangement, become good? This is a very important consideration, because if this is true, then all good is a compound. Good is something composed of parts, themselves dissimilar to their totality. This in turn leads to other speculations. And from these thinkings comes the consideration that good is not necessarily a compound, because a thing in itself good may be composed of other things in themselves also good. And Plotinus gives the example of a great building. And the architect, when the building is finished, looks at the whole structure and he says it is magnificent. It is correct. It is mathematically perfect. It is in law and order. It is a work of great beauty. It is symmetry. It is everything that for a building of that purpose and that kind would be good. So the building is a common good, composed of many parts. Yet this same architect, looking at a single column in this building and considering it thoughtfully, and observing that its proportions are proper and symmetrical, that it fulfills exactly the purpose for which it was intended, may also rightly say that the single column is good. Therefore, good does not have to be a compound. The parts in themselves can also be good. A greater good may therefore be a combination of parts in themselves good. Therefore, good is not necessarily a compound. On the other hand, certain things, apparently worthless in themselves, such as crude and uncut stones, when worked upon and perfected by art and rendered beautiful, may become equivalent to or worthy of the term good. Yet in their rough and unconditioned states, they are not obviously good. Yet the power or possibility of goodness lies in them and is released through the work of the stonecutter. Therefore, the stonecutter bestows good, and good may not necessarily be inherent. And we can continue this discussion for a long time on various levels and in various ways. Always we are seeking to determine the location of good, the fact of it, as divided from all of the secondary considerations. And it is in these thinkings and in this approach to subjects that we observe one of the magnificent facets of the mind of Plotinus. Even his most mystical, his apparently most emotional and fervent thoughts are always approached carefully, cautiously, unfolded in orderly sequence, each reasonable doubt resolved before the mind passes to a further consideration. Never is a statement made and left unsupported or without the necessary attendant and commentary thinking. Thus we have a mystic who is also a highly ordered thinker. And yet all his thinking is used not to prove the correctness of his mind, but to prove the sublimity of the divine plan. And in this we have the use of mind, the use of words. And Plotinus, in one of his discussions, weeps a little over the sorrow of words. How little words can tell. How poor they are in the search for terms suitable to clear the doubts and misgivings of the human soul. And yet perhaps there is no one in antiquity who used words more lovingly, more beautifully, and more exactly than this man, who would have been an inspiration to the best part of modern semantic thinking. And in his essay on the beautiful, therefore, we're just going to read a few of the opening lines to sort of set the pattern for you, and then we will go into the problem that he presents. He begins thus: beauty, for the most part, consists in objects of sight, but it is also received through the ears, by the skillful composition of words, and the consonant proportions of sounds. For in every species of harmony, beauty is to be found. And if we rise from the senses into the regions of soul, we shall there perceive studies and offices, actions and habits, sciences and virtues, invested with a much larger portion of beauty. But whether there is above these a still higher beauty will appear as we advance in this investigation. That is his opening statement of the purpose of his work. And from that, we can begin to summarize the thinking of this man on a subject which is very close to us and is probably much closer as we understand what he meant by the beautiful. As a springboard for his discussion, Plotinus compares the beautiful and the good, because he affirms and assumes that there is a valid relation between these two terms. Valid perhaps first in the fact that neither can be arbitrarily defined. This in itself is important, for that which cannot be captured in a net of definition may very likely be superior to definition, and therefore belong in a different world, a higher sphere of human contemplation. And he further held to be true that the principle of beauty, if it has a separate and natural existence, if it is an archetype, if it is an eternal being resident in existence or in space, must be apperceived apart from its productions, or those things which we call beautiful. Therefore, he recommends us to consider the possibility that things so called beautiful are the long shadow of beauty cast upon matter, and that the beauty of physical things lies not in themselves, but is bestowed upon them by the operation of a superior power. We may go so far as to see that Plotinus is identifying the term beauty with the Christian concept of grace, because beauty is a power for goodness, a power for healing, a power for health and well-being, eternally and everywhere available, and suitable to the perceptive faculties of various orders of living creatures. He then points out that for each species or genera, its own kind is beautiful. Therefore, that beauty has in its material sense a relation to acceptances. That which is strange, distant, improbable, or difficult of comprehension is not immediately recognized as beautiful. In art, this means that the artist, seeking to capture a concept of beauty, will find this concept changing and elusive, and that which satisfied his instincts at one period of life will not satisfy him at another period of life. The objects themselves have not changed. The energy moving through them has not changed. What then has changed? He has changed. And the secret lies in himself. When the conqueror Cambyses is said to have approached the great temple of the Olympian Zeus for the purpose of destroying the building, he entered first into the great structure, and there gazed for some time upon the magnificent ivory carving of the face of Zeus, this gigantic structure, this statue with flesh of ivory and robes of gold, seated upon its Olympian throne. And after he had gazed upon it for some time, Cambyses slowly fell to his knees, and the sword dropped from his hand, and he took an oath that he would not destroy that building or injure the god who sat there. Yet no one had spoken. Only ivory and gold had glittered before his eyes. What then had moved the conqueror? He himself said that he could not withstand the nobility of this splendid face that looked down upon him. And in this, then, can we say that the Olympian Zeus was dead, or that it was merely a form? Can we say that forms of this kind, statues, paintings, and works of art, have no life in themselves? They have some kind of a radiant power, a symbolic, magical influence. For Cambyses bent to a symbol of incredible nobility, a strange, unearthly regality. From the great statue by Phidias looked down, and Cambyses could not withstand this strange expression. The answer somewhere, according to Plotinus, would have rested in the sublimity of the depiction. That this beauty, like a light, shone through, and yet it shone through only the works of man, an inanimate substance that would soon return to the dust. Yet this beauty lived. Is this beauty then captured only in the works of men? No. Plotinus believed that it was captured most in the works of the infinite itself. That no man could equal the sublimity of the sunset, or touch the grandeur of the midnight sky spangled with stars. Plotinus felt that men could not see these things, could not look upon them without being influenced in some subtle way, and recognized an incredible beauty flowing in upon them. Yet beauty is not in the stars. Beauty is not in the earth or in the air. Beauty is not even in the fire, that most incorporeal of elements. which seems itself both bodied and unembodied, something that blazes and vanishes again. Yet every motion of it, every flicker of it, has some strange and wonderful fascination for the human mind. So beauty is none of these things. Beauty also is not corporeal. And yet the human being, the human body, the human face, the human mind, all these things may be beautiful. But they are not beauty. And yet we may rejoice in the symbols and similitudes of beauty. And Plotinus says, let us behold a handsome man or a beautiful woman. And let us say, why do we say this man is handsome or this woman beautiful? And his answer was, in most probability, we will say so because of the conformity of natural parts. We will say that the eyes are properly set, the nose is of due size, the face is well shaped, there is no violent asymmetry of parts or proportions, the whole form and structure corresponds with a norm, with that most stylish, most acceptable, most understandable by us. And when things are in their due proportions, and there is no deformity, no distortion or asymmetry in the compound, then we say that this compound is handsome or beautiful. If, however, there be disproportion, we will not say this. Yet Homer was blind, an aged and crippled man, and those who knew him called him beautiful. And Socrates, probably the homeliest of the Athenians, with his bandy legs, his short, awkward, heavy body, his bulbous nose, his strange, bulging eyes, declared himself to be so imperfectly formed that dogs, seeing him on the street, howled and fled with their tails between their legs. Yet the disciples of Socrates called him beautiful. Therefore, beauty must have some other existence. And those who are satisfied only with proportions and dimensions and arrangements of outward parts see beauty, accept it, and hasten on their way. Others, concerned with something else, some other value, may cling for a moment to the outer semblance of beauty, find it empty, and pass on to something else, wherein they find a greater beauty. They find the beauty of greatness of character, beauty of nobility of spirit, beauty of gentleness and humility of service. All these things likewise are beautiful. And as has been pointed out, there is also a strange, subtle beauty in a common ruin. We will find the broken pillars of an ancient temple, or an old arch lined with creepers, and artists will come from all over the world to paint the beauty of this wreckage. And so even these things can be beautiful, because there is a nostalgia in the human soul that rejoices also in that kind of beauty which the Neoplatonists call the beauty of sadness. Things do not always have to be beautiful and happy. Some things can be beautiful and sad. And why do these things that are sad seem beautiful to us? Usually because they release something. They cause some mellow reflection in our own lives. They revive old thoughts. They surround us with memories, some pleasant, perhaps some painful, but all rich, like the involved tapestry of some ancient loom. So we find beauty also in these things. And as Plato pointed out, we find the beauty of infancy in a bodily proportion which we reject in maturity. And we find the beauty of great age in those gentle, feeble, and infirm ways which we would reject in manhood. Each thing in its own season and its own time is beautiful. And the answer lies in the tree, or in the shrub, or in the vegetable in the garden. The tree that bears leaves is beautiful. The tree that bears fruit is beautiful. And in these different periods, the beauty of the summer foliage, the beauty of the bare lines of the tree in winter against the whiteness of the snow, all these things are beautiful. So beauty is not summer, nor is it winter, nor is it youth, nor is it age. Beauty is something else. And so Plotinus naturally proceeds to search more inwardly for beauty. And he comes upon a number of excellent things to bring to attention. Beauty inwardly extends from those most simple practices. The beauty of the mother meditating upon her newborn child, the beauty of young lovers, the beauty of strength performing works of virtue, the beauty of the man working in the field. All these things have inspired the poet, the artist, the musician, to great compositions, because each has recognized in some menial and common thing the mysterious shape of a satisfying beauty. So we go on from these to other things, and Plotinus takes us into what he calls the beauties of the mind, the beauties of the human thought. And he tells us and explains to us how the extension of the mind in its own inward actions may be beautiful, how the individual in the cultivation of virtue discovers a great beauty, how the artist, the musician, experiences beauty within himself long before he can confer it upon the outward world. He goes on also to explain those graces of the soul, those natural concords, that fellowship, that friendliness, that sharing of common opportunity and responsibility, these two working side by side in the cause of something that is greater than either of them. These things, too, are strangely, deeply, and movingly beautiful. And he also mentions the beauty of pure knowledge, the beauty of reason, the beauty of that strength of mind which, cutting through all sham and fallacy, achieves one of the great beauties of the soul, honesty. And therefore our philosopher gives quite a thought to the glory, the beauty, the sublimity of just good old-fashioned honesty. That here is an ornament, here is something that is as wonderful as a sunrise and as glorious as the moon hovering over a wonderful moonlit sea. Honesty, then, integrity, stamps a beauty upon the mind. It also radiates from this its own center and is felt benevolently by the whole world, or by all who come within the reach of its light and warmth. The beauty of the poet, the great dream of Homer, the wonderful theogenic vision of Hesiod, the magnificent word symbolism of Virgil, all of these things coming out bear witness to some wonderful order and dispensation in the mind. For the mind that can produce beauty must in some strange way be beautiful. Now that leads to other thoughts. Man is a compound creature with many members, dimensions, and parts. In all these he may not be beautiful, but in something he may have an excellence that is significant. Thus men may not in all things be temperate, yet they may achieve some outstanding work. But, as Plotinus points out, not in this essay, but in other works, the achievements of men by the beauty within themselves can be divided into two orders. If beauty arises in a temperament itself imperfect, then that beauty must move outwardly and produce effects upon the physical world or upon the objective life. Thus a man who is not great in morality may clear the weeds out of a field and restore it for the harvest. A man whose life is intemperate and disordered may, like Richard Wagner, compose great music. Yet all the things which he does belong to the objective world, because without balance of temperament, man can carve and cut and hew. He can fashion and mold and design according to the laws of the sciences with which he is informed. But these productions, the result of an imperfect knowledge of beauty, have within them the impermanence, which is the mark of this incompleteness. And as the Oriental philosopher might say, only when man is perfect can he produce perfect beauty. And when he produces this perfect beauty, it is immortal and can never perish. But everything that is the production of imperfect or immature beauty is fragile and must have an endurance and then must vanish away. Thus also in the compound of the soul. What constitutes, then, the evidence that beauty can be created by man, and what is opposed to this concept? Man can create the beautiful because within himself resides the imagination, the internal visualization necessary for this work. But when the individual accomplishes the beautiful, is he able to explain his own accomplishment? Does he know what he has done? Is he able to distinguish the very fact or principle that transformed the thing he did into beauty? He will say yes, within a measure. This measure being canonical laws, or laws of order. The painter knows the principle of dynamic symmetry. He knows exactly, scientifically, where to center his picture. He knows that he must not center it in the center. If he does, it is dead. So by degrees he learns also the proportions of the human body, the laws of perspective, and becomes skillful in the mingling of his colors. Thus he can explain how he has created beauty, or created that which is acceptable and is termed beautiful by those who see it. Therefore, Plotinus might ask, did you then fashion this beauty? Or did all these laws that you kept to make this thing, were they the repositories of the beautiful? Was it the law that ordained the beauty, and all you were was a servant of that law, keeping it and achieving an end, breaking it and destroying that end? Is then beauty part of law? If we keep all laws, are we beautiful? And if so, why are these laws so important? And we come to another very interesting point. Laws in nature, particularly laws in the creative arts, where beauty has its peculiar throne and where its muses dwell, these laws all work from one tremendous principle: unity. The tremendous impulse of all artistic canon is to bring various elements of composition and technique into oneness. They must be brought together, and lo and woe the artist whose only unity for his picture is the frame. And yet that now is too often the case. The laws of order operating in art and music must transform the single notes of a composition into a composition. They must also in art transform drawing and color and visualization, design. All these must lose their own identities in what might be termed the picture. No one would buy a picture merely of perspective, nor a picture of line, or a picture of color, although some have been talked into some of these things in these periods of modernity. But actually, we are buying not the elements of a picture or the separate parts of it. We are buying a totality. And we are buying a totality that through its unity has become the instrument of a visualization. Something meaningful in some way has been produced by uniting means and agencies and allowing each to die in a compound that the compound itself might live. If the color is too strong, then the color has lived at the expense of the line. If the foreground is too heavy, the background perishes. If the lights are too bright, the shadows die. Therefore, in all things, to maintain balance, we cannot have the dominance of a single part over totality. All then in these laws of harmonic design, proportion, harmony, rhythm, and motion, all tell us that the purpose by which we achieve our end must be to attain unity, to take fragments and parts and fashion them into a wholeness. Now, is this wholeness, then, or the unity principle, which considers all things in relations to their parts, is unity the principle of beauty? This would solve the problem of the building of the pillar, architecturally mentioned a moment ago. Because the building is a unity made up of parts. But the pillars, each also is a unity, a complete pillar. And if the pillar has a pilaster at the summit of it, this can be separated from the rest and still be a complete unit. Because a good pilaster is a unit. It is a thing. It is a totality in itself. And several of these totalities combine to make another. And this, in turn, is blended with many others. Each stone in a building is a unity. And in the old days of the cathedral builders, each was cut lovingly, and with due consideration for great artistry and ingenuity, so that when the stone was finished, the master mason placed his mark upon it, that all the ages might know that he had hewed the stone. He was proud of it. So each stone was a unity, a complete work. This would follow the Pythagorean concept that all things are unities, and that unity, therefore, it can be united with others to form greater unities. In what, therefore, does a unity, being a totality of some kind, differ from what conceivably is not a unity? This brings a pretty important problem. Can you think of anything that is not a unity? We can say that bodies are made of cells, and therefore the body is a unity, but each cell is also. That every part of nature is therefore a part of infinite unity. This gives us a clue to something, perhaps. Is beauty, then, unity? And is it therefore present in all things, either in larger or smaller units? And as everything must be the totality of itself, is this totality then inevitable? And is this totality beauty? If such is the case, then beauty, archetypally, lies at the root of every existing thing which by existence has an identity. And every existing identity is a unit of beauty. Thus life, being, and beauty, and the good come into a strange and wonderful identity. Plotinus, however, is not quite certain of this point either. Because Plotinus, while he identifies platonically and neoplatonically beauty and the good, declares that while these, as far as man's consciousness is concerned, cannot be distinguished one from another, that there is a priority in reality itself, and that actually the good is prior to the beautiful. Therefore, that the good may be considered to be the fountain of beauty. And the reason why the good is regarded as the fountain of beauty is that the good contains completely in itself and in abscondita the law, which is beauty. In other words, Plotinus now advances the possibility that universal law emanating from the good, and therefore of itself an eternal good, flowing as from a farther fountain, produces forever and continuously restatements of itself in the process of creation. Law is essential to good. It is the witness of that which is forever rightness. For we come to one of the great arguments of Aquinas, and we must finally conclude that a thing is because it is good, and therefore that at the root of being, the creating power inevitably decrees the good. Now the good, moving into operation, moves by laws in conformity with itself. And the motion of the good must always be the beautiful, because the beautiful is now dynamic. It is the firstborn of the good. Beauty, therefore, applied to the Christian concept of the Trinity, would correspond to the second person. It is the Son. And as the Son bears witness to the Father, so beauty everywhere bears witness to good. Good, which is man's moral statement of oneness, or the eternal. And in this same course, by the analogy to the Trinity, beauty is also the Redeemer. For that which is created by law is perfected by beauty. And all motion in nature, according to law, is beautiful. And contrary to law is not beautiful. In order to go further, we must go a little aside into other works of Plotinus to decide why something cannot be beautiful, or is not beautiful. Plotinus, following Plato and the other Greeks, declared that man, like Narcissus, gazing downward from a state of spiritual security, beheld form, body, its own reflection in a pool, fell in and drowned, trying to embrace its own shadow. Man, descending into the obscuration of matter, taking upon himself form or body, is inwardly obscured and outwardly caused to hesitate. His inner impulses do not come through the body easily or rapidly. As you often hear the story of the musician with his famous trombone. He blew it in so sweet and it came out so sour. The individual lacking the ability to express or reveal the beauty within himself makes partial and imperfect expressions. Also, he is inwardly obscured in knowledge, in understanding, and in spirituality. Therefore, under the weight of this obscuration, he falls upon evil ways and evil times, and therefore is capable of action contrary to law, and thus brings himself under the retribution of law. So that asymmetry or deformity or lack of beauty is in some way the result of the obscuration of the natural motion of law and life. In this sense, then, to return to our other thinking, that which is not so beautiful may exist. And by the same explanation, man may describe as beautiful, that which is only beautiful to him because of the obscuration of his own senses. And as each person has a different degree of this obscuration, there will inevitably be innumerable standards of acceptance and rejection on the level of beauty. That which is beautiful to the primitive human being is not satisfying to the highly sensitive human being. Thus beauty, however, has been identified as a motion, as a principle emanating from the Father fountain of eternal good, and that this motion, therefore, is rhythm, is harmony, is law, and is order. All these things must then be present in the good. And here we come to another important step. Having established in our own thinking, at least in part, some skeletal outline of the theory of Plotinus on the nature of the beautiful, we come early in his little writing to the question that most naturally arises. Why do we recognize beauty? How do we recognize beauty? And what makes us pause, change our mood, and become affected by the subtle symmetry of things? He says, because in each human being there is a soul. And following Plato and Pythagoras, he declares the soul. Although he only mentions it in this essay, he goes much more in detail in many of his other works. But we'll have to occasionally borrow from the other essays, and we can't note each one as we pass because it would take too much time and burden the discussion. But everything we are saying is derived from some writing of Plotinus. He explains that the soul of man, following Plato's concept, is a mathematical formula. Now, this does not mean that it is merely a series of lines on some invisible sheet of paper. It is a living formula. It is an archetype. It is a magnificent geometric entirety, a unity, like some strange, perfectly formed snow crystal. The soul may therefore be mathematically defined, analyzed, and will be proved upon analysis to be of its own substance and nature, balanced and equal in all its parts, having no deformity or deficiency, and suffering from no privation of excellence in any of its qualities. This soul, then, is like the diamond soul of Tibetan Buddhism. It is a radiant manifestation of eternal law, a full realization or revelation of the power of the One flowing through the beautiful into the good. The soul is therefore unity. And in man it is a superior unity, the most complete unity of which he is capable of personal and immediate experience. Now Plotinus implies that, as the poet says, the eyes are the windows of the soul. But he also tells us that the ears may also bring messages, and that the hand may bring reactions from touch as to shapes and textures of things. And the Chinese go so far as to say that the tongue and the taste buds can bring us the most spiritual enjoyment, simply because all of these reflexes of pleasantness, of law and order, of propriety and symphony, even going into the preparation of a dish of Chinese food, all these things are part of a pattern and a plan. Chinese believe a man digests his food better if the texture, the color, the flavor, the degree of temperature, and the size and shapes of the individual morsels are carefully considered. Thus, through these windows, these sensory perceptions, the soul gazing outward, is forever fulfilling or seeking to fulfill its own expectancy. Let us say for a moment that you spend 20 years in the study of art, and as a result of all that very serious and conscientious endeavor, you become what might be termed sensitive to art, truly sensitive. Is it not then true that wherever you look in your daily wanderings, you will see art, because you have trained yourself to see it. You have an appreciation of it. Furthermore, you will naturally decide that some things are more artistic than others. You will look at a landscape of beautiful trees against the sky, and you would say that would be perfect if one tree was not there. Something has broken the pattern. Therefore, if you paint that picture, you would leave that tree out to meet the aesthetic standard of your own appreciation. Going into an art gallery, you would with greater discrimination turn inevitably to better pictures. And you would say that the simple Oriental artist, who would explain nothing, describe nothing, would comment on nothing, but would stand in front of a picture and simply say, "It pleases me." This was because it satisfied. If then we can train one small part of the soul through discipline to have this selectivity, and to also to gain a new and unexpected pleasure from the observance of that which fulfills its own requirement, therefore nourishes it, or sustains it, or justifies its own inward conviction of itself, then, says Plotinus, we accept the beautiful, because the soul in us, being in itself beautiful, rejoices in beholding its own likeness in other things. Always, therefore, that which brings to us the feeling of beauty, and the joy, the thrill, the great contentment of spirit that comes from the satisfaction given by the beautiful, all of this is merely a reflex from the soul, telling us that it has found that which is like itself. In another essay, Plotinus explains in almost identical terms the meaning of love. For he says that love is that longing for completeness or for unity within the soul, which is ever seeking to restore the fragments of its own nature, and finds in the world someone who seems to bring more completeness to its own life. So beauty as experienced as giving pleasure was under the criticism of that great critique, the soul itself, that which determines proportion, that which accepts only according to its own pleasure. If this soul, therefore, is awake and has been strongly cultivated, it has a greater and nobler concept of beauty, but even in its most imperfect and deprived state, some ray or fragment of it is still powerful enough to seek fulfillment. And the primitive artist finds fulfillment in the crude figure that he has carved. For him it is beautiful. But always that which is fulfillment, that upon which our own consciousness has turned with acceptances, brings to us joy, brings to us the satisfaction of beauty. As we then go further, we observe that these standards of beauty change with our maturing, so that by degrees we become more refined. But at this point in his discussion, Plotinus also draws in an allegory or lines from the wanderings of Ulysses. He describes the wanderer returning to his own shores after being long away in the terrible tragedy of the Trojan War, and then in those long and harrowing years of adventure, in which at last, shipwrecked many times, subject to the most terrible labors and exertions and deprivations, Ulysses at last comes home. And as he nears his own land, the wanderer pauses. All his life, all through these years, he has waited and dreamed of this homecoming. But as he approaches it, he does not even recognize the shore. Something has changed. Things are not where he thought they were. Because in all those lonely years, he had built another land. He had built a mental or inner vision of his homeland that was totally ungeographical. And by degrees he had strengthened minor errors in his thinking, and he had misplaced the cities and the houses. They were all much bigger and more beautiful in his dream than they were in reality. And as he came home, he did not know where he was. Well, finally, however, of course, he realized and was united with his own waiting soul, Penelope, who had been making the tapestry that is never finished. All of these legends and allegories deal with this same problem, the struggle of life to return to its own proper and natural state. Then Plotinus goes on to contemplate how man, in his own thinking, in his own living, can advance himself in beauty. And he examines beauty on the level, we might say, of order, of that golden mean which is summarized in the statement of Socrates, in all things not too much. And Plotinus comes to the conclusion that somewhere in the mystery of beauty is the factor of moderation, that in every excess things run to deformity, that the moment our thoughts, our emotions, or our actions become excessive, something goes wrong. Excessive attitudes afflict, distort, and disease the inward perceptions of the individual. They cause him to fall under the influence of excess, and therefore to create habits which destroy beauty and deform natural character. So, Plotinus turns from all extremes to find that moderation which is beauty. Moderation, then, affirms beauty to be a kind of balance. That like a pair of scales, both hands at the ends of the scales by their tippings destroy beauty, which is suspended at the center beam. All things move around the sovereignty of the eternal sun. And the sun is the most beautiful of all forms because it is light itself. And thinking, therefore, of moderation, Plotinus thinks of light. And in thinking of light, he points out that light reveals beauties. Because if these things are dark, we cannot even see them. But light brings them into strange and wonderful relief. But light itself can instantly destroy beauty just as easily as it can produce it. And there is very little beauty if the light is too strong or the shadows are too deep. It can also blaze with too much evident light upon some fragile or sensitive subject and thus deform it. For there are some things that are most beautiful at night, under the stars and the moon, and other things that are beautiful when the sun goes behind a cloud. So light plays a very important part, for light is forever revealing beauty. But light itself traces strange forms in beauty, and all who have stood on the edge of the Grand Canyon at different hours of the day will know what I mean. The light alone changes every shape, and yet nothing itself is changed. Light comes from within man. Light, therefore, can strangely release or conceal beauty. Light, as absolute materialistic realism, can blaze upon a thing and kill every sensitive line that it contains. Light also, shadowed, can make the new building look old. Light, clouded, can muffle the surface of the world. Light, eclipsed, can change all things into a greenish, grayish darkness. So light can make things look alive and make them appear dead, according to its usage. And there is nothing that is a more wonderful sculptor or a molder of forms than light itself. If light, therefore, can by these processes change things, then light can also empirically release, reveal, conceal the beauties of things as they are. This light in man can do these things also. The light of cold reason is one kind. The light of love that can see no defect is another. The light of friendship, which accepts defect and remains the friend. All these things show how the light within the individual can mold and change the subjects and substances of the world around him. This light can be likened to the mind. And things then may not be good or bad, but thinking can make them so. And the mind, therefore, can with a sweep of its own power destroy beauty, or create it, or redeem it, or reveal it, subdue it, conquer it, annihilate it. And yet the objects seen are themselves always the same. So we come to another problem. Is beauty then a light and shadow? Is beauty in some way changing like the seasons? It is, but it is in all seasons. Therefore, it is one, though ever changing. And it is therefore forever the unity of its own nature. In the ancient Greek system upon which the doctrines of Neoplatonism are built, the whole existence came out of the mysteries of an aging time, the eternal power resident at the root of things, being total and absolute, the principle of principles. And from this eternal being, by the minglings of its power, came into existence ether and chaos, the creating and the created. And these whirled together, moved in vast nebulas whirling in space, until finally of their strivings was formed the egg of Phanes, the strange mysterious egg with its upper hemisphere of gold and its lower hemisphere of silver. And finally the egg burst open, and a great light came out, and the radiant power of Phanes emerged, with many heads and arms, and the bodies and faces of all creatures. And this blazing protagonist brought light to the whole world. And from this light came all the orders of light. And light means knowing, means the power to observe, the power to see, the power to be. And also came from this also the darkness, from which was generated those things which may be known, those things which may be seen, those things which can be the object of the power. Therefore the power and its object, like almost an Ahriman, came forth out of the great egg of eternity. And therefore in man's soul also there is this power to see, and there is also the ever-present shadow of the things seen. Thus beauty now, like music, demands some other values. A magnificent work of art in music, a great orchestration, requires not only a wonderful orchestra and a composer, it requires a proper audience. It can be totally lost if the audience is unable to appreciate it. And strangely, an unappreciative audience will gradually corrupt the orchestra. They cannot function properly. Something strangely communicated means that the pattern is wrong. The situation is not right. Therefore, the harmony is not duly and completely transmitted from the composition to the audience. Thus, in beauty, we have this problem. Not only the power of the seer, but the powers and principles of the things seen, or the things experienced inwardly and outwardly. All these are factors and elements that must go into this great search for the substance of the beautiful itself. To perhaps summarize some points that will take too long to discuss in absolute detail, Plotinus comes to the ultimate conclusion that beauty exists apart from the beautiful. That beauty is, and that it can be bestowed, but that it also can be taken back, that it can be separated from and rejoined to. Not because it can ever be completely deprived, but because it is forever in itself changing. The beauty of life is taken from the dead, but the beauty of the dead remains, and it too is beautiful. The beauty of growth is taken from the mature, but maturity takes its place and is also beautiful. Yet these beauties are not the same. Therefore, they cannot merely arise within an organism. They are the adaptations of organisms to a principle. And each change in that organism reveals another aspect of something superior to itself, the principle of beauty. Thus, there are many different musical compositions may all be beautiful, but they are not the same. Therefore, beauty is not locked in any one of them, or it could not be conferred equally upon another. Nor is beauty locked in sound, nor is it locked in light. Therefore, beauty has an existence apart from these things because it is superior to them. And it must be superior to them, or it could not be diffused through them variously. If it was identical with them, or co-eternal in them, it would be restricted by them, and some things could not possess it at all. Actually, there is nothing which cannot potentially possess beauty, or in which the potential of beauty is not present. We may not see the beauty of the horse in the gangly coat, but it is there, coming into manifestation. We cannot see the beauty of the oak tree in the acorn, but it is there. Therefore, beauty has a subsistence apart from forms. Second proof, it can exist where forms do not exist. Therefore, it can exist apart entirely from such symbolic shapes and shadows as we associate with form. Beauty can exist in the pure substance of idea. Idea is without shape, but it has a nature. It is therefore archetypal. An idea may be symmetrical, though without a body. An idea may be harmonious, though without a shape, form, or dimension, as far as we can recognize the same. And because beauty can exist in both the form and the formless, it must be superior to both form and formlessness. Because no thing can exist in two separate states unless in its own nature it is superior to both states. If it is not superior to both, it will be locked in one. Thus we go back to the problem of the priority of knowledge in the Pythagorean theory. Pythagoras bestowed priority upon mathematics and considered mathematics the symbol of absolute beauty. He made a triad of mathematics, astronomy, and music. But he pointed out that both astronomy and music require mathematics, and that it can flow into either and must. But if you remove either astronomy or music, you do not destroy mathematics, because being capable of being diffused through both other sciences or arts, it is superior. But, conversely, as a proof of superiority, if you destroy mathematics, you destroy both astronomy and music with it. So that which by its destruction destroys all dependent upon it is superior to them. And that which by its destruction does not destroy, that which is superior to itself in this concatenation, is by this virtue inferior. Thus, any beautiful thing can be destroyed. War has shown us that. Yet beauty is indestructible, therefore it cannot be identified with these things. Beauty exists in every art and science, therefore it cannot be identified with these, at least not one in particular. Having a separate existence in the state of morality, it is therefore resident in the soul. But it is not morality, although morality is a reflection or a specialization of it. The sublimity of the intellect may also be a manifestation of beauty. For the perfect mind, perfectly thinking the thought of God, is supremely beautiful. Yet beauty is not mind. Also, beauty is not merely thought. Because if beauty was thought, it could not exist in the mindless. But it does. It exists most magnificently in a crystalline structure in a rock. Beauty is therefore superior also to mind, because mind can go and beauty remain. We know that, because beauty was here before mind came. Therefore we can have no doubt. We also have the thoughtless beauty of children, which arises from their natural instincts and not their thoughts. And we have the magnificent beauty of the flight of a bird or the leap of a deer. Yet these things rise not from philosophy, nor morality, nor ethics, but from the instinct and nature of these creatures. Therefore beauty lies in instinct also, not in mind alone. Then we can go on beyond the mystery of mind. And we can find that the mind, deeply and gravely perturbed, cannot achieve beauty because of its own disturbance. And in its extremity turns from itself to faith, and there finds beauty. Therefore, in the stillness of the mind and the simple acceptance of good, we find the eternal presence of beauty. And perhaps there is nothing more beautiful than man's simple and complete acceptance of the reality of the divinity of things unseen and unknowable. Thus man, reaching toward his Creator, builds convictions, patterns, dreams within himself, some mental and some surpassing mind. Socrates, shortly before his death, thinking of the condition of the state into which he was to pass, declared that factually he had no knowledge of this state, that to him it had always been an unexplored country which he longed to visit. He knew that to visit that country by drinking the hemlock, he must leave not only his body, but perhaps his mind also, certainly his physical brain, that he might, as he says, be going into an infinite sleep from which there is no awaking. Also he might be going into this better land than he had ever known. He might be going to this world where the gods dwelt, and where all the answers were for the questions that he could find no answers in his books or in his world as he knew it. And so at the end, not with great thought, But with the faith of a small child, Socrates went forth to the great adventure, completely at peace. And his disciples knew that this peace was also a kind of beauty. For there is great beauty in great peace. And peace comes usually not from the mind, but from the relaxation of the mind in the presence of something vaster than itself. The beauty of prayer comes not from thought, but from faith. Because man cannot even clearly envision in his mind the substance of that to which he prays. Yet in his faith he finds a great peace, and this peace is order, and this order is the internal experience of law, the sense that all things are inevitably right, and the realization of this rightness is in itself an effulgent beauty within man. And so we quest onward to the beauty, to that which is essentially the principle of beauty. And it vanishes, as Plotinus tells us, in the effulgent nature of the One, the eternal God, in whose heart and soul the roots of beauty are hidden, which man cannot in that substance or immediate apperception know. Now Plotinus was a man with very practical thinking in his mind, and to him the concept of the beautiful implied man's quest of it, or the power of man to increase in beauty, to increase in his own internal apperception of this quality. Therefore, I'm just going to read a few more lines from the more mature part of this essay, in which it is gradually reaching this climax of utility. But you will ask, after what manner is this beauty of the worthy soul to be perceived? It is thus. Recall your thoughts inward, and if while contemplating yourself you do not perceive yourself beautiful, then imitate the statuary, who, when he desires a beautiful statue, cuts away what is superfluous, smooths and polishes what is rough, and never desists until he has given it all the beauty his art is able to effect. In this manner must you proceed, by lopping what is luxuriant, directing what is oblique, and by purgation, illustrating what is obscure. And thus you continue to polish and beautify your statue, until the divine splendor of virtue shines upon you, and temperance, seated in pure and holy majesty, rises to your view. If you thus become purified, residing in yourself, and having nothing any longer to impede this unity of mind, and no further mixture to be found therein, but perceiving your whole self to be a true light, and light alone, a light which, though immense, is not measured by any magnitude, nor limited by any circumscribing figure, but is everywhere immeasurable, as being greater than every measure, and more excellent than every quality. If perceiving yourself thus improved, and trusting solely to yourself, as no longer requiring a guide, fix now steadfastly your mental view, for with the intellectual eye alone can such immense beauty be perceived. But if your eye is yet infected with any sordid concern, and not thoroughly refined, while it is on the stretch to behold this most shining spectacle, it will be immediately darkened and incapable of intuition, though someone should declare the spectacle present, which it might otherwise be able to discern. Now this point is developed gradually through the text. But on the theurgic level, this being the seventh part of the Neoplatonic discipline, Plotinus gives us certain instructions. He says, first of all, no soul or psychic entity, such as man, can perceive a beauty superior to itself. And between man's inward power to perceive and the outward objects of his perception is imposed the nature of himself, with its limitations, its shortcomings, and most of all, its lack of discipline. Therefore, man, seeking about him to solve the mystery of the beautiful, may first be satisfied only with external forms, as the first rungs of a ladder leading upward to the ineffable. Outward forms, by their symmetries, may satisfy him, because he is not yet aware of internal or eternal qualities. But as the statuary, making his statue, must reveal beauty or release it through his own psychic life, through the truing of the stone, an allegory, incidentally, derived from Socrates, so the human being discovers the beauty in himself by releasing it from the deformities of imperfection. Each individual, therefore, becomes a sculptor, and he accomplishes his end not by creating beauty, but by releasing it. And the allegory is so subtle and so mysteriously true that you have to think of it twice. Someone once congratulated Socrates because he had made a very beautiful statue. And he, with his usual modesty, disclaimed the credit, which he said belonged to the gods and the muses who had inspired him, because always in this piece of marble the statue had been there. It was always beautiful. No one could add anything to its beauty. No one really could subtract anything from that beauty except by destroying the statue. All he, Socrates, had done was to take away those parts of the stone which were not supposed to be there. And what was left was beauty. He had released. He had not created. Thus, in the perfection of the human soul, by the correction of its vices, by the moderation of its excesses, by the maintenance of its temperances, man does not create beauty. He permits it to manifest according to its own nature. Thus, man does not become beauty. He becomes beautiful, because beauty is released through him by keeping the laws of its own kind. Now, as Plotinus proceeds in this essay, we can understand immediately that by beauty he now means also something else. He regards beauty in its ultimate form as an apatheistic state by which man is capable of the experience of the sovereign beauty of reality. Thus, the beauty now becomes the mystical experience. It becomes illumination. It becomes the state of man's at one-ment with the sublime substance of total being. And he himself described that on certain occasions this beatific state had been accorded to him, and that for a moment he had dwelt in a state of measureless, timeless identity with being, and that this identity was the supreme beauty, the absolute and perfect release or expression of beauty upon and through the human soul. For he beheld in that moment all things beautiful. And this was the mystical experience. Not that he should behold the secrets of all things, nor should he speak with the voice of men and of angels, nor that should he have all knowledge, or all skill, or that wisdom should reveal and unfold through him all of its mysteries and its works. These are not the things that happened in those magnificent moments of the perfection of the theurgic mystery. All that Plotinus had known was infinite being in its infinite beauty. Not a sensible beauty to the mind or a corporeal beauty to the body, but a transcendent ecstasy, that magnificent, complete and total participation in the infinite satisfaction of infinite beauty. He then, as he tells us in other works, became aware of the body of God, and that that body was beauty walking alone. And he tells us also that no one shall find beauty who does not discover the magnificent, ecstatic, radiant loveliness of walking alone. That in some mysterious way, in aloneness, we have achieved a unity, a freedom from parts, from the concepts of divisions, from the discords and dissonances. So beauty, like the blessed damozel, walks alone. Even as in the dawn of time, according to the story in Genesis, the Lord walked in the garden in the cool of the evening. And this experience of the immanence, the omnipresence of deity, as the exquisite expression of perfect beauty, is not merely the experience of an artist. Plotinus was not an artist, in our sense of the word. He was not a painter or a sculptor, nor was he a musician, as we know it. Yet all these beauties were in it also, and with the wonderful sensitivity of his soul he knew these things. But it was even a greater and more sublime beauty. For in it his own soul rushed forth, not in gladness, but in that absolute love, that complete and entire self-forgetfulness, and rushed toward the embracing of the beloved, which is, of course, in the mystic allegory, reunion or identification with God. Thus, the soul, in itself disciplined to the apperception of truth, beheld it blazing forth from the universe. And in that instant, in that tremendous experience, the great artist, the great mystic was born. For now, the being walks forever in the beauty of the garden. And the whole world reveals its numerous and manifold manifestations of beauty. And each beauty is seen as lawful. And Plotinus describes this lawfulness of the manyness of beauty. But the soul that has found the beautiful no longer needs to say, this is beautiful, this is not beautiful. For all things are beauty coming of age. All things are this infinite magnificence, unfolding, releasing, growing, blossoming, and the bearing of its fruit. This, to Plotinus, could come only to the human being who had cultivated the noblest of beauty in himself. And this cultivation meant the gradual renunciation, step by step, of every attitude, every thought, every motion and emotion that was not gracious, that was not kind, that was not loving, that did not in itself possess some quality of beauty more obviously revealed than in these negative and destructive modes of expression. Thus, through the cultivation of beauty, man comes to fathom the mystery of the beautiful. because all beauty leads to the beautiful, which is none of these things, but abides in the midst of them, and is all of them. Thus, by degrees, Plotinus tells us that religion is man's search for the beautiful. It is a search for that power of God which causes rejoicing. And in this, there is a point that perhaps represents one of the reasons for a conflict between Plotinus and the early church. Plotinus could not conceive of a religion of fear. He could not conceive of men being good because they were afraid to be bad. He could not conceive of a universe in which a principle of sin could gain even passing dominion over good. Nor could he conceive of worship as a sadness, as a sorrowing, as a continuous offering up of weaknesses and failings and shortcomings. He could not think of men born in sin and conceived in iniquity. There was no part of that in his way of life. He could not think of millions of human beings praying to be forgiven, or all the strange doubts that infest the deathbeds of the conscience-laden. To Plotinus, religion was a gracious, glorious motion, a worship of the eternal beauty by simply being beautiful. Not outwardly, but inwardly. Not in body alone, though this need not be neglected, but in so living that the inward life was radiant with grace, with charm, with thoughtfulness and gentleness, with kindliness and consideration, and most perhaps of all with a great joy. For as he tells us, it is with joy that the soul comes forth to embrace the beautiful. We do not go timidly and miserably to give our hearts to those whom we love in this world. Young lovers do not go in tears and mourning to each other. Nor should man's soul, the eternal child of the eternal, fear to go radiantly home to its Father. Therefore, in this concept of Plotinus, all things grow graciously, beautifully, and beauty is therefore an endless rejoicing in the doing of those things which are true and beautiful. In this, then, we see the philosophy of beauty spreading itself over many departments and ways of life. And finally, because of his own mystical apperceptions and because of the amazing beauty and sensitiveness of his own soul, Plotinus begins to contemplate the nature of God as beauty. It is not in this essay, but it is in other works of his. And he begins to think of God no longer as a great ordaining power. He is no longer thinking of God as power. He is no longer thinking of God as law. He is rather thinking of God as love. And he is assuming that there can be no beauty in the relationships of creatures to each other or to their Creator except through that beauty which is love. Love, therefore, rejoices in the service of the beloved. Love gives of itself and finds its fullness. Love moves always graciously and with gentleness of spirit, and finds in these gentle fulfillments a strange over-artistry that is the sovereign beauty of creation. So in Plotinus, the contemplation upon the infinite as love reveals essentially that to know God is to love God. And in knowing God, the first grand vision that we have of the eternal shape or substance is an incredible blaze of ineffable beauty, beyond definition, beyond description. And that this beauty, therefore, brings with it a sense of security. Man is not afraid of the beautiful. He is hardly aware of his own instinct as he rushes forth to it. He loves it because it is beautiful. And he learns to love God because God is beautiful. And love the world because the world is beautiful. And to love the soul of his neighbor because in spite of the darkness which obscures the body, within is the radiant prismatic soul, forever beautiful. And in the discovery of beauty in himself, man discovers the beauty in others and can no longer have an enemy. In discovering the beauty in himself, man gains an incredible patience because he sees how difficult it is when he disciplines his own nature to release and redeem this subtle quality of beauty within himself. Therefore, he no longer wonders why others are not better. He knows that in their hearts they are growing, and that this same beauty that sustains him will flow through them and bring them to the fullness of their own purposes. So prejudice ceases, conceits cease, worldliness ceases, because where man's treasure is, there his heart is. And when his treasure is in ineffable beauty, there also his heart and his mind are united. So out of the life of beauty comes a great discipline of theology and mysticism. A mysticism that appeals to the sensitive, emotional quotient of the soul. The mind seeks for the beautiful. The heart finds it. And the heart and mind in this partnership serve a wonderful purpose. For what the mind discovers, the heart experiences. And through these minglings of their purposes, again a unity is formed from diversity. And the heart-mind power, united, gains the singleness of eye which can see the beauty of unity. So Plotinus says, as man brings his own nature into a unity, he is capable of perceiving unity, which is true beauty. As long as there are two faculties in his own mind, there will be two factions in his world. As long as he himself thinks of 9 parts of his own character, he will find 9 men outside of himself. He will find 9 kinds of life if he lives 9 kinds of life. But when in himself he lives but one kind of life, he will then find in the world only one kind, because he has discovered it. And when man, through his growth, has gradually overcome all difference and division, until finally he can find and establish a one life in himself, in that instant the universe blazes forth the mystery of one life. And only the one who has brought his own parts into a greater unity can ever experience God, the supreme unity, because the things that man and God have most in common is the union in themselves. Thus, any being which achieves the complete possession of its own parts and organizes them into a purposed pattern, by that unity partakes of all unity existing in time and space. This unity, again, is another name for sovereign beauty, and so the story goes. Out of it then comes worship, a most simple meditation, a purifying of life, and the simple summary of all of the Plotinus disciplines, namely, that man approaches truth, achieves peace, attains eternal security by restoring the oneness in himself, and that in this restoration his most wonderful and acceptable and useful instrument is his appreciation for beauty. For wherever it is a little living thing, growing perhaps in the shadow of the dead. Wherever the green branch of beauty is to be found within man, there is life. And while that life remains, it can grow and achieve its own immortality. Man's love of beauty is the final proof, therefore, of his possible attainment of all good things, and that he has beauty in himself decrees his ultimate identity with deity, the supreme and complete power of beauty in the universe. Well, our time is up. The story of the Odyssey and Iliad with which we are concerned this evening is obviously too long and involved to permit a detailed analysis of all of the elements. Therefore, we prefer to hope that we can give certain basic keys by which the meaning of this ancient and ingenious fable may be brought more clearly to our understanding. It was probably compiled or prepared, or at least reduced to some type of order, by the poet Homer, a person of uncertain date, who is believed to have flourished in the 9th century before the Christian era. It is only fair to note that we are without general knowledge of the state of the religions of the Greek area at the time of Homer. This was at least 300 years or more before the beginning of that great age of Greek learning, led by Pythagoras and followed by the great Pythagorean successors, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and the Neoplatonists. Thus we have largely our knowledge or opinion of Greek religion from the writings of Homer and one or two other early fragments. There is a popular story that Homer was blind. This apparently was doubted, however, as early as the time of Plato. For already an effort had been made to understand the inner meaning of this account. And the philosophers of the Platonic school and those of the Neoplatonic favored the idea that Homer's blindness was symbolical, that it indicated not his inability to see on the objective level, but that he had voluntarily turned his sight inward to the contemplation of those things normally invisible, and that his blindness, like the later story of the blinding of the Cyclops, should not be accepted as a literal infirmity. That he was above or transcended the normal state of man's sight and sense seems to have been implied in this account. We also know that we deal with idiom and with policies and prevailing opinions of a generation and time too remote for our analysis. So we cannot be dogmatic. We can only speculate upon this subject. There is reason to believe that the great Orphic tradition of Greece had developed and was beginning to take dominance as early as the day of Homer. We know that at that time these rites or ceremonies, now called Orphic, were particularly sacred and secret, and that the general mass of the people had no knowledge of what went on in these initiation ceremonies. It is conceivable, therefore, that Homer could have been one of the earliest to attempt a revelation of these mysteries through a highly allegorical and symbolical poem. Olympiodorus, in his Scholia on Plato, already points out that the fables of Homer should be considered as having a secret and mystical meaning. Here again we must pause, for we have two possible solutions to this mystery. One is that Homer was in possession of a knowledge not generally accessible to the Greeks of his time, a knowledge, however, which was in itself in not all things perfect, inasmuch as Homer seemed to be without awareness of many of the great later teachings of the Greek philosophers. For example, he was not aware of the rising doctrine of immortality, as it came to be a dominant in the classical period of Greek thought. It is also possible that the later Greeks interpreted into the writings of Homer by a fortuitous method of reasoning and interpretation. There is, of course, always a twofold solution to this enigma. In the first place, the legends and fables of the Odyssey and Iliad may have been in circulation as folklore long before the time of Homer. Folklore, as we realize, is a kind of waking dreaming of the folk, or of popular collective consciousness. Psychologically, therefore, nearly all ancient legends arise from the internal experience of the individual. Therefore, whether he knows it or not, whether he is aware of this fact or not, his storytelling, particularly when it is derived from earlier sources, is very likely to be highly psychological. The second possibility is that these poems and writings drew out of their interpreters certain secret knowledge locked within the minds and hearts of the interpreters rather than in the original work. I have observed this on many occasions in more modern studies, namely that the meanings of things become brighter and greater according to the light from within ourselves. Thus, poems which were not consciously intended to have a message may release a message from the psychic life of the reader of the poem. In any event, by one direction or another, the great poems of Homer gradually came to be considered part of the esoteric literature of the Greeks. And by degrees, these poems were interpreted and unfolded to come to their final and most complete restatement or elucidation or interpretation in the works of the Neoplatonists. These men, by their own naturally mystic inclinations, found mysticism in all things, and because they were convinced that there was a common denominator to human knowledge, they sought this in all the writings of ancient peoples, and were able to give lucid and reasonable interpretations to these old stories. In the study of the works of Homer, we must work largely from fragments, even in the Neoplatonic literature. Occasionally the subject is drawn in, perhaps most fully and completely, but still in an exceedingly fragmentary state, in the writings of Porphyry. Here we have his Cave of the Nymphs, which is a study in one small symbol derived from the Homeric cycle. Here also we have him calling upon the works of others of his own group and school in building a general survey of the basic meaning of the Homeric stories. We cannot, however, say that he exhausts it, or even that he gives us an adequate working text. But we can use from him certain material, adding to it other extracts from Plotinus, and some material from Iamblichus on the Mysteries, and a considerable amount from the legitimate disciples of the Platonic school and the original group, including Plato and his nephew Speusippus. All these together give us some general picture. I do not think it practical in the brief time that we have to attempt to isolate the sources of the various fragments of the story. It would burden us with constant cross-references. So out of the general picture, we have tried to draw a broad pattern, the elements of which can be variously sustained in different works, but the general combination consistent with the known beliefs and opinions of the Platonists and Neoplatonists. Now we have some terms and problems arise which have great interest to us at this time, because there is perhaps no group of fables to which a more completely psychological explanation has been offered. From the writings of these early commentators and interpreters, we are fully aware that they had a broad and deep concept concerning the nature of the human soul, a concept perhaps more adequate than what we have today. But because it is obscured in myth and legend, it remains yet to be revealed or released to the general knowledge of mankind. Sometime this must be done, because it is going to give us answers to a number of problems, particularly in the structure of man's mental and emotional life, problems which have not yet been adequately approached. So we will introduce, first of all, the character of Ulysses himself, or Odysseus, as he is in the Greek. And we will try to understand something about him and his place in the great cycle of legend in which he is the principal heroic figure. We know, of course, that this entire work, much as the other great classical and epical poems, the sagas and Eddas of the world, is essentially a hero cycle. As Carlyle points out, we are dealing basically with the hero or heroic myth. Yet the word hero to us can be applied to almost anyone, from an outstanding football player to an outstanding modern jazz crooner. The term hero is very broad today. It covers almost anything by which we are distinguished or extinguished from the rest. But in the Greek use of the word, as it was in classical times, a very strict and definite definition is implied. A definition which probably is without general usage at all today. The word hero by the Greeks was bestowed as a term or name for an order of souls, having a distinct and complete identity, separate from other souls. Thus we have in their concept of the orders of nature three particular orders of interest to mankind. These are the human allotment, as it was called, the heroic allotment, and the divine allotment. The human allotment had to do with ordinary and general humanity. The human allotment consisted of individuals who in their various activities were living and dying without a driving or natural or inherent purpose. The hero was a combination of the demigod and the superman. But the hero was regarded as a race or kind completely apart from man, as different from humanity as the angels of theology. He was a different kind of being. He was not merely a man who had accomplished some outstanding example of bravery or courage. He was of an order separate, a different genera. He was a creature, so that you could say of him that he was either human or heroic. And you had two distinct types of creature, types of being. Yet in the Greek mythology and symbolical philosophy, the race or order of heroes was like unto human beings in most conditions. Heroes could meet and mingle with mortals, and like certain demigods, possessed both divine and human attributes. Thus the hero might appear in society and might live an apparently normal life, but he belonged to a different polity, as the Greeks called it. The inclination of the pole of his psychic axis was different from that of humanity. That is one of the ways in which they expressed it. But it meant actually that as the temperature, flora, and fauna of a planet is determined by the inclination of its axis, so a different inclination would cause a different planetary environment, and a different kind of life would flourish upon it. This is the basic thinking. Now, above the heroic order was the divine order. The divine order, again, an allotment, which in this case had no relation directly with humanity in the sense of any common origin or destiny. The divine allotment was a race of beings inhabiting heaven. The human allotment, a race of beings inhabiting the earth. And the heroic allotment, a race of beings inhabiting a middle distance between heaven and earth. Or, as one of the Rosicrucian mystics of the 17th century, referring to the heroes or the adepts, said, they live in the suburbs of heaven. In other words, they have their own peculiar sphere. You can almost think of it in the terms of Dante, where we have the lower sphere, the Purgatorio, the Inferno, the middle sphere, the Purgatorio, and the higher sphere, the Paradiso. Well, in the Purgatorio would abide the heroic order between heaven and earth, between a divine and mortal state. And the word Purgatorio would give us the clue to it, because it means purging. And purging represented the cathartic discipline of the Greek rites, of mysteries, and of purification. Now, the heroic souls, having been established then as a kind of life apart, what distinguishes them from ordinary human beings as far as motivation and basic energy is concerned? According to the Greek concept, the hero is a person or a human being who has at some time, either in the present life or in a preceding life, made the final commitment of his consciousness to the process of growth. In other words, it was the dedicated person who had already seen the star and set his course toward it. This course might be slow and might be one of great difficulty and time, but in the hero, the wheels of life have reversed their motion, and whether he has gone far or only a little way, he is returning to his Father's house. In other words, he has consciously consecrated himself to growth. He is no longer living merely to the gratification of the whims and passing fancies of external life. He has a motion, a pressure, a dynamic within himself by which he is being moved throughout all of the ensuing cycles of his existence in a direct and positive motion toward the fulfillment of his essential destiny. This, then, would be the simplest, basic definition of the heroic state. Now, as we approach the story of Ulysses, we come to another division that has to be immediately recognized also, namely that the Greeks represented or recognized three kinds or steps or levels in the heroic department of existence. They therefore classified their heroes as pertaining to a Jupiterian, Neptunian, or Plutonian allotment. In other words, there were three kinds of heroes. And we learn from the opening parts of the Odyssey that Ulysses was a hero of the Neptunian allotment. In other words, his great adventure, his struggle, everything practically concerned with him has to do with the sea. He is making a long water journey. And when it seems that he is almost going to be victorious, then Neptune, the god of the sea, turns upon him and attempts to destroy him. Ulysses, then, is said to belong to the Neptunian allotment or polity of the heroic order. This means that Ulysses was a hero of only moderate attainments. For in the actual description or discussion of the heroic state, the Plutonian hero is one whose achievements relate only to excellence on the material level of life. In other words, the conscientious, the dedicated, the truly well-intentioned statesman or warrior, the great general, who is fighting for a cause he believes and for the good of his people, but must necessarily use destructive means, may account for a certain lower level of heroic effort, because he is a hero as far as his own understanding permits, and he is certainly divided from that mass of human beings who will fight and run. He is not going to fail in his purpose. He may give his life for his country. He is giving everything that he has and knows. Therefore, he is entitled, under certain conditions, on certain levels of attainment, to be considered as belonging to the Plutonian order of heroes. This is the lowest of the allotments. Now, the Neptunian hero is the second allotment. And in this allotment, according to Olympodorus, is to be included those who by their heroism save themselves. Now, this is a rather interesting and rather complicated pattern, but it gradually evolves. You'll remember in the story of Ulysses, he alone finally reaches home. He is unable to save his companions. Therefore, he achieves in himself a certain heroic destiny. But in this destiny, he has the gravest difficulties in accomplishing his own salvation. And he is unable to contribute to the salvation of others. This causes him to be considered of the Neptunian allotment for other reasons which we will also mention. Now, the highest, or the Jupiterian allotment of heroes, the highest order of heroic souls, is composed of those who by their heroism contribute to the preservation, redemption, and illumination of others. This was the highest order of the heroes. And Plato and his commentators, describing this, allot such persons as Hercules to the higher order of heroes. Also Pythagoras and many of the great scholars and leaders and sages and teachers, because they achieved not only their own enlightenment, but contributed to the general enlightenment of others, and caused other souls to enter into the path of heroism. Therefore, the great world teachers and sages and saints and prophets and patriarchs, who not only helped themselves, but led their peoples to a higher level of integrities, they would be considered of the greater order of heroes. So these were the three allotments which were recognized at that particular time. These allotments again bring into consideration three levels which are related also to the heroic state. We've already mentioned in Neoplatonism a concatenation or ladder of ascending powers, values, virtues, and things of that nature. The Greeks assigned to the three orders of heroes also three orders of powers, of which the lowest order, or the Plutonian heroes, were moved by the power of opinion. Those of the Neptunian order by the power of sense, and those of the Jupiterian order by the power of imagination. So we have three powers here peculiar to these orders of heroes. And we learn from this assignment that Ulysses was a hero on the level of the power of sense. Therefore, we begin to see that the entire story of his journey has to do with the problem of sensation and with the development of the sensory perceptions of man and the conflict between the sensory perceptions and the internal psychic instincts. Thus we have, to a degree, given you an orientation on Ulysses. What he actually represents in the fable is a soul that has already been dedicated to the path of progress, that he belongs on the level of the god Neptune. Therefore, that his problem carries with it the level of sense, and that this level of sense in turn implies generation. In other words, Neptune, or the principle of water, is the principle of generation. And Heraclitus declared that souls that wish not to become involved in generation must remain dry. Because the moment the soul is involved in humidity, it drinks of the waters of Lethe and falls into illusion. Therefore, the problem on the level of sense involves the problem of illusion, or the elements of water, which the ancients recognized as a reflector. And by its constant inconstancy, its eternal motions, and its being caused to appear as storms and as various miracles upon the surface, yet the depths of it always mysterious and unchangeable. the Greeks decided that it was a symbol of sensation and a symbol of the emotional sphere of man, which could so easily be riled upon its surfaces, and yet the depths of which could not even be explored. So we have this orientation on Ulysses. Now the second point that is probably important to us is to consider the land of Troy. The land of Troy, which was the home of the Trojans, and no aspersions against any of our local universities is intended. The land of Troy was originally the land of Ilium, over which ruled old King Priam and all his glories and his powers. The word Ilium comes from Elos, which means slime or mud. It is the primordial ooze, the mysterious substance from which life originated in the beginning, as we find in the Phoenician history of San Choniathon. It is therefore the primitive matter, the Ilium. And in the story as it is unfolded by Homer, Troy is the symbol of matter. It is the symbol of the material bodies of things, their forms and natures and all that have to do with these matters. In the story as it is told, you would naturally expect the Grecians, who invented the fable, to be favorable to themselves in the interpretation of its meaning. Therefore, the Grecians, representing their country as a philosophic state, or as a great intellectual world, regarded their expedition against Troy as being the symbol or proper symbolism of an expedition of the mind against matter. They held that it was the conflict between intelligibles or internal knowables represented on the intuitive level and the material or external life of the individual. Thus the struggle was that between mental energy and form, the struggle of life and matter, spirit and matter, the struggle of soul and body, or whatever polarity you wish to consider. Now the subject of this little difficulty that occurred in the times of Homer was Helen, or Helena, the moon, a lunar divinity who is said to have been of the order of Venus. Now Venus and Helen, who was her more or less objectification, is described by the Neoplatonists as the symbol of intelligible beauty. Now we've discussed in our last evening's discussion something of Plotinus on the beautiful. So we should begin to understand the concept of beauty as it was understood by these philosophers. Helen, therefore, does not represent mortal beauty, but the archetype or the pattern of the beautiful. This pattern which is captured by matter and rescued by mind. The two armies which struggle for control in the story of the Trojan War. Therefore, Helen is archetypal order, or archetypal natural manifestation, the geometry of the universe, the inevitable harmony of the essential laws of the universe themselves. These laws are taken away or abducted or are placed in a material situation in which their beauty, their wonders, their sublimity, their integrity, and their justice are no longer noticeable, visible, or acceptable. Therefore, an expedition led by the mind is sent forth to rescue man's understanding of these principles. And we have, as Plato points out, a very good analogy in the simple fact that through understanding man discovers the beauty of God. Therefore, understanding, or the intelligible power represented by the Greeks, must rescue Helen, essential beauty, from captivity to matter, or to materialism, and the concept that all things are to be measured by their external or apparent parts rather than by their qualities. After the war is over, the various expeditions or powers or faculties return by various courses to their own lands, having accomplished the ends. But you will remember that as the result of the war, the Greeks themselves began to quarrel over Helen. Having rescued beauty, they began to argue and struggle over it, to divide it, to variously interpret it, and in one way or another to destroy the very power which they had originally rescued. Thus we see the mind, by its critical attitudes, gradually destroying the very beauty or truth which it seeks to discover. The analogies as they unfold are very apt, and whether Homer so designed it or not is of little difference. The fact that it can be rationally deduced from these circumstances cannot be denied. Now we must also bear in mind that Ulysses was under the patronage of two powers, one more or less regularly assisting him, and the other appearing or cooperating only in matters of great emergency. His natal or essential protecting god was Mercury. And Mercury, as the messenger of the gods and as the symbol of intellect, was constantly assisting him to extricate himself from difficult or even tragic circumstances. But when intercession of a superior nature was necessary in some great emergency that arose, then Minerva appeared as Pallas Athena and as a superior deity, representing the positive polarities of intuitional understanding, the highest type of the intellect, far higher than mind. Therefore, Minerva, or inspiration, or the power of divine mind, was an emergency available to him. From the time of the end of the war itself to the return of Ulysses to his own far distant native land, we have a story which is the Odyssey of man himself, the great story, the great tragedy of man. And in estimating the various elements of it, we will try to point out a few of the outstanding symbols, because these symbols become increasingly luminous as we proceed. Our hero is therefore one who has achieved to the middle order of heroes. He has achieved to the challenge or power of the sensory universe, and his entire adventure or experience relates to the gradual dominion over sense and the release and directing of the next higher faculty, which is creative imagination, or, as the ancients considered it, the beginning of the intuitive or inspirational power. He would not achieve fully to this, but when he reached his native land, where he would find the shrine and symbol of his aged father, he would then be ready to be elevated toward unity with the higher order of heroes, the Jupiterian allotment, which was concerned primarily with the highest forms of intuitive inspiration. He was returning to claim a larger destiny, which he had to earn through victory over the limitations of his own nature. Now, the sensory world, as it was understood and known to the Greek philosophers, was a world which resulted in the polarization of the psychic nature in a middle distance between a spiritual and a material state. In other words, in a strangely symbolical meaning, the Greeks recognized that the hero was almost the true human being, but that man, as he knows himself now, cannot truly be human until he is born again through the mystery of the heroic attainment. Thus, the hero represents the integrated human person in whom the psychic nature is in equilibrium. To attain this equilibrium, the psychic nature must resolve its own conflict and achieve a moderation within itself. this moderation is achieved through disciplines. And these disciplines are either cathartic disciplines or those disciplines for the complete and positive possession of the internal nature itself. Ulysses, having achieved the potential power of attaining psychic equilibrium, must then find himself suspended like the line in Faust, twixt heaven and earth, dominion wielding. Since, according to the ancient fable, is that which draws man downward into an objectivity, or causes him to be bound by matter. Sense, therefore, is the flowing of energy, or of the libido, toward objectivity, and toward the embracing of the objective world, as Narcissus, seeing his shadow in the pool, sought to embrace it, fell and was drowned. That power by which the psychic nature is caused to ascend or rise toward the gods is the theurgic power of the soul, that power which causes it to verge away from matter and towards divine things. And to achieve this, the internal faculties of consciousness must be awakened. Between these two extremes, or inclinations toward motion, is the equilibrium of the soul itself in its proper state, or in its most natural and suitable state for man. That is, in a middle distance, in which it may still have certain association with matter, but also has a certain association with the divine world. Now here we introduce another group of characters who become very interesting to us out of mythology, and they are called the sirens. Now, poor Ulysses had a great deal of trouble with them before he got through with his strange and wonderful journeys. But according to this theology, the sirens are also divisible into three orders, because each one represents the call of energy to a level. The human being, living on a psychic level of integration, is tempted by one order of sirens to fall into materiality. And these siren powers, therefore, represent a peculiar gravitational pull toward matter present in the psychic life of the individual. They are the allurements of the senses. They are not separate beings, but they are a psychic energy within man, by which the senses are stimulated and are caused to gravitate toward objectivity. The second order of sirens release a similar energy on the psychic plane itself, causing the being to pull toward psychic integration, to be lured toward normalcy by another series of stimulations to faculties and powers of his own nature. The third order is that which lures him toward the divine state. And this again is the result of the excitation of certain faculties and powers of his own nature. And the energies by which these excitations on various levels are caused and maintained were called sirens by the Greeks. We can tell, for example, also something that has to do with other principles. Nymphs appear, particularly in the train of Circe. And these nymphs represent elemental factors or forces, particularly related to the bodybuilding activities of psychic energy. Therefore, in the cave of the nymphs, we find them weaving a magnificent brocaded garment in royal purple upon a loom of stone, and using all of their skill in a most curious and remarkable way. They are doing this within a cave which has two entrances, or an entrance and an exit. And this cave is polarized to the north and south rather than to the east and west. And the two entrances are under the constellations of Capricorn and Cancer, signifying birth and death. In this cave, which was Porphyry's cave of the nymphs, according to Porphyry and his own interpretation, based upon other Platonic sources, he says that it is known to these people that these nymphs represented the agencies which weave or spin the intricate structure of the human body upon the loom of bones, the skeleton, and that the purple vestment represents the arterial and fleshy system which is woven by the elemental powers to cover and adorn the bones or the basic body principle of man. That this partly takes place within a cave, the womb, and other parts of it take place in that larger cave, the Trophonian den, represented by the material life of man, for as Plato points out, human beings live in a cave and are afraid to look out and see what is outside. Therefore, the material world itself is regarded as a cavern, and of course, as we have already seen from its Plutonian allotment, was the underworld. The underworld being actually the sphere of existence in which we live until we make the heroic decision and begin to escape from the mysterious web of circumstance, or the mysterious power of body woven in threads of red and purple upon the loom of stone. All of these things have their special and particular meaning, and Ulysses, to escape the evils of various enchantments, carries a moly branch in his hand, a little plant or leaf anciently used in the initiation rites, and signifying by its own meaning and its own substance the power of enlightened faith. For where faith abides, the individual has the strength and inspiration to rescue himself from difficult and tragic circumstances. Now we have two other points that we want to cover, and that is to discuss briefly something that is also in Iamblichus on the Mysteries, but which we could not and did not attempt to cover in the original lecture on that, but we need some of it tonight in connection with Ulysses. And that is that, as the ancient Egyptian priest says, each human being that comes into the world brings with him two powers, or two natures, which are called the essential and the natural daemon. Now, our word demon comes from daemon, but it does not have the same meaning. A daemon is actually a spirit. We remember, of course, the daemon of Socrates, the mysterious being that accompanied him and gave him warnings and saved him on numerous occasions. Socrates referred to this daemon as his god. And it was only in the common practice of the early church, which took practically every ancient name that was used in the religions of pagan peoples and changed these names into some demoniacal attribute. It was part of this general effort to discredit the ancient religions that has resulted in many of our present terms involved in medieval demonism, especially the term daemon, but there are others. For instance, in the medieval time, the prince of devils was called Beelzebub. The word is simply Baal-Zebub, which means in Babylonian, my lord who sings, and was a name of the god Baal, and is closely associated with the two figures in the Egyptian desert, which we call the singing Memnon. They have to do with the voice, the sweet voice of the god Baal in the ancient Babylonian mythology. Pandemonium, of course, which is another word we did ill to, simply means the dominions of the god Pan. And Pan was not by any means an evil spirit, but a nature god, a shepherd, and one who had to do with the normal and natural problems of husbandry and wife, of life in general, of marriage, fertility, and things of that nature. Thus Pan became the prototype of our modern devil, but had no such meaning in ancient times. In the same way, Lucifer, Lux Pharaoh, the light bearer, was part of the original story of Prometheus. All of these stories and fables have changed with our beliefs, and demon is one of the words that has gotten into trouble. but in the original meaning it simply meant an attending spirit. It was not some evil being like the Mephistopheles of Faust. The natal daemon, according to the Egyptians and the Neoplatonists, was much like what the church later called the guardian angel. And we know by a study of church theology that the doctrine of the guardian angel is not canonical, but it has certain precedents and certain privileges because it is said to be of the mind of the church. In other words, it is acceptable, but not a compulsory doctrine. But the guardian angel, or the idea of a protecting spirit that comes into the world with us, was of course heavily known and believed by ancient peoples. The essential daemon, as distinguished from the natal daemon, represented a higher power, a power that remained aloof and separate from the particular life of the individual, but continued with him throughout all lives and into eternity. The essential daemon and the natal daemon, therefore, were described by Plotinus and the other Neoplatonists as those parts of the soul. The natal daemon, that part of the soul which extends into incarnation or embodiment. And the essential daemon, the oversoul of Emerson, or the anthropos, the part which does not become involved in body. And of course, in the interpretation of Ulysses, it is stated that in the advanced stages of the heroic state, the essential daemon and the natal daemon are reunited and become one, and are no longer separate, because those parts of the soul which extend into body regain their awareness of their own essential origin and are once more conscious of the essential daemon or oversoul. Now, in the story of Ulysses, we come upon an interesting example of the study of the natal daemon on the heroic level. Now, the soul flowing into corporeal existence, staggering according to the description given by Apuleius in his fable of Cupid and Psyche, loses its natural and beautiful motion and becomes, as it were, intoxicated. It has taken upon itself the waters of Lethe, and soul has entered into body as into a prison. And the body, as Plato says, has become the sepulchre of the soul. Or as the same philosopher describes another place, the soul is locked within the body as the oyster is locked within its shell. It is therefore the belief, or was the belief, that the soul, verging toward body, mingling its essences with objectivity, becomes in this manner intoxicated, or loses awareness of its own essential nature, and it becomes soul in body. Now, soul in body, intoxicated and deprived of its essential essence, or essential substance, not only becomes the slave of body, but becomes to a certain degree, in a mysterious way, the tormentor of bodies. The soul, seeking a restoration of its own superiority, becomes a tyrant over body. And from those parts of the soul which are embodied emerge the sensory perceptions in the Greek system. For the sensory perceptions are all maintained, sustained, and supported by the psychic energy within the individual. These sensory perceptions, therefore, convey objectivity to the psychic embodied center. And this psychic embodied center, deprived of its own life, deprived of its own realization of its source or root, blinded and distorted by matter, sets up an isolated kingdom of desire, so that the embodied soul becomes the servant of desire. And from desire and the testimony of the sense perceptions arises the chemistry of selfishness, anger, hate, fear, lust, greed, passion, and finally death. Thus, the psychic part embodied within form becomes in the life of the individual an eternal source of temptation. And yet, because the energy of the soul is tremendously more powerful than that of the body, it racks the body, it tears the body, it is uncontrollable by the body, and it apparently is forever seeking the discomfiting and destruction of the body, not primarily because it wishes to destroy, but because it wishes to be free. And the only way that it can be free is by in some way destroying the house in which it lives. Now we can take this thinking and carry it into the field of abnormal psychology and do a number of interesting things with it. It has a great deal of importance for us. So what do we have? We have this tyrannical soul centered through its tremendous power of the sensory perception. And we have this attempting to bar the progress of Ulysses on his journey home. So, the embodied soul, or the so-called natal daemon, becomes the Cyclops, or the one-eyed giant. The one-eyed giant, because the soul's function through the body is by means of the endocrine gangliated system, particularly the third eye in the brain, by means of which the psychic energy both receives and distributes the testimony of the sensory perceptions. Thus, the one-eyed giant is symbolized by the Cyclops, and sometimes represented in the ancient drawings as inverted, is so placed that the head or the eye of the Cyclops corresponds with the location of the third eye in the body, and the body of the Cyclops inverted so that his feet are upward. In other words, representing a being existing in another world, or of another nature or kind, walking on air instead of earth, but joined to man by the mysterious power of this psychic center or eye. Now man, living in the world of sense, in order to escape from the power of the Cyclops, drives the stake into its eye. In other words, it blinds or removes the power of the sensory perceptions to control the psychic energy. This is presumably the same thought that was used in reference to Homer himself, that this blinding of the Cyclops represented the individual breaking the tie by means of which his internal life is left to the machinations of the testimonies of the outer or external sense perceptions. It is part, then, of the overcoming of the sphere of sense. Perhaps in another way, perhaps not in the same symbolism, but involving the use of the eye, but in a contrary manner, we have the story in the Bible of the eye is single, and the body is filled with light, attempting to describe the necessity for overcoming the polarity of sight. In other words, the concept of good and bad. The Greeks, however, represented this by a cathartic discipline, by means of which they purged the body of its dependence upon the testimony of the senses, represented by the eyes. This thought leads us again, of course, to another very interesting problem. We are told that the essential daemon in the hero, or the higher estate, as man proceeds, is restored to unity, and man has an overlife, an internal life, which is above sense, and which he must call upon when he has certain extreme need. Therefore, the oversoul, or the psychic overself, undoubtedly does have an order or allotment belonging to Minerva, the symbol of the total or complete power of the apperceptive intuitional faculties of man. The next point that we want to bring out particularly is to enlarge upon this problem of the relation of sensory perception to the project in hand. This we have to do something more elaborate with to make it clear. We are in, again, the same symbolical situation exactly as we have in Buddhism. In Buddhism, we have the problem of illusion and reality. The cyclopean eye that is put out is the eye of illusion, which is darkened. The individual, therefore, rescuing consciousness from objectivity and illusional attachments. But we learn from the general story that Ulysses is still torn by the sensory perceptions. And then under certain temptations, when all else fails, he binds himself to the central mast of his ship in order that he cannot be lured away or cannot fail. This is the same mast of the ship of Dionysus, around which the grapevine grew in the older legends of the Dionysiac rites. This represents stability, central polarization, the establishment of the life in moderation and in security, what would be equivalent in the Eastern system to seating oneself in meditation and remaining in the center, to prevent the scattering of the forces and resources of consciousness. In other words, drawing all available power to a center and becoming immovable. And this mast of the ship, of course, represents the pole of the world and represents the axis of consciousness itself. So Ulysses binds himself to this ship. Now the ship itself, of course, has many interesting meanings. It is the ship of the doctrine of Buddhism, and it is the ancient ship of Christianity, the little vessel which is still shown upon the papal ring, and the ring of Peter. This ship is, of course, not only the doctrine, but in the old system, it represented the mysteries, the institutions, the sacred doctrine itself, by which all souls are carried home. It is therefore, of course, the security of the revealed rights, the ancient institutions, by means of which the preservation and security of man is guaranteed. And binding himself to the doctrine, binding himself absolutely to the laws of the teaching and philosophy in which he was living, he gains the strength to withstand the various temptations and allurements. Now at one time in his wanderings, Ulysses comes to the land of the Lotus Eaters, and there he has one of his most interesting experiences. This land of the Lotus Eaters is a place where there is almost complete forgetfulness, and the individuals live forever in a state of continuous pleasure. Of course, the land of the Lotus Eaters represents the illusion of the continuance of happiness in a state of ignorance. It represents the tendency of men to forget by taking the mysterious nectar of the strange trees that grow in this area, and in so doing become oblivious to all the mysteries of life. We have the soul accepting into itself all of the allurements of the senses and becoming drowned or intoxicated by them. In this case, we are dealing again with a psychological problem of the individual who attempts to drown the purposes of his psychic life by means of ignoring the better part of his own nature and the principles for which he stands. Ulysses has great difficulty in rescuing his companions from this condition, but he is able himself to escape and to continue his long voyage home. And in the course of this voyage he comes to many interesting things. His ship has to pass between a great rock and a whirlpool. And this rock is, of course, and the whirlpool represents desire and anger. The desire meaning attachments to the past, attachments to a state inferior to himself, or unreasonable ambitions concerning his own future condition. These desires are also balanced by anger, and in the achievement of psychic polarity, the individual must guide the ship of his soul between the extremes of desire and anger, or the extremes of mortal love and hate. Without overcoming these extremes, he is unable to preserve his course. So each of the journeying adventures of Ulysses have to do with the gradual regeneration of his powers and his motion little by little away from darkness and ignorance and toward the achievement of his heroic destiny, the destiny for which he had dedicated himself. The most dramatic and pictorial and probably the outstanding episode in the entire story is the adventure of Ulysses with Circe the Enchantress. Circe the Enchantress is a delightful problem, and it's right in line with our most immediate problems and the destiny of man today, because now sense, or the sense powers, have come head-on into imagination, represented by the sorceress. And imagination is not, of course, a being outside of man, but an excess within himself. Imagination is man's instinctive tendency, when working with the early structure of the psychic life, to exchange excess as an escape mechanism physically with imagination as an escape mechanism emotionally or psychically. By imagination, of course, Circe is able to transform all of the attendants of Ulysses into beasts. And Ulysses himself has a very difficult and terrible time to escape from the snares which Circe builds. And the Neoplatonists point out this very important thing, that until the soul is stabilized, imagination cannot be directed or controlled, and therefore that imagination uncontrolled is responsible for the larger part of errors which exist in man's world of affairs. Imagination causes the individual to deceive himself. In the level of sense, he is deceived by others, perhaps. On the level of imagination, he deceives himself, for he takes a world and transforms it according to the hazy and uncertain impulses of his own desires. Imagination enables him to see anything the way he wants it to be, regardless of whether it is that way or not. Imagination causes him to fill his world with false doctrines and beliefs, to pursue will-o'-the-wisps, to mistake passing pleasures for immortal verities, and mistake always the pleasant for the truthful. It permits him to wander about in long, circuitous passages without being able to rescue himself. And once he is captured in the snare of imagination, it is very difficult for him to restore his philosophical equilibrium. The French transcendentalist Eliphas Lévy, in one of his works, refers to this sphere of imagination as the astral light. And he says it is a beautiful garden, around the stem of each flower a deadly serpent twined. This is the magic garden of Klingsor in Parsifal. This is the mysterious world of things that are not so, and those worlds in which nothing is good or bad, but thinking and feeling make it so. This is the world in which gave us the Inquisition. It is the world that gives us tyranny, gives us cruelty, gives us heartlessness, gives us hate and fear and terror. This is a world of ignorance, superstition and fear, ruled over by a strange, intangible goddess of excesses. This is Circe the Enchantress, which is nothing more or less than man's undirected use of the imaginative power of his own soul. This imaginative power is under the ancient guardianship of the lunar principle. Therefore it ebbs and flows, waxes and wanes like the moon. It passes into eclipse and casts a strange, mysterious light upon the world. It transforms the objective realities of day into the strange, subtle, intangible, often confusing shadows of night. It rules with a strange silver light over all things. Circe the Enchantress is therefore that part of man's own nature which is forever crying for the fulfillment of desire against the demands of character. And in this case, of course, there is a greater illusion added, for man can convince himself that what he wants is good for him. He can also convince himself of many errors about himself. He can be very foolish and convince himself that he is learned. He can be very selfish and convince himself that he is kind. He can be filled with hate and convince himself that it is love. All of these illusions arise from his inability to estimate the basic values of his own existence. Now also, in the fable, Circe takes on the appearance and similitude of another character. This particular circumstance causes the illusion or the delusion of Circe, or of Ulysses towards Circe, who feels at some times that she takes on the appearance of his true wife, Penelope. Thus imagination comes to him in the form of truth and takes on the likenesses of realities. Later, when we study Penelope a little, I think we'll be able to see why Circe takes this form. But we are dealing definitely with a whole world of pseudo-psychic phenomena, of pseudo-psychological phenomena, the basis of nearly all neuroses, frustrations, and phobias. For all these things arise from some kind of ignorance, and mostly they arise from man's unwillingness to face facts naturally and reasonably, and his inevitable instinct to clothe them, dramatize them, color them with false values from his own emotional life. Thus Circe can change human beings into beasts, causing them finally to be completely absorbed in selfishness and in false activities of one kind or another. And of course, not only do these other companions of Ulysses represent other wayfarers seeking home, they can also be interpreted as the various separate faculties and powers of his own mind and nature. So that, of course, the fact that he cannot save them and that they must all perish along the way indicates also that the various attributes and aspects of his own mind cannot survive truth, and that only the one, the master faculty of all, can reach the destination. All others must pass or die along the way, being a race of opinions, attitudes, convictions, of concepts which have not their foundation in the heroic destiny. Therefore, they cannot survive. We can go considerably further with the problem of Circe, but I think it gives us some general pattern with which we are to work at the time being. Now let us also bear in mind, as we said, that Neptune, who is the guardian of the seas and to whose aquatic allotment Ulysses belongs, is himself a strange and mysterious power governing the middle diffusions of the objective universe. Neptune is peculiarly patron over the psychic life of man. Therefore, if his spirit belongs to Jupiter, his soul belongs to Neptune, and his body belongs to Pluto or Hades. Each of these has his own laws, and it is the duty of each of these gods, according to the gravitational power of his nymphs, or the spirits that pull for him in one way or another, to hold life to these levels over which these deities have dominion. Therefore, Neptune, representing the psychic field, does not wish Ulysses to escape. And in the long journey which is through this fluidic element, the psychic life, when it seems that Ulysses is about to escape, Neptune brings the great tempest to bear upon him, giving him all and terrible evils and injuries, and causing him, as the commentaries say, the gravest doubts and misgivings. Of course, this is exactly the psychic field, doubts and misgivings. Under the great stress of temptation, of trial, of hardship, of frustration, the individual becomes doubtful. His certainties are weakened. He is no longer sure of his own course. He is afraid. He does not know as yet that there is a true land or a true home which he is going to be able to attain. Thus, along the great journey of life, the individual is beset with hardships, and the storm of life threatens to close over him, and the psychic stress threatens to engulf him. And in this emergency, which is the greatest that he must bear, Minerva appears, giving him the guidance of heavenly wisdom, giving him the internal experience of security, bestowing upon him the vision or the internal participation in reality. And Minerva therefore brings with her, so to say, the mystical experience, the sign, the proof, the evidence that the powers of darkness shall not prevail. And thus strengthened, Ulysses is able to escape the wrath of Neptune and to continue on his journey home. Now, of course, the great sea trip is of the journey home. It is the journey across the middle distance between matter and spirit. Now, if you remember in your concepts of ancient philosophy, and we've discussed them so many times, I think you can reconstruct the picture, that the three worlds, heaven, earth, and hell, spirit, soul, and body, were represented by the ancients as three elements: fire, water, and earth. Therefore, the physical world was earth, the psychic world was water, and the spiritual world was fire. And these were in the forms of almost concentric orbits, with the earth represented in the center, surrounded by the zone of water, and that surrounded in turn by a zone of clouds and fire. This threefold division of the world represented by fire the causal sphere, the source of life, by matter the world of effects or bodies, and by water the intermediate distance. Plato says that souls descended from the Milky Way and fell into humidity and finally into the bodily form of the earth. The earth itself floated in water, and we have the theories of Anaxagoras and Anaximenes concerning these elements, and the old doctrine of Thales, who said that the earth itself was like a ship floating in water, and earthquakes were caused by someone rocking the boat. This concept, however, was not water as we know it, but the humidic field of energy that modern science calls ether, but which also represents the magnetic field of the earth, or the psychic envelope of both man and the world in which he lives. Now, the Greeks understood this as a river, or as a great zone of water. And they said, therefore, that the world of the living was divided from the world of the dead, or the world of forms from the world of spirit, by a river. And we remember, of course, the river Styx, across which the blind boatman Charon rowed the hosts of souls. We remember the river Jordan, and that dear old hymn, just one more river to cross. And that one more river to cross was the ocean which Ulysses was trying to cross to get home. And, of course, the same good old thoughts in the hymns tell us that we shall gather on the further shore, that we shall all be together after we cross the river. We recognize also the mysterious sea which surrounded the Midgarden of the ancient Nordics, and in this great ocean slept the great serpent, the Midgard snake, and storms were caused by the motions of this snake at the bed of the great sea. We also have many, many accounts. Remember the great heroes of antiquity, the seamen. Remember that all the instructors of mankind are said to have come out of the sea. Remember that man, it is believed, himself came out of water as a material creature, crawling out of the sea in some prehistoric age, and still with certain rudimentary organs remaining within his body to indicate that once he was a creature of the sea. So life crawling out of sea was formed crawling out of the psychic field which enveloped the earth. But the sea also mostly became the symbol of the interval between the land of Elos, where the Trojan War was fought, and what Homer calls our own far distant native land, which is upon the other shore, upon the far side of the great sea. We remember in the Buddhist system, of course, the ship of the Doctrine, which carries souls across from this world to the other land, the better land beyond, where the blessed land Doctrine means security. And we see on this ship of the Doctrine all types of human beings engaged in various activities while being taken across the sea of soul into the land beyond, the pure land of the northern Buddhist teaching. One man in the ship, of course, is standing on the back deck fishing. The journey of souls is not always done consciously, but this great sea of energy, which is the mother of mysteries and the source of life, also is, strangely enough, this strange sea of psychic phenomena which man must cross in order to reach security from the pressures and intensities of his own nature. So we must cross this great sea, the great water, and in doing this establish freedom and discernment from the illusions of this sea. For it is this psychic sea that feeds generations, and once souls have fallen asleep in the waters of humidity, they float downward until finally, like seeds in the earth, they germinate and are born materially and are locked within the world of form. The gate of this sea was the constellation of Krator, the cup. And it was here, of course, that the cup of forgetfulness was taken from one of the constellations of the heavens. The deluge myths and all these things have to do with this psychic sea and this tremendous zone of psychic power which man must cross to escape from illusion, which is the sea, and reach reality which lies beyond. So the long journey of Ulysses has to do with the crossing of this sea. The little ship in which he sails is, of course, his own nature, his own psychic integration. The ship which is called the ship of the doctrine, or the ship of faith, or the power of the essential will of his own nature. Now, in one of his adventures, Ulysses would have been lost had he not been able to grasp a ragged fig tree that grew alone on the edge of a cliff. And the ancient legends tell us that the fig tree was the symbol of the human will, which was called upon in emergency also, and gave the individual the strength to survive the damages and dangers of this hazardous journey that he must take. Now let us pause for a moment and consider the conditions in Ithaca toward which Ulysses was returning. And we have a very interesting and remarkable picture of his faithful wife waiting for him at the end of the journey. Here we find Penelope, who has a very difficult problem on her hands. It is believed that her husband is dead, because no word has been had of him for a great length of time. And a number of ambitious suitors of one kind or another are making bids for her hand and favor. They all profess great affection for Penelope, but actually they are all seeking only the authority and power which this little kingdom will bestow if they can marry the widowed queen. Now Penelope is apt in subterfuges herself, and is nearly equal to the occasion, for she has decided that she will weave a tapestry, and that she will give no answer to these suitors until the tapestry is finished. So whatever she weaves each day, she takes out again at night, so that the tapestry is never done. Now this is a very nice symbol, especially when Porphyry tells us in simple words that Penelope is wisdom. Wisdom, of course, is the mysterious thing, the mysterious person, the mysterious being to whom Ulysses is striving desperately to return. All of his adventures and all of his difficulties are due to the fact that he cannot find his way home. He is in an enchanted world, the world of his own psyche. And to rescue himself from that and finally penetrate on to his own land has taken a great and terrible time. And along that way he has had some pleasures and many misfortunes, and he even found a friendly king, Knowledge, who helped him to outfit a ship. He had all kinds of experiences, but what he is trying to do is to get back to wisdom, which is the thing that has always been most necessary. Now, wisdom represented by Penelope is not worldly wisdom as we know it, but what the Neoplatonists termed essential wisdom. It is the wisdom of theurgy itself. It is the wisdom of the great power, which the attainment of which is the perfection of the heroic state. When Ulysses can get back to Penelope, he has completed his journey. He has then fulfilled what was called his Neptunian allotment. he has completed his journey in the middle level of heroes, those who must first save themselves. And so to achieve this, he must return and find Penelope. Now Penelope, as wisdom, is having a difficult time with a number of ambitious persons who wish to marry her. Not for her own sake, but for the power she will bestow. And even back in those early times when life was far less complicated than it is now, the Greeks declared that the mysterious, selfish, hateful, unpleasant, and ambitious suitors of Penelope represented worldly knowledge, all of them trying to be married to wisdom, or more correctly, all of the materialistic arts, sciences, philosophies, and religions. Everything that for its own good, for its own advancement, was seeking for skill, knowledge, and power. Therefore, Penelope, as wisdom, was being courted by all who claimed or desired to possess her. These among themselves argued, fought, and debated as to who was going to have her, none of them knowing she would have none of them. And in order to make the situation safe for herself, Penelope, whose weaving of the tapestry of life was to represent the full story of knowledge, or the full story of true inner knowledge, always removed at night what she had woven in the daytime, so that she never finished the search or the process of completing this work. And she said she would not marry until it was finished. In other words, she would not accept any of these suitors until her own work was done. And she made certain that the work could never be done. And so, in the search for essential knowledge, in man's experience, no matter how much he knows, something at night, something mysterious, takes out that learning and must weave it again the next day. So that no matter how much we know, we never know all. No matter how much we woo wisdom, we cannot attain its completeness, and therefore we cannot fulfill the requirements. And in order to protect wisdom's works, which are the key to its own nature, wisdom forever conceals or unravels what it has done. Thus it is that wisdom hides or protects its own works, so that selfish men can never possess either these works or wisdom itself. And of course in those days there were among the Greeks what were called sophists. The original sophists were very great and admirable persons, including some of the great immortals of early Grecian life, like Thales and Solon and Pittacus and Periander. But the later sophists were professional teachers who gained no reputation except for selfishness, because they commercialized learning. And they were associated with false knowledge, man learning for gain rather than for good. And the false suitors in the time of the Greek culture therefore represented all the ulterior motives of man by which men seek to be wise, and for purposes of injuring each other, for taking hold of knowledge as power and using it against the common good, skill to kill rather than to create and to enliven. Thus, essential wisdom kept her house, and in a strange and wonderful way, under the protection of her own proper guiding allotment, Minerva, she was able to confound the suitors until such time as Ulysses could return. Because Ulysses, if he returns, is going to be worthy of her. He is her true husband. And here the Neoplatonists point out a very, very interesting point. Namely, that Ulysses is not returning to marry. He is returning to the wife he had before he left on the journey. And that is one of the points which is particularly important. In other words, Ulysses is not obtaining new wisdom, but he is restoring his own inner knowledge of that wisdom which has always been his. He is returning again to his own proper abode, where wisdom waits for him, as it has always waited. Now when the time comes for Ulysses to at last appear, he comes not in his own proper person, but as an ancient beggar. This is, again, of course, part of the idea. He returns as the mendicant. He returns as the one who has renounced all worldly goods. He returns as a common person, coming secretly back to his own house. And the only one who immediately knows of his coming is his son, who is able to recognize him. And in Telemachus we have a symbol which the Greeks also greatly emphasized, namely that the Son, which represents the works or the achievements of the Father, recognize their own cause or their own source, but no one else does. And then he is given the bow and arrow, which has been held and stored for him since he departed, the bow and arrow which no one but himself can use. And with these shafts and arrows he slays all the suitors, destroys them. And the Greeks say that in so doing he achieves actually the final overthrow of all the dissonant elements of his own soul, that he overcomes all the errors and illusions which are within himself, and he also penetrates and scatters all false concepts concerning wisdom. He destroys the false suitors of wisdom. But there is another interesting peculiarity of this fable, as much of which much is made, namely that when Ulysses returns home, and even after he has slain the suitors and regained his original appearance and estate, Penelope does not recognize him immediately. As the poem says, she hopes, she thinks, she wonders. One moment she believes, and then she does not believe. She is not sure that it is Ulysses. Now, the answer to that in the Neoplatonic doctrine is that essential wisdom, which resides within the higher psychic life of man, has been so separated from the lower personality that when man, through experience and trial, returns to wisdom, wisdom does not at first even recognize the being who went away. That it has so completely changed and altered all its nature and appearance that for a time wisdom is not sure of her own psychic nature. She is not sure of the returning hero who represents the redeemed and regenerated powers of the personality. The personality, in other words, returns home as a stranger. It returns home as one not easily recognized. And it is only after a time that this recognition by wisdom is accorded. Now, if we study the Neoplatonic concept of wisdom, we shall also understand a little more of why this is true. Wisdom representing the anthropos, or the higher parts of the oversoul, with their intuitive powers. This does not and did not descend into matter with the extension of its own objective psychic nature. Therefore, the psychic totality of man is not necessarily informed as to the appearance and nature of the personality dependent from it. Therefore, when the objective being returns to psychic totality, it may not immediately or evidently be known. It is not that which departed. It is a different and a completely changed being with which wisdom has no immediate association or contact, but to which wisdom is finally restored and united in a full and complete understanding. Part of this allegory also occurs in Lawrence's work of the 18th century, The Adventures of Common Sense, where wisdom plays an important personified role in that work also. Now also in the Odyssey there is another intimation, that when Ulysses returns to his own homeland, his own psychic nature, he also then seeks the shrine and mystery of his ancient father. He goes further, but there's not too much about this, but there's just an intimation that he is seeking for his father, and he goes alone to seek his father. And this aged king, the ancient king, whom he seeks, is itself a very wonderful symbol. It is distinctly stated that Ulysses goes alone to visit this lonely king. Here we have the definition given by Plotinus of what constitutes the mystical journey. The journey of the alone to the alone. And in the closing parts of the Odyssey, we have this almost completely stated in the Homeric version. By this we mean that Ulysses is not only now completing the heroic cycle of Neptune, but is now about to join with the cycle of his old and venerable father, who is above, who rests in a superior state. In other words, he is then ready to progress into what is called the allotment of Jupiter. He would then, his next allotment will then be that having redeemed or perfected his own nature, he will then pass into the highest order of heroes, those who live not to save themselves but to save others. When he returns and searches for his father, he bids in that way for the next step or the next allotment from the gods in the heroic order. It means that at that time he has perfected or completed his own life cycle. Now there is also no doubt in the world that the story can be regarded, and perhaps was at some time regarded, as a religious or ceremonial pageant, and that it may well have been performed as part of the state mysteries of Greece during the period of the rise of the Orphic Dionysiac tradition. Under these conditions, of course, Ulysses becomes the eternal candidate seeking initiation into the mysteries. Ulysses passes through 12 distinct adventures, which correspond to the 12 labors of Hercules. And also these represent the passage of the sun through the 12 signs of the zodiac. Thus we have an astronomical mythos, which is repeated also in the Arabic fable of the story of Sindbad the Sailor. The adventures of Sindbad are undoubtedly based upon Arabic impressions of the Odyssey. The story, of course, is also rather strongly set forth in the parable of the prodigal son. It is checked and rechecked in the story of the book of Job. All of these legends recur among different peoples. In the story of the prodigal son, the son goes down to the flesh pots of Egypt and wastes his substance in riotous living, and then he returns home. And when he returns home, for him the fatted calf is offered up, because the dead is alive, the lost is found. And this return to the Father's house, which is also contained in the Gnostic hymn of the Robe of Glory, all represents the journey home on one or other level of mankind. The Ulysses story is called heroic because it is archetypal. In other words, the difference now becomes philosophical on another level. The personal story of any person's journey home, to the degree that it is personal, is human. But your scriptural writings and your great epical works are archetypal. They are not the story of a person. They are the story of emotion involving all persons. They are the story of a state which must be attained by all human beings. Therefore, they are archetypal. They represent a path that all must follow, or many at least must follow. They are no longer, therefore, the stories of individuals, but the stories of prototypic beings. Therefore, they are called heroic. They are heroic because the key to them is the key to the regeneration of whole orders of life. In this case, the key to the regeneration of humanity. You will observe also that in these rituals, whether it be in the story of Ulysses or any other, we do not have any embodiment of the power of evil. We have always the journey home representing the conquest of the psychic polarities of the self. All of the agencies involved, even including Minerva, Neptune, and Pluto, are all within the individual. They are all levels of being within his own consciousness, which makes the entire subject very highly psychological, and teaches very distinctly that man's conquest of self is the supreme achievement in the light of nature. The Odyssey covers many things One other which we would like to mention because of its great interest, and that is the story of the descent of Ulysses into Hades. This is part of one of his adventures. And he goes down into the underworld, and there he perceives certain terrible and sad spectacles. He perceives there the results of psychic pressure. The underworld, as described by Ulysses, becomes therefore the proper symbol of a sphere of extreme neurotic conflict, a sphere of complexes, frustrations, and neuroses. All the beings in these underworlds are repeating blindly and continuously some symbolic action associated with the difficulties or the conditions which caused them finally to come to this sphere of darkness. Thus this underworld represents the zone of man's subconscious or unconscious life. And Ulysses, descending into it, finds these symbolic excesses. One, the man who is rolling the boulder up the hill, and every time it reaches the top, it escapes from him and rolls down again. And he must go back up and down forever, unable to escape this strange load to which he is attached. This entire process of rolling the boulder is nothing but a very thin, veiled statement of ambition. It carries the individual's tremendous dedication to some unworthy and unnatural purpose, which, having no content in reality, can never succeed. The individual who rises merely falls, and who falls merely falls to rise again. And on in a great cycle, a cycle of pressures, the individual becomes the absolute psychic slave of his own impulses. Thus the underworld is locked within the human being as the source of habits, of these things that we do again and again and forever without real reason or without real purpose. And Ulysses is taken down into this world in order that he may see the psychic consequences of these addictions to inadequate concepts of existence. Each one of his adventures carries the same message on some level of sensory perception. Gradually, however, he clears this sensory perception. For when the time comes, he recognizes Penelope, although she does not recognize him. He knows at all times the purpose of his journey, but he is not always sure that he will survive. Here again we can have elements from the rituals of initiation, the temptations by which the soul is tried, as are set forth in the Egyptian ritual of the dead. Thus we have several possible levels for the interpretation of the Ulysses story. But I think that we are reasonably certain that the general struggle is between Ulysses and the concept of egoism within himself. And the various elements of this conflict are embodied and personified in his adventures and hardships. In the end, however, he is given to be returned to his lawful wife, wisdom, and will be given power to rule ever after in happiness over the kingdom of nature, which is his proper allotment. We also know that this is the distant city toward which he is always seeking to go, and whose shoreline he does not even recognize when he sees it. This is the city of good intention. This is Utopia. This is the New Jerusalem, the heavenly city, the city of rest and peace. This is the mysterious nirvanic city of the East, the abode of everlasting tranquility. This is Surkavati's golden shores. And he is seeking to reach it because it is the city of peace. It is the city of tranquility and of joy. But it is a city, as a state of consciousness, which has been infected by these suitors who must be removed. The temple must be cleansed. And Ulysses, in destroying the suitors, fulfills the same symbolical act as Jesus casting the moneylenders from the porch of the temple. All these are the restoration of sanctity, the restoration of sacredness. And with Ulysses' poem, Penelope then finishes her painting or her tapestry, And in this tapestry she reveals all of the operations of natural law. Therefore, to the one who is enlightened and redeemed, wisdom gives all of her secrets. But until they are enlightened and redeemed, nature conceals part of her secrets, and even destroys some of her work by night, so that men will not be able to fathom her mysteries. And those who are selfish and profane can never become possessors of the great wisdom or the greater doctrines, which are the secrets of nature's wondrous powers and workings. And so in the story we have a rather contemporary trend. We have a trend that teaches us that each individual's personal journey of self-control is an odyssey, and that he too is seeking his homeland, and that he finds his homeland after strange adventures. They are no longer perhaps so picturesque as those described in the Odyssey, and there are not many Cyclops wandering around today. But within our own living, we pass through all these tragedies, and when we pass through them, they are as great as though they involved all the cosmos. And the giants of selfishness that we must slay are not less in stature than the giants of ancient times. It is, however, a qualitative victory, one in which the strength of self over circumstance, as Plotinus calls it, is the key to man's internal peace and security, and his ultimate re-identification by theurgy with the eternal wisdom of the Father. These are the principal elements of the story, and by aid of these keys, I think you could read the entire work with a fair degree of comprehension, and that in so doing, you would then be thinking as the Neoplatonists thought, thinking with Plato and the others, that this fable is a thinly veiled account of each man's journey to that land which is his true home. And in that thinking, then, I think we probably have done about enough for this evening.
This evening we have to complete our all too brief survey of Neoplatonism. And we have chosen a semi-detached personality to explain certain phases of this doctrine. There were many direct disciples of the original Neoplatonic group, but the influence of the sect extended beyond the boundaries of its own formal pattern, and touched particularly some of the nobler and most enlightened of the Roman leaders. We have a very bad general opinion of the Caesars, and for the most part, perhaps, our opinion is not ill-founded. Probably none of them were quite as bad as they have been painted, and very few of them as good as might be hoped. The two exceptions in this group of imperial persons are Marcus Aurelius Antoninus and Flavius Claudius Julianus. These two men were both learned and by natures and temperaments devout. They were sincere, honorable persons. And while the circumstances of their time certainly prevented them from a full expression either of their natural inclination or their potential genius, they have left important monuments, works which have inspired the world far outside of the spheres of policy and diplomacy. The Meditations of Marcus Aurelius are among the noblest of the moral works of man. And the writings and various essays and pronouncements of the Emperor Julian must also be included among the great documents. In fact, his two orations, one to the sovereign son and the other to the Mother of the Gods, are outstanding among the great literary works of the world. We must, for instance, pause and consider the materials and situations that went into the temperament of Julianus. He was directly descended from Constantine the Great, and his political career reached its height in the years not far removed from the reign of Constantine. You'll remember that Constantine gathered the great Christian Council of Nicaea, and there in about 326 AD turned the destiny of the Roman Empire over to Christendom. This policy was not especially altered thereafter except for a few brief interludes. And one of these interludes relates to the life of Julian. Julian was born of the imperial line, but came early in life under the jealousy of Constantius, who was then emperor, and who feared that the descendants of Constantine might ultimately take away his imperial place and life. Constantius, therefore, was responsible for the murder of all the descendants that could be traced of the imperial branch of the family of Constantine, with the exception of Julian and his brother. These two children were so young and so far removed from the political scene that it was not considered necessary to eliminate them. Julian spent his entire life, his early life, in exile and in prison. Constantius took no chances with the young man, but prevented him from having any of the natural privileges of the young, although, as Julian himself tells us, he was never physically or actually abused. As a result of the peculiar seclusion and semi-state of imprisonment in which he lived, the young man early turned his mind to the deeper problems of life and thought. During the period of his youth and adolescence, he came rather strongly under the influence of Christian teachers. And as a result of the natural mystical sensitivity of his soul, he was inclined to embrace these teachings, although, as he tells us, he was profoundly suspicious due to the circumstances involving Constantine the Great. He knew, as he tells us, that Constantine was not sincere, and that the entire problem of the great Nicene upheaval was a pretext used by Constantine to advance his own political destiny. But Julian, being by temperament a mystic, a naturally sensitive, retiring, quiet person, was not completely converted by his Christian associates, but he was impressed by them. And the more he considered the matter, the more deeply he was impressed, until he finally accepted baptism. And it was assumed that his life would then follow the new pattern of life in the Holy Roman Empire. It so happened, however, that Constantius, becoming more and more involved in foreign wars and internal broils, began to seek for someone upon whom he could depend and whom he could trust. In the meantime, the Empress Eusebius had taken a very great interest in young Julian. She saw in him a man growing into manhood with great and unusual capacities and ability. She was therefore able to convince Constantius that it would be wise for him to turn to this kinsman, a man honorable and sincere, and put his trust, perhaps, in the person he had so grievously wronged. Constantius agreed. In the due course of time, Julian was proclaimed Caesar by Constantius and given a sphere of activity beyond the Alps. This was the beginning of the career of this young man, who gradually, by his own merits, and also to a degree by the general collapse of the Roman Empire around him, came finally to the imperial purple and was proclaimed Julian Augustus after it became evident that Constantius had lost the empire. Julian was born in Constantinople, and when the time came for him to solemnize as Pontifex Maximus, at the funeral of Constantius, he ordered the former emperor to be buried as he wished, with Christian rites, although by this time Julian himself had changed his mind on some of these religious questions. It was known that while as Caesar he extended the influence of Rome and protected it very largely, his own mind had gradually been changing. And as a result of this change, Julian finally formally renounced Christianity and restored or returned to the faith of his fathers. For this reason, he has been stigmatized in the church as Julian the Apostate. But actually, the circumstances leading to the various changes in his mind and thinking were perfectly natural of the kind of man that he was. Julian had a very short career as emperor, and 2 years after he had become invested with the full imperial power, he died on the field of battle, pursuing a defeated Persian army. Thus, for only a short time did this man enjoy worldly power and glory, and Julian, one of the best emperors Rome ever had, departed from this world in his 32nd year. Thus he had little, if any, time to ripen his philosophy, to produce out of himself the full maturity of his own thinking. Most of the works of Julian were done in tents on the battlefield. He wrote at night with the lights of lamps and candles. He had no leisure with which to study, and he often said that he regretted profoundly that destiny seemingly had demanded of him that he renounce his allegiance to the Athenian Minerva and accept service in the army of the Roman Zeus. He had much rather remain to the end a scholar, but as this was denied of him, he did the best he could under the circumstances. Although he renounced Christianity as his own religion, Julian, when he issued his own imperial edicts, decreed complete and absolute tolerance within the empire. And at no time can it be truthfully said that he persecuted the Christians or did anything to injure them. It has been noted, perhaps unjustly, however, that he preferred to choose those nearest to himself from among the schools of philosophy with which his mind was most closely associated. Basically and fundamentally, Julian was a Platonist. But during his life he came strongly under the influence of Neoplatonism, and this gradually resulted in the maturity of his philosophic thinking. Julian also has the distinction of being one of the few Roman emperors who was actually an initiate of the mysteries. It is known that as Pontifex Maximus, as the emperor, it was customary for the Roman imperial line to assume deification. The Roman emperor was a theocratic ruler. He was a god. And it was therefore his duty to preside over the state mysteries. But as we may suspect from the general state of Rome, the political mysteries of Rome were by no means mature or pure. And very few of the Roman emperors were ever able to receive admission into the greater and deeper schools of philosophy existing in other regions. Julian was one of the exceptions.
Julian was initiated into the great mysteries of Ephesus. He was accepted into the cult of Diana, the great goddess of the Ephesians. And he was initiated in crypts under the city of Ephesus, and his initiator was Maximus the Neoplatonist. Julian also was initiated into the mysteries of the Persian Mithras, from which mysteries he learned many things, including a new meaning for the mysterious baptism of blood. By means of the blood of the Son, the sins of man are washed away. Julian was also initiated in Greece, and therefore cast his lot with that great descent of priest philosophers who have made such rich contributions to our common good. He was initiated into the rites of the goddess Cybele, sometimes known as the Mother of Mysteries, the Mater Deorum, the Mother of the Gods. And it is from these circumstances relating to his own initiation and to his own experiences in the sacred rites that Julian prepared his great oration to the Mother of the Gods. Now, the oration as a great literary work is almost unexcelled. But our principal interest lies not in this literary implication, but between the lines, in the hints arcanely dropped by one who had passed through the rites and therefore was bound by an obligation, neither to expose nor to reveal, but to hold most sacred those things in themselves most sacred. Thus we cannot turn to Julian and expect to find an expose of the great mystery system. We can, however, through the references which he himself derives from Platonic and Neoplatonic sources, from the contemporary records of Julian's own life, and from the contents of his great orations and his work, Julian Against the Christians, we can find certain indications of the circumstances and the type of mind and the philosophy with which he was familiar. We have said that he died too young to have perfected his system or have made his own mature contributions upon the platform or level of reflection. He was still a young man, groping after many things, but that he had found some things we know, and that with the things he had found came great patience and consolation of spirit, so that in his last hours, with the arrow of a Persian soldier in his liver, Julian faced the end with the greatest of serenity, his last words being for the consideration of those around him and not for his own need. He died contrary to all fables and legends to the contrary, in peace with himself and the world, believing profoundly in the Platonic doctrine that he had an everlasting estate, and that in this everlastingness all good things would be fulfilled. Julian believed himself to be descended from the god Mercury, but this only implies that he was born under the sign ruled by the planet Mercury. This was the common way of distinguishing persons in his time. He believed that the ruling genius of his horoscope was the mysterious, invisible parent from whom he came. Julian also had one other strange and rather profound obsession. He firmly believed in rebirth and was convinced that in a previous life he had been Alexander the Great. The fate of Alexander, who also died as a young man, and the circumstances of his death, and many of the incidents in the life of Julian parallel so closely that perhaps there might be some truth in his belief. In any event, he held to it very firmly, going so far as attempting to expiate, as Julian, crimes and sins which he believed that he had committed as Alexander. So with this little outline of the character and manner of Julian, but with no ability to
enter into the strange and wonderful genius of this man, who had talents and abilities far above those of the average person, we must consider his approach to religion. Now here we have an interesting problem that perhaps is different from that of any of the other Neoplatonists whom we are considering. Here we have a man who devoutly and honestly became a Christian, then turned from this faith and returned to the doctrines of Plato and Neoplatonism. Yet he had received his Christian education at a very early and tender period of his life. And during those formative and adolescent years, he had been strongly impressed by the sincerity and dedication and devotion of certain Christian priests and teachers whom he had known. It was not until public life brought him in contact with the political pressures of the new sect that he became disillusioned. As a young man, he believed very devoutly in the essential goodness of these men with whom he confided and who had taught him. So we have a man returning later to a non-Christian position as a philosopher, scholar, and thinker, and yet undoubtedly bringing with him into this new attitude which he assumed, and we know from his own writings with the absolute sincerity of a dedicated person, that we will have a mixture or a combination of elements arising in the philosophy of Julian, which is going to distinguish him somewhat from the other late pagan writers who were preserving the Platonic descent. Julian, though a philosopher of good parts and a scholar of abilities, was essentially in his own personal life a mystic. He was a mystic inasmuch as he was moved most powerfully and strongly from certain deep sources and roots within himself. His writings are colored by tremendous emotional intensity. He had a great and sublime sense of the dignity of life, and like most of the Neoplatonists, his mysticism led him into interpretation. He was not inclined to accept anything upon its face appearance or upon its literal values. He sought always meaning, and he sought meaning that would satisfy the hunger of his own search for truth. Julian had already long realized that truth was not a word, and he had fully come to appreciate that the attainment of internal security was by a kind of exaltation within himself. He on several occasions had transcendental experiences, and some of the church fathers accused him of being a magician. Actually, he did have visions. He did have an inner contact of some kind with a larger world of realities, a world which, flowing through him, as he himself expresses it, gave him security from himself and not from his world. It was this security that sustained him through the cabals and conspiracies of the Roman court. And it was this same mysterious internal security that left him untouched by elevation and serene in death. So we have in Julian a man who was moved and motivated, as far as we can find, from every action, every public pronouncement, every private memoir, a man absolutely dedicated to what he believed to be duty, responsibility, honor, integrity, and truth. He admitted himself that he might not know fully the meaning of any of these words, but that it was given to him to know that he would do, regardless of cost to himself, regardless of whether it brought him success or death. It brought him death, which has not been unusual in cases of this kind. The great oration to the Mother of the Gods is a veiled unfoldment of the great rituals of the mysteries. And it is therefore important that we use it as a springboard in an effort to understand the mystery system as it then continued to survive and flourish, although in a few centuries it was to pass away from the pages of history
in the Western motion of civilization. To Julian, the mother of the gods was the mysteries. Of course, he will not tell us this directly. To do so would violate his obligation. He can only intimate to us the sacred facts involved. The great mother of the gods, Cybele, presided brooding and serene, strange and detached, over her great rites and ceremonies. Dark Diana, the Multimania, the great mother, mother of mysteries, mother of life, goddess of the Ephesians, also brooded strange and mysterious over her sanctuary. She was again but another form of Isis, the eternal widow, the Egyptian mother of mysteries, seeking, moaning and pitiful, for the dismembered body of her murdered Lord. Julian recognizes these fables, refers to them, mentions them, and tells us what they all mean. Julian therefore explains, partly in this oration and partly in some of his other works, and deriving intimations from Neoplatonic writers who can further be consulted, that it was the belief of those who had taken the obligations and the vows, that in the dawn of time, in the beginning of things, the great wisdom, the eternal gods, had set up their sacred institutions among men, that truth might not perish. And these sacred institutions were guarded generation after generation. And the laws of these institutions and the sacred rites and the ceremonies, the secret instruction, the disciplines, the tests and the trials, were all according to the oracular revelations of the gods themselves, who in the beginnings of time had established these rites and appointed their priests, from whom all the hierophants and masters of the rites from that time on had descended by an ordination, by the same kind of strange, mystic, secret transference of power and authority that we think of in Christianity under the term the apostolic succession. This succession of rites, preserved through the sacraments and through the laying on of hands and through the dedication of lives, meant that the great institutions had come down always as custodians of the great work. Now man is born into this world from the womb of his mother, and his days are few and full of troubles. And according to both pagan and Christian mystic writings, this man who is few of days has only one hope, and that is that by some wonderful and sacred reality beyond his comprehension, he may, while still alive, die and be raised again. Therefore, the sacred institutions were the houses of the second birth, the houses from which a man is born again, from the womb of the mysteries, from the heart, soul, and body of the great mother, who is forever bearing her sons, and yet to the end is forever a virgin. This is the song that Julian sings to us, the song of the house of wisdom. For wisdom has builded its house, and here it dwells, waiting for its sons. This wisdom is Pallas Athena, the patron goddess of Athens, the crowned city, the queen of the house of learning. This is Cybele, Melita, Astarte, Ista, all the great mothers, the mothers of rites, the mothers who give birth to the immortal sons,
who never die. The ritual perhaps began in Egypt, for it is certain that there Isis, mourning for her Lord, represents the great institution of the state religion. Isis was not primarily regarded in the mysteries as a person, but was the bride of heaven. In the Apocalypse of John, which derives part of its authority from the rites of Phrygia, which were practiced in the area around Patmos, where it is said John was for long exiled. In these rites we have a new understanding from the book of Revelation of the mystery of the bridegroom and the marriage of the city of Jerusalem to the Lamb. And Jerusalem was adorned as a bride. This marriage of Jerusalem to the Lamb of heaven is the story that lies at the root of the great cycle of Isis and Osiris. Actually, Osiris represents the eternal wisdom principle. Isis, his consort, is his house, or his institution in the world. Isis, therefore, represents the great theocratic order, just as truly as the same is perpetuated in Christianity under the symbolism of the Virgin Mary. Isis, the Virgin Mary, Cybele, and the great Diana are therefore the magnificent organizations or institutions built up out of the world for the worship and adoration of the gods. This is, again, a very interesting psychical or psychological mystery. For the temple is always the symbol of the human soul. The temple is suspended like man's soul between spirit and body. As spirit descends from the invisible and divine world to possess and ensoul, so the psychic nature itself, the human soul, ascending out of the complication and mystery of matter, rises from its own mortality and sphinx-like guards the gates of wisdom. This soul, then, redeemed out of body, purified from body, is the holy city, the New Jerusalem of St. Augustine. And it is the human soul that is then the bride of the Lamb. And the great theocratic and sacerdotal systems of the pagan world were regarded as these sacred cities that became united eternally to the God who was their patron deity. Now in the Isis and Osiris cycle, Osiris, the great one, or the great deity, is foully murdered by his own brother. And Isis, the mistress, becomes widowed and barren. And she puts upon her head sackcloth and ashes. And she goes forth weeping for her Lord, seeking always and forever for the mysterious power, the great rites, the secret lost word that must be found. All the great arcana cannot be restored. And Isis, seeking for her Lord, is, as we might say it, the concept of knowledge, the concept of education, the great concept of universities and colleges as we know them today. To the ancients, they would have been the widowed Isis, weeping for her Lord, searching everywhere for him, but not able to find him. This quest is the quest for knowledge, the eternal search for the eternal verities. Now in the Isis-Osiris cycle, while Isis is wandering in her widow's weeds, searching for that which is lost forever, there appears to her the specter of her own deceased husband. Osiris comes in the form of a Holy Spirit. Osiris comes in the form of the Holy Ghost. And he comes to announce to her that she shall bear a son, and that this son shall be for the salvation of the nations. And therefore it is said that Isis conceived of the Holy Spirit of her own deceased husband. And she brought forth Horus the younger, the child that was born after his father was dead. In fact, was conceived after his father was dead. Therefore he was born of a Holy Spirit. He was a widow's son. He was one dedicated to a strange and wonderful destiny. And Typhon, the assassin of Osiris and the wicked brother, discovering that this child had been born, sent forth emissaries to all parts of Egypt to discover the child and slay him. And in this course there is also reference to the slaughter of innocent children who were mistaken for him. But Isis, guided by Mercury, hid her child where none could find it, hiding it in the reeds by the side of the river Nile. And the child was saved and grew up to be a fine and splendid man. And when this had occurred, and when the time came for the child lock of hair to be cut off, and Horus came into his adolescent period, which is the second period of life in ancient Egypt. And then Isis received from the ghost of her husband Osiris the promise that he would be forever present with this child and would guide him and lead him. And when Horus the younger reached his 30th year, which was the Egyptian age of maturity, on that occasion a strange and wonderful thing happened. For at that time Osiris, the god himself, entered into the body of his own son and was born in him, and took over and became the ruler of that body. So that in this mystery, as the ancient Egyptian papyrus tells us, the Father and the Son were identical. And then it was that Osiris proudly cries out, "Who hath seen the Father hath seen the Son, for the Son is in the Father, and the Father is in the Son, and they are one being to eternity." This was pronounced 1,000 years BC. Now this mystery goes into many ramifications, but Osiris always represents the great mystery itself, the eternal truth, the living power. And Isis, widowed of her Lord, is the priesthood, the sacerdotal institutions, the schools of the mysteries. And the son that is born of the invisible Spirit and the widowed wife is Horus the Harshesta, the son of the hawk, the Redeemer, the light-bearer, the intercessor, the one who stands in the hall of judgment with every soul that dies and pleads with the Father for the forgiveness of its sins. And Horus is the one who, when the soul of the dead person seems to be lost, takes upon itself the sin of the dead, and in that way gains its redemption. These old rites and mysteries go way back. Julian knew them. Julian had been through the sacred rites. He knew what their meanings were and what they portended in a world seeking truth. And so Isis is the great house, the house of God on earth. Isis was the many-roomed chambers of initiation, the dark hidden womb from which flow the ever-born ones, the sons of the hawk, the armies of the redeemed, who shall sometime in the last great war, which is the Armageddon, will be locked in eternal struggle with the powers of darkness, and in the end, in those times beyond eternity and time, right shall be victorious, and the kingdom shall be returned to Osiris the Father, who will come in glory and receive unto himself his beloved Son. All these rites are not the theological stories that we know today. They had a much deeper and more precious meaning to the initiates of that time.
the great Diana, mother of the Ephesians, the brooding power of the moon, hovering over the great temple of Ephesus, was likewise this mysterious story of the psychic content and the building of the human soul, and how through the union of a Holy Spirit invisible and a corporeal body, the mother, there is born the radiant soul which is the salvation of the world. This in turn causes the initiate or the adeptus of the ancient rites to be considered as a personification and embodiment of the principle of soul. Here we can pause for just a second and remind you of the heroic estate we described last week in the wanderings of Ulysses. The heroes are the soul beings, those who have built for themselves this house, this tabernacle within, which is to be their habitation. So through the power of the mysteries, the breath of life is breathed into a man and he becomes a living being. And this living being is the psychic entity, the mysterious energy or power of the soul. Julianus tells us some more of these things, and he points out something that I think is very interesting. He points out that in these rites, whether they be at Samothrace or Ephesus, whether they be among the Phrygians, or in the mysteries of the Goths and the Gauls, all of these rites were presented in the forms of great pageantries. The pageantries of Eleusis are particularly remembered, but they were no more remarkable or important than those practiced in other places. The neophyte, seeking admission into these rites, and having passed through certain preparatory examinations and tests, is brought into the ceremony, and there he is a witness. He is a beholder. What he was is perhaps borrowed from a line in Plato, because Plato, an initiate, was once asked his profession, and he replied, "I am a spectator." This means, of course, that he accepted the entire pageantry of life as a drama of initiation, although very few modern writers, including dear old Jowett, ever realized that fact. In the rituals, Apuleius, who preceded Julian in these rites, and Hadrianus, and Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, who also was initiated at Ephesus, all of these who went before joined with Julian in bearing testimony to something that is undoubtedly the secret and the very heart of the mystery. They all declared that when they entered into the temple as candidates for the mysteries or for initiation, that they actually went through an experience. Apollonius of Tyana, at a still earlier date than these men, had testified to the same thing. Namely, that when they entered the house of the goddess, or the great house of the mother, that is, they returned to the womb for a second birth, that an occurrence or a happening took place which could not be explained in any terms or any words known to man. As the great drama of initiation unfolded, from the soul of the candidate, the story of the truth behind the picture was revived or restored. So that, as the ancient initiate said, the soul or the psychic entity within himself stirred in its sleep, awoke, and remembered the long road it had come, and realized the reason for its own journey. Thus, in some way, the rituals brought about from the individual a restoration of his own psychic memory. There are many answers to how this could have been. Some of the profane and not too happy commentators on these subjects have suggested that the candidates were hypnotized, or that they were drugged,
or that something was done to disorder their senses so that they seemed to pass through impossible situations. I doubt if either was true. I think the answer lies in the ritual itself. Remember, these rites were preserved inviolate, without change, upon the strongest admonition of the gods and the oracles. Not one line, not one motion, not one word could be altered. It must be preserved complete, inviolate. Man must add nothing and take away nothing. For the peculiar power of the rite lay in its own structure and the unfoldment which it accomplished. Those who have written briefly upon these ceremonies, particularly those who passed through them and could not say much, and some who arcanely concealed them under subterfuge and veiled terms, particularly I'm thinking of the Grecian poet Aristophanes, who in his Frogs and his Winds, two of his supposed comedies, gives us part of the ritual. These rites unfolded according to a peculiar sequence. As Plotinus says, they opened like a flower and bore their fruit. The entire situation was so perfectly and completely ordered that in some mysterious way it brought about some of the chemistry, some of the psychic chemistry implied by Plotinus in his essay on the beautiful, which we have also described. In the rites, then, as in the approach of beauty, the soul in man was said to burst forth in joy, to embrace its own likeness. Thus the rituals were magnificent, integrated, psychological structures which could rouse through reminiscence, through recollection, through similarity, and through association, the sleeping remembrances that are locked within the psychic life of the individual. These rituals then called him forth out of the darkness of his own sleep and caused him to awaken. And while the rites were proceeding, he lived them, he experienced them, because they were unfolding in tone and order and picture and color and design the very structure of his own psychic life. He responded because they were revealing to him an absolute similitude of his own soul. A man being thus brought into the presence of that which is himself, and recognizing those patterns and pageantries which instinctively receives and responds to by ancient instincts which he cannot even explain or understand. These rituals then were mandalas. They were concentration fields by which the disciple or the candidate was lured from the darkness of his own sleep. In him then the soul which had slumbered, which had been unable to rouse itself by its own vigilance alone, was able to be revived and to be restored to its own waking state. Those who attained this or received this apotheosis within themselves were said to have been like Apuleius, brought forth into the presence of the great and glorious God. And in this procedure were enabled to revive the divine memory, the intuitive power, the inspirational faculty, which had slept within them since the time of their embodiment in form. Julian implies to us all of this. He tells us then that these things are not just dramas. They are something in themselves ineffable and sublime, worthy of admiration, and suitable to cause the one who passes through them to come to the greatest devotion and to the most utter and complete humility. Plato is said to have referred to the rites of Eleusinius in such terms of approbation that the importance of these ceremonies cannot be doubted. For he tells us that in the presence of the great rituals, he was as a small child, knowing nothing. This, however, was not due to instruction. The rituals did not teach, they released. They caused the individual to see almost dream symbolic equivalents of his own psychic life. And this brings us to a situation that might have considerable bearing upon modern thinking. We are now concerned in analytical psychological research with the problem of the interpretation of symbolic patterns from within the subconscious and the unconscious of man. We feel that man is moving from within outward through the projection from himself of symbolic forms which bear witness to the geometrical proportions of his own psychic life. Therefore, the individual in his dreams, or in his waking dreams, in his instinctive likes and dislikes, in the decisions and choices which he makes, in the person he may choose to marry, in his attitude towards life and his world, in all these things, the individual is drawing something from himself, is causing symbolic forms and shadows to come to the surface from the deep sources and fountains of his own existence. Now, the difference between this and the great rituals of the Mother of the Gods may be worthy of our consideration. For in these rituals, the qualities with which man is most concerned are lured from himself by presentation of symbol to him and not merely released through him in a heterogeneous collection of dissonant elements. In other words, if these symbolic forms which come from man represent various impersonations of his instincts, then these instincts have potential forms or symbolical equivalents. And if the most divine of these instincts are pictured to man, he will experience them and find that these pictures will call upon his own inner remembrances and release these symbolic patterns from within himself. In the common ordinary life of man, most of his environmental circumstances do not directly release, because they are in themselves asymmetrical. They are in themselves compromises, materialistic emphases, and the individual is not in the presence of sheer beauty, nor is he in the presence of sheer goodness, as far as man is capable of contriving these terms or the elements and principles for which they stand. So the neophyte or the candidate for initiation enters the secret house. He isolates himself from the world. He enters into another kind of world, which might be likened in itself to his own inner life. He discovers, like the Melchizedek mystery of old, that in the rebirth of his own inner life he must be his own father and his own mother. He enters into these rites, into an unworldly state of detachment from all material things, from all normal or materialistic instincts and appetites. And here, in an atmosphere of the most detached sanctity, in an atmosphere itself redundant with beauty, full of love and nobility, always in gentleness, peace, and dignity, the neophyte advances toward the pageantries by which he is supposed to be so profoundly touched. And gradually the great spectacles open before him, and he beholds not the gods or their strange ways and symbols, but he beholds a series of pictures which are the reflections of his own heart and mind. Each of the things that happen breaks silences within himself. and cause him to become articulate of ideals and principles and beliefs. As this rushing unfoldment takes him, he may then very well pass into a state of enthusiasm, which is from entheus, meaning in God. He may find himself suddenly possessed by powers beyond his comprehension, moved by forces that he cannot resist, until it seems that an internal world bursts through him and around him, and he finds himself like Apuleius, standing at midnight upon the threshold of Persephone, with the radiant and glorious sun of noon shining under his feet. He beholds himself transported from one sphere or world to another. He enters into the abode of the dead being the dark part of himself. He there faces all of the pressures, evils, and symbolic fantasies of his own psyche. He is victorious over darkness and evil. He is restored again to light. He remains 3 days in the underworld, or 3 degrees. Then he is resurrected and brought into the presence of the Hierophant of the Mysteries, the Grand Master in his robes of blue and gold. And here he is crowned and coroneted as a master of the inner life. And he is presented with the symbols and powers of his new authority. But long before these things have happened, as Apuleius points out, the soul itself has become so completely enamored of the transcendental beauty of the divine that it is no longer scarcely to be considered in this world at all. It moves strangely as in a sleep of waking. It beholds all things in new order and relationship. It beholds gradually the breaking open of the walls of the temple, until, as one of the initiates says, all vanished except time and space and heaven and earth, and the whole world became the eternal temple. All these things were experiences strangely and wonderfully psychologically released by the great pageantry of the rites. And because of the tremendous power of these rites, with their mantrams, with their songs, with their sacred circumambulations, with the mystic dances of the muses and the graces, and all the strange parts of these stories, that which finally ended brought with it a complete and tremendous apotheostic change within the consciousness of the neophyte. He became the initiate, not because his mind had accepted the instruction, not because simply his emotions had been purified or cleansed, for these cathartic disciplines came first. He was an initiate because of a complete transcendent experience, an experience which could never be assailed by his own reason, which could never be denied by his own mind, because he had been there, because this had happened to him, and because in the course of the great ritual he had come face to face with the gods themselves. Now, were these gods truly masked priests? They may have been. But also every mask, every robe, every symbol was chosen with a strange and wonderful skill. The gods the man saw may have been masked priests, but the gods that came to him from within himself were not. For these various shadows, man-made, even with the greatest solemnity and care, became in themselves ensouled. And these images of divine things, as Plotinus calls them, become strange magical agents, drawing to themselves the real principles for which they stand, so that that which is in the likeness of the God is never entirely separate from the God, because the believer can experience the God in the likeness. And that which comes to the person who understands or accepts the mystery is not the symbol, but the substance or energy which is released through the symbol. Having received the rite, the initiate then goes forth upon the porch of the temple, and he finds that the citizens of the villages around and of the towns have all gathered for the wonderful ceremony of receiving him back again into the world of the objectively living, where he has gone down into the great mystery. He has returned to the womb of eternity. He has been born again of the great mother, and he has come forth out of his alma mater. For the form is preserved even in our present university system, although the meaning is lost. He comes forth out of the mother of learning, but he has not been taught by the mind alone. He has been taught by the soul in a mystery. And he is hailed on the pillars, as he stands between the pillars of the porch, he is hailed as one twice born, the reborn one. He is then proclaimed not any longer as a wise man or a student or a great teacher or something of that kind. The initiate of the mysteries had a strange and unique place which has never been filled since the decay or decline of that system. He was a being like God. The king of the country could not be seated in his presence without his permission. Every door was open to him. No man would dare to deny him anything that he asked, but for the strangeness of thought, of circumstance, he never asked for anything. He was strangely and completely aloof, and yet he was in this world, but not of it. He labored, he served, he taught, he worked, and when the fullness of his years were done, he went to sleep in the earth like his brothers who had not been initiated. But he lived forever in a state of immortality, because within himself he knew that he could not die. He had returned to the gate of death and had come back again. He had passed through this complete internal release of the psychic nature of his own soul. And as such, he was a Mahatma, a great soul in the Indian language. And this great, our illumined soul, as Julianus tells us, then sings the great and glorious hymn to the Mother of Mysteries, because she is the custodian, the faithful guardian, the forever keeping of all that is true and beautiful and noble and good. She is the soul itself, the beloved of all nations, the desired of all peoples. Now, the temple being, as it was, a peculiar emblem of the soul, the rise of the mysteries were represented in 2 degrees or stages. Whereas the body of man carries within itself the sanctum sanctorum, or the secret part of the heart, so within the heart of man the temple of the mysteries is built. And within man's own psychic life certain things must happen before the temple which is everlasting can be built. Here we have much symbolism which can find easy parallel in the story of the tabernacle in the wilderness and the building of Solomon's temple. All these rites and ceremonies have the same meaning. But the house that is built without the sound of hammers or the voice of workmen, eternal in the heavens, is of course the everlasting house of the soul, the mysterious temple, the mysterious body of the great psychic mother, Sophia Asimov, the great mother of the Gnosis. So Sophia, or the Virgin of Wisdom, is the house that can never be profaned, the mystery whose veil cannot be lifted, but who waits forever for the return of her sons, like the patient Penelope weaves forever the mysterious fabric of destiny. All these things have something to tell us about the religious system of that time and what the secret of it was. We read frequently in various books of men trying to understand in this late time what was the power that maintained the mystery system for 4,000 years in the ancient world.
What was it that caused the rich, the powerful, the great, the strong, the wise, the learned, and the simple, all to hold this system in the most extraordinary admiration? What was it that was so strangely and wonderfully powerful that during its flourishing and its flowering it produced the greatest minds and hearts and souls the world has ever known? It was in some way this mysterious power of actually releasing through its rituals a symbolic, mystical experience. The early church undoubtedly sensed this, because it created in its own form and in its own way the mystical Christian equivalent to the pagan rite, and that was the mystery of the Mass. The Mass was originally a mystical ceremony intended to convey certain parts of the old ritual. For the Mass as we know it, particularly the ceremony of the Eucharist, goes far back in Egypt and into the Dionysiac rites of Greece. But in some mysterious way, the Mass did not attain or achieve the purpose which was exemplified in the pagan ritual. That the Mass produced a very deep and profound sense of sublimity cannot be questioned. That a high Mass at St. Peter's today is one of the most tremendous religious experiences that man can pass through cannot be doubted. We know these things to be true. And yet in some way, this ceremonial, this tremendous pageantry did not and does not accomplish what the ancient rituals did accomplish. What then was the essential difference? Julianus says very simply one thing, and this is the basis of his great argument against the Christians. Julianus says that the difference lay in the disciplinatory rites. In other words, Julian says in his arguments that the criers of the pagan mysteries, or those who called the neophytes to their labors, said, let only the pure of heart enter here. Let only the dedicated come. Let only those who in themselves had achieved and attained be permitted to mingle in this sacred throng. The idea or principle being that in these ancient rites, religion or the religious experience was not bestowed, it was earned. This perhaps does have a large bearing on it. Perhaps Julian, who knew both and had experienced both, was in a better position to say than we are today, because we cannot experience both. But Julian's opinion was definitely that before the individual can have this experience occur within himself, he must have attained to a certain level of merit. Plato and Pythagoras required certain prerequisites to admission into their sacred schools. Perhaps these prerequisites were to a degree symbolical, for we know that Pythagoras initiated his own slaves, and it is not likely that these slaves possessed the literal prerequisites which he required. But somewhere in this was a symbolism which had to do with merit or the earning of the right of acceptance into the state religion. So Julian says that the great difference lay in that the pagan required and demanded that those who sought truth make in themselves a proving of their own merit or their own sincerity, and that they might not enter the sanctuary except with clean hands and an upright heart. He says that the God of the mysteries was not saving the sinners, but was rewarding the just. Now this makes a peculiar difference in the psychology involved. And he was turned from his Christian baptism essentially by this particular circumstance, that he believed firmly
that the individual who sought the consolation of God must bring something with him and not merely accept. Not pray for what he wants and continue to live the way he pleases. Not to hope for good things but do nothing in himself. Not to continue his common course of profane action and at the same time feel justified in claiming his participation in a religious mystery. That the merit system was at the end, at the source of all these things. Now it is quite possible that it is not possible or not realistic that the sacraments which are performed in the presence of persons who are themselves not consecrated can have the same type of result as those in which the person is duly and properly prepared for this experience. Another thing that is, of course, great of importance in this is that religion, under this system, the philosophic culture of religion, was a decision of the individual himself. Men were not born into faith. They did not join their faith because their friends did, or because their relatives were members, or because it was particularly suitable to the location in which they lived. These kinds of considerations played no part in the old mystery rites. The individual prepared himself for from 5 to 20 years of study, of self-control and discipline. Before he could approach the temple, he must bring from the community in which he lived proper credentials, proving that during this entire time he had been an outstanding citizen on the level of ethics, that he had performed no action that was contrary to the public good, that he was honest, intelligent, generous, kind, well integrated and well ordered, that he possessed courage and self-discipline, that he had proceeded in the gymnasium to attain certain scholastic levels, that he was in every way dedicated and had given his whole life to the search for truth. Only then was he considered eligible for participation in the great orgies of the blessed God. An orgy at that time had no such meaning as we ascribe to it today. It represented the great, strange, mysterious, and intoxicating pageantry of the soul, in which consciousness was picked up into an incredible exaltation and elevation of experience. So these things led Julian to feel and to believe that the mysteries of the Great Mother and of the Blessed Goddess were reserved for those who were true, and were reserved for the individual who was willing to sacrifice all else in the service of the great Goddess. And until that decision was complete within consciousness, her rights could not be experienced because the soul itself was not ready. On a modern psychological level, I think we can begin to appreciate some of the possibilities of this, and can think of it in terms of a potential problem in psychotherapy. Today, we are confronted with the great need of man organizing, purifying, redeeming his own psychic content. We know that the average person is burdened with a variety of pressures, intensities, frustrations of any and all kinds, that he is incapable of the relaxation and integration of a well-ordered life. Book learning will not save him. Allegiance to organizations will not save him. The only thing that can save him is the reduction of his own psychic pressure. Now, in psychotherapy today, we attempt to exhaust these pressures by certain therapeutic techniques, releasing the individual from the delusion or illusion which is causing his condition. It is conceivable, however, that society can produce and should produce individuals who by their own actions have prevented a neurotic condition from taking hold of themselves.
and or having had such a neurosis, have had victory over it by the conquest of the things that cause it. Today, on psychological levels, we are working mostly with effects, and by the time we get an individual cleared from one complex, he is ready to fall into another. Such is the pressure of our time. As such, it will continue until his proclivity to become complicated, his natural instinct to be psychotic, is overcome or changed by some greater instinct taking hold of his own consciousness. The soul, burdened by the pressures of our own psychic delusions, is transformed into a chimera, a monster of strange and distorted appearance and form. And this monster, in turn, prevents the individual having the experience of his own psychic identity. The troubled soul cannot find its own heart, its own integration. For that reason, in modern times, we could contemplate very seriously the possibility of bringing the soul itself back to normalcy, back to integration, by the dedication of the faculties of our minds and the emotions of our hearts to the restoration of the integrity of our own soul. This was the discipline of the mysteries. This is the one great part of knowledge that we have forgotten. And it is the failure to remember this that has brought the whole house of knowledge down about our ears. It is because the individual has forgotten that he can bring only himself to the house of the mysteries. And if that self is inadequate or improperly integrated, he finds not reality but illusion in the strange, dark, subterranean passageways of the secret house. It is therefore the great problem in wisdom for man to realize that his own confusion creates error, that he can be no more true than he is integrated, that he can be no more wise than he is at peace within himself. Until these elements and factors are recognized, the great rites or the ceremonies are not for him. Perhaps in earlier days, when life was less pressureful, the psychotic needs of man were not as strenuous as they are today, nor the demands upon his psychic energies so great. But certainly today, we are in desperate need of the restoration of the great mystery system of education, the education that begins with the integration of self, the education that advances only as rapidly as the individual proves by his own integrated abilities that it is safe for him to proceed in the great adventure of learning. For if he proceeds unqualified, he will ultimately be faced with the riddle of the Sphinx and will perish along the road of his search. Julianus then tells us these things, and we can then say to ourselves, what manner of man was Julianus, by means of which, reaching the end of his life at 32, he had still achieved sufficient of this mysterious ability to have merited initiation in himself. We may say Julianus wasn't perfect. How did he do it? Why did they accept him, a young man, with probably but inadequate resources, and certainly no maturity in his real philosophic life? There's an interesting thing that comes into this also. Julianus, like all accepted candidates in the mysteries, was finally chosen by oracle. In other words, the candidate's final acceptance depended upon some testimony coming from the gods themselves. In other words, he must be accepted. Many are called, but few are chosen. Men may be called out of the world by the instincts of their own natures, but they are chosen by the divine powers. So what was it that caused, or might have caused, the acceptance of Julianus? One of the old legends, or one of the stories about him, tells us that when he came into the presence of Maximus the Neoplatonist, while he was waiting for the initiation into the Mithraic ceremonies at Ephesus, this Neoplatonist embraced him with great love and said, "My son, you have come back. That which you have already done has come to life in you." And he explained to Julian that in his previous embodiment he had accepted the right, and therefore that he might receive it again. And because of this, it would be possible for him to restore the right in his own consciousness. If this was not true, he could not. But because he had already received the mysteries, then for that reason, for him, learning was a remembering of that which was already known. And Maximus further explained to Julian something that the boy himself knew, and which was, of course, perhaps the deciding factor, namely that from his own infancy, Julian had had this great, pressing desire within himself to know. He was born, as he tells us himself, seeking truth. Therefore, he could well believe, perhaps, that the soul in him, whether it was the soul of Alexander or some other spirit in space, that the soul in him had already known the road and was longing to find it again. That this, then, by initiation, was the reviving or restoring of that knowledge which the soul already possessed, but which had been obscured to it by its embodiment as a newborn babe. And because Maximus the Neoplatonist recognized in Julian the signs of one who had taken the oath, he was accepted and initiated. And from what transpired then and afterwards, it seems that Maximus very probably was right. Because certainly Julian, considering his age and his circumstances, almost immediately revealed a wisdom far beyond his years, or far out of harmony with the generation and the condition of the world in which he lived. Because Julian definitely belonged to the golden age of Greece. He belonged to centuries that had preceded him. He was a great geographical misfit, coming too late and dying too soon. So in this case, there was this peculiar circumstance involved in his acceptance into the right. And he and other Neoplatonists reminded their students that where this gift, this power, this strange and inevitable destiny to press on to truth is strong and clear and bright within the human soul, that soul is telling us that it has at some previous time passed through the gates of the house of the mother, that it has received in the past its sacred name, its ordination, and is now only seeking to remember that it may go on to learn more of the mystery. Now we know even in this time, and certainly in the many years of public work that I've gone through, I know that the world is divided into two very general groups of people. Those in whom there is this tremendous urge to know, this urge to release a spiritual destiny locked within themselves, an urge which in its proper and natural form is not an urge to achieve fame or greatness or wealth or authority, nor is it an urge to escape burdens or to shift responsibility or to advance one's own spiritual destiny. It is the simple urge to learn in order that we may give. And wherever this urge is tremendously strong, we cannot but wonder, as Julian wondered, whether it isn't the dim remembrance of the soul of a destiny to which it has already been called by the sacred rites, when it was dedicated to the service of the Great Mother, who is the servant of all. And then there are other souls in whom this hunger does not seem to be, who are happy and content to live their normal lives,
who find no call, no pressure, no sublimity to disturb their mortal inclinations. These souls have not been moved. They have not been to the house. They have not tread upon the threshold of the goddess. They have not seen the great gods standing in the light before them. Julian felt this, believed it completely. And there is something about our own daily living after all this time that seems to intimate that perhaps he was right. At least we have probably no better explanation. We see the same phenomenon within the structure of modern religion, where we find some who are by such nature devout, that they are completely led by a goodness in themselves, so that it would make no difference to what sect they belonged, they would still be good. And there are others that no matter to what sect they give allegiance, are still not good. This difference seems to be something within the psyche. And to the Greeks it meant that in the psyche of the individual who had passed through the mysteries at some previous time was a record waiting to be awakened, that it could be awakened very quickly and very easily under the proper circumstances and pressures. So Julian was accepted, and apparently he received the full benefit of this strange rite and ritual. For he tells us much of his own longings and his dreamings and his hopings as he tries to unfold without unveiling the mysteries of the Great Mother. Also in this story, or in the orations of Julian, he divides the universe into two essential parts. He describes to us the rituals and mysteries of the sovereign Son. And the sovereign Son, of course, to him, was this visible symbol of the invisible power of eternal life. To him, the Son was the Father of all living, and the earth, the mysteries, was the mother of all living. And the union of the sun and moon and the mysterious alchemical experimentation produced the psychic homunculus, the mysterious creature of crystal, in whom the two great sets of energies converged, mingled, and produced from themselves the magnificent structure of the living soul. The Neoplatonists taught, for example, that there was spirit and body, and between these two, as a spider spinning its web, the mysterious interchange of energies and forces brought into creation a middle distance, which was the psychic nature. For the soul was the result of life moving upon matter, and matter rising gradually, impregnated with life and releasing life from itself. So the earth also was the womb of the mysteries, the Great Mother, and her temples were mostly beneath the earth as symbolic of their proper place and residence. And the Mother was impregnated with the power of the light, or the Father Spirit. And between this heaven and earth, dominion wielding, was fashioned the subtle fabric of the soul. Now Pythagoras and the others declare that a soul is properly called a form. Form and matter are not the same thing. All bodies are forms. All bodies are composed of matter. But there are forms of matter which are without bodies. And there are forms which are without spirits. These mysterious things are described in the mysteries of Iamblichus on the Chaldeans and the Egyptians. But what we are told in substance is that when matter is impregnated with life, when substance receives into itself the archetypal pattern of universal law, matter suddenly is brought into magnificent geometric arrangements. Matter is itself a form but formless. Life is unformed, but potential of form within itself. And just as matter and energy unite in the production of the snowflake, so the snowflake becomes a form.
because a form is a compound of life and substance, of mind and matter, of consciousness and the elements. And the form, therefore, is body that has been fashioned from matter and designed by consciousness. And the two, matter and consciousness, through their integration, produce the radiant spectre of the human soul. So form and the soul are the same things. For all souls are formal structures, and a form is an aggregation of substances around a pattern, a design, or a purpose. So the most minute creatures that we see, little crustacea and foraminifera and things of that nature, are forms like little snowflakes. Wherever life takes abode in matter, it begins to mold matter into form. And form is a symbolic description or exhibition of life's process. And the human soul is therefore the symbolic representation of the state of man's growth in relation to his spiritual cause and his material body. This in turn means that the soul, or the psychic part, responding more subtly and more immediately to consciousness than body does, is therefore more easily affected and more quickly inspired and more subtly influenced than body. And the purpose of the mysteries is to recognize that these institutions themselves were the physical symbols of the world soul. And because they were physical symbols, they were built in certain ways. And we can begin to understand why in the Dionysiac rites of Greece the orders of architecture were brought in, the 5 great orders and the polyglot orders that followed them. For these orders of architecture were required in the building of temples, because the temples were dedicated to various deities, that is, to various psychic complexes or patterns. And each temple had to be the complete and perfect representation in stone of the psychic archetype which belonged to that god or deity. Pythagoras, visiting in Egypt, said that he found in the temples there strange images of the gods, because all of the divine beings of the Egyptian hierarchy were represented by symmetrical geometric solids of various shapes and arrangements. In other words, that all the gods were reduced to geometric formulas. The geometric formula in turn is amplified or expanded into the temple, which must have its pillars either Doric or Ionian or Corinthian, according to the deity who dwelt there. The structures of the temples themselves were based upon basic star patterns, as we learn from the Caesarano edition of Vitruvius. We know that every one of these tasks was appointed with the same care, assuming that man himself builds his outer body from the very texture and structure of his own psychic life. So building the temples of the gods, it was necessary that each temple should in every part and detail be true to the god which it represented, because it was his house. And unless, as we are learning from the Bible, unless we build a temple according to the law, that is the law of order and proportion, the living God will not dwell therein. For the God, the power, the dynamic, the psychic reality of the archetype can only be captured when the structure which is to house it is identical with it. In the same way, man is only able to capture the archetype of the great mystery grammar if his own psychic organism is identical with it. This strange rapport was of 2 directions or of 2 kinds. Man could not be sure and could not know that his own psychic nature was identical with that of the gods. But through the oracles and the sacred and ancient institutions, the initiated priests were convinced that they, in the production of their rites and their temples, in the ordination and arrangement of all parts of their sacred orders and priesthoods, that they were fulfilling and dramatizing, revealing, expressing
symbolically setting forth the great primary psychic archetype, and therefore that the mysteries were a geometrical equivalent of the soul, and that just as surely as the mysteries themselves were the shadowed informment of the soul of God, so they beckoned, called, or opened to the further shadowed extension of this principle, the soul of man. So we understand the meaning of the term that the neophyte or the initiate entering the sacred house is described as going home. He is going back to the similitude of himself. He is going back to his own birth. He is going back to the place where he came from. He is going back to the state or condition which was eternally his, the condition of the great archetype of psyche in space. Thus he returns to the ancient house. He comes back again to the womb. He is returned to his own childhood. He is truly returned to his own infancy. He must come forth again by a new birth in conformity with the archetype, and with complete receptivity to the impression of the signatura rerum, the great seal or imprint of the archetypal purpose. The initiate, therefore, is supposed to and believed to carry within himself, from the time of the mysteries, the living archetype of the connection between his own psychic life and the psychic life of the universe. There was no longer any arrangement or disarrangement between these two. They had come together. And because his soul was like the world's soul, it could never be separated from it, because things which are alike can never be separate in time and space. The gradual education or edification of the initiate through the continuation of his studies then became of one purpose only, namely that he would increase in skill and power and means for the expression of that which was his own internal. From that time on, he was instinctively and inevitably master of arts and sciences, because all these things are merely specializations of his own psyche. And as surely as art and music and literature and the dance and poetry and sculpturing and painting and all these things manifest man's instinct to express beauty, so when the psyche is itself ordered in all matters, this beauty is immediately and eternally available, and it only remains for the initiate to experience and discover the ways in which it can be revealed. This is, in substance, the experience of the blessed theurgy described by Plotinus. It is this experience of the one returning to the one, the alone journeying to the alone. That which is like finding likeness, and the soul imprisoned in man, freed and restored to the soul of the world, of which it is a proper fragment and an inevitable part. Thus the soul of the world, the mysteries of the soul of man, meet in the strange rites and rituals of the Mother of the Gods. And the soul in man finds its kinship, discovers its identity, realizes that it has long been in exile, and that it has found its way to reality. Then from there on, and for all eternity, according to the rites, this ritual can be revived, and the child coming into the world is born with the subjective realization of its own destiny, and somehow, strangely, gently, tenderly, wonderfully bound to the soul of the world. And from these who are thus bound and thus ordered and thus ordained come the teachers and leaders of the race. Now this is in substance the Julian position, and we can add to it in certain methods and ways. But it not only tells us to a large measure the story of Julian, but it perhaps helps us to summarize the entire concept of Neoplatonism. For this is a discipline by which the individual causes that which is the same to return to that with which it is the same. And that all of these disciplines, like those of the Indian schools, are disciplines of union. Union through the experience of similitude and then the experience of identity.
when man's own inner soul is identical in quality and substance with the world soul, they meet, flow together, and become one, and can never again be separated. Part of this mystery is explained in the initiation rite. For in this ritual, the initiate has, at least temporarily, this terrific experience. Later, perhaps it fades somewhat from his mind, because his compound nature is not capable of preserving continuously so exalted a state of spiritual intensity. But even though the experience may not then be forever available or immediately accessible to him, still the memory of the experience then becomes the most blessed of all memories. And it also becomes the memory of truth, or the memory of wisdom, the memory of health, the great good that cannot be forgotten, and which therefore is greater than the small evils and the uncertainties which can be forgotten. But nothing in the world, nothing that can happen to man, good or bad, can have the tremendous impact upon his spiritual life that the motion of the soul to the recognition of its union with the great archetype can have. Therefore, in the presence of this, all doubts, all fears, all negations have no opportunity of presenting and maintaining themselves. Thus, the initiate can never completely relapse. He can never forget. He can never fail to experience. He has known something. He has beheld the universe open around him and within him. He has come to know as realities things that other men can only believe or hope or wonder about. And having passed through the experience, he receives a strange and wonderful catharsis. And this experience of passing through, of actually participating in the rite, is the sacrament by which the benediction of the Spirit is bestowed. And in the presence of this benediction and under its tremendous influence, something happens in the psychic chemistry of the individual, and the soul can never be as sick again as it was before. It can never forget. It can never stagger away and die again in matter, because it has received the greatest impulse, the greatest transference of energy from the world soul that it is possible for it to have. It therefore blazes within the being and causes the being more and more to become its servant, until finally the initiate bows before this victorious and triumphant soul within himself and acknowledges himself to be its servant. And so Julian closes his thought or his wonderful dream pictures with his prayer of thankfulness to the Great Mother, to the world soul, which has made it possible for him to come to her as a child to its parent, and find in this security of the great psychic mystery of the initiation that strange and wonderful security that comes to the small child who returns to its parents' love and understanding. And Julian, as a small child, goes home to the mother, and in going home finds peace and security and serenity. Thus he completes or concludes his dream of this great drama. And I think we have considerable reason to believe from his thought and from the works of his contemporaries that Julian indeed had had this experience, that it sustained him magnificently through the trials of a short and tragic life. And we will hope with Julian that it will cause him to return again in due time with the memory of the greatness of this soul and the message and journey of the soul deep within himself, so that perhaps then again in his day he can become enlightened, can revive the mystery, and continue his dedication to the service of the Mother of the Gods. Well, I think that is